wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now, come out of the shadow. Ooh, make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster, heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. this forever. Keep your voice low. The sun is high, but I wish I could bathe in the moonlight. Ooh, this is it now. Come out of the shadow. Make the walls fall. Memory is headed for disaster. Heart is beating so. I hear the words, I see the ghost of laughter in the afterglow. This is it now, come out of the shadow. This is it now, come out of the shadow.
First game of Worlds was really crazy, but to finally be back on stage, even without a crowd, it just felt amazing.
I feel like we got surprised by signing, or didn't really get surprised, but outplayed.
Suning with a beautiful counter-attack. 4 dead for G2.
SOFM, learn this man's name because you are going to be seeing a lot of him.
The fact that it was a win, and especially against Suning, who's a really strong team at this tournament, just makes me super happy. Like, even the way it happened.
Players or Nexus. It is 1 for 1. Cap coming in with the ulti. Gold card goes out. One phone goes down. It's Perks, baby. Knock, knock. Suning's advance is resisted. G2 has persisted, and Perks insisted on a win in this game.
This is League of Legends, baby. What a game!
这是我们第一场世界赛，跟我们预料不太一样。原本会觉得可能会全败吧。
Gemini looking to fight back here in the mid lane.
Here we go. Nice follow-up. Oh, Jensen. He flashes away, but will not be enough. Gemini takes the kill.
我觉得 G2 的5个人都是很聪明的人，所以我们遇到他们的时候绝对不可以投机，才有机会赢下他们。
Top versus DRX for sure is going to be a banger.
Knight, by a lot of recollection, is the best player in the world, the best mid laner in the world. Jig gets a big stun across the front lines. That's going to be a stopwatch burned already. Knight still safe, finds Solo, finds the first kill. Time for number 2, gets it as well. A double kill now for the LPL MVP.
Chovy is really insane. Precise is the word, because it feels like that the man doesn't have a fault.
Burn flashes in, gets into it. That's going to be a lot of damage. Is it going to be up for the kill? Not just yet. The flash in Pyosik.
The chunk with his W setting up Pyosik.
He did come here last year with Griffin, and they faltered. He has a lot to prove, and he's going to have a very challenging mid lane opponent in Knight.
Knight is just unanswerable. That is boss going down. Chovy is the boss here.
You never know what will happen at Worlds.
The stage is set, the curtain is drawn.
没人能够预见会是这种情况。
This is the game people want to see.
新的王者诞生了 ！Kaboom! They lit the fuse. 你看到了吗
They're gonna win. This is it.
Welcome to Worlds Countdown, live from our studio in Berlin. But here we're getting a look at Shanghai, a closer look at the newcomers Suning Gaming through the lens of the Oppo Cam. The LPL 3rd seed suffered a tough loss in their Worlds debut, so we'll see if they can bounce back as the Group A teams hit the rift in our opening games. They still seem to be in high spirits, and why would you not be if you were part of one of the most hyped games at Worlds ever? We'll discuss. Yes, we're waving back, you just can't see it yet. Hello everyone, I'm Shox, kicking off the action today with Cadril and with Frosk. We had a good 2 days behind us. Cadril we've seen already, but Frosk, welcome to the Worlds group stage.
I have been so excited to get on the stage so far. They couldn't keep me away forever, so like, let's get into it, Shock, 'cause I'm hype. I'm ready to go.
And you brought the outfit too, so I'm super excited. So let's pull up the standings, and we see G2 Esports and Machi. They started Group A with wins yesterday, and if you look at every other group, you do start to notice a little trend because the LCK is undefeated coming into day 3. But I do want to just sit on this graphic for a while, just look at how the groups have developed so far. Kadril, what is jumping out to you in terms of these groups and how they have been performing?
I think the two standout things for me is the fact that G2 took down Sunning yesterday. I think that kind of solidifies the first best one against Sunning, who arguably is the first/second seed going out the group with G2. So that's huge for G2, I think. And then looking at Group B, you can see Rogue, JD, they both got stomped by DAMWON. They do have 1 win, 1 loss, both of them beating PSG. But I think that game between Rogue and JDG is going to decide the group almost.
Yeah, just to kind of kick off of what Kadril is talking about, you look at Group B and you look at Group D, and you feel like things are pretty clear decided. You know, maybe Rogue goes for an upset there, but you kind of have those 2 clear favorites. Group A, especially with Machi stepping up, and Group B, or excuse me, Group C now kind of throws everything into chaos, where like anyone could pop out of these groups, and it's kind of how you define a group to death. Is it everyone has a possibility of getting out, or you have like 2 team favorites? No one's getting out.
And quickly, of course, a big talking point amongst our main viewers as well is the fact that NA is winless so far. Frosk, what's your opinion on all of that?
I want to pump the brakes a little bit on getting concerned for NA. I know it looks really bad, but I think that Team Liquid, if they ran back that game against Machi, that they would have won. I think it was some execution, maybe some drafting errors. We'll talk about it, but I don't think you need to be hitting like the emergency bells just yet.
No emergency meeting just yet. Maybe a little one. I do want to talk about the LCK. Such a big storyline coming into Worlds every single time, but even more so in the last 2 years, because it's been 2 years since the famed fall of the LCK, Frosk, but they seem back.
So if you guys are new to League of Legends, this is for your first World Championship, you don't know it, but the LCK, they're pretty scary. They've been dominating for a very long time, and it was kind of a question of separating the SKT mystique with the LCK mystique. And now that SKT isn't really just representing Korea every single time, like yes, there's the Samsungs and things like that with Gen.G now, but they kind of fell away, and suddenly you have them back where they're undefeated. Last year they took first in all of their group stage, so it's kind of this revenge, if you will, a redemption for the region with very new faces and brand new talent.
Yeah, and going off what Frosk said, I think that if you look at the LCK historically, just in terms of playstyle, they were so surgical and clinical, and when it came to games, they would play super good macro. They wouldn't take too many fights. They would rely more on their intellectual play rather than their skirmish heavy fighting. And I think over the last 2 years, the meta's developed to the point where you have to fight so much in a sense where you look at the LPL, you look at the EU, the last 2 years, just so much fighting. I think that LCK's adapted really well over the last couple of years, and I think that they've brought way more aggression to Worlds.
And although, of course, none of the LCK representatives this year are slouches, there is one team that just, is above the rest and maybe above any team here at Worlds, DAMWON. What dominance we've seen from them, of course, in LCK, but now also on the world stage. And what was particularly scary to me yesterday, Frosk, is that they showed that they don't always have to go all in and just skirmish you straight into the base, basically, but they can also take it slow and, as said, bring some of that surgical approach back.
Discipline is kind of the word that I want to use with DAMWON, and I think that their victory over Rogue was way more dominant than the first time we saw them just punch down on PSG, and I think this is what is really scary about the team, is the individual mechanical abilities, and then also that discipline in combining the aggression, if you will, of the LPL teams and the macro sense and discipline of the LCK teams into this perfect package that is finally being unleashed.
Yeah, and I think if you look at DAMWON, you can see JDG, they go full on the gas, they stomp them away. Against Rogue, they draft a comp where they have to be more calm and tamed, and they've shown so many different styles of play with just one pick in the Lulu top.
Exactly. Really impressive for them. You want to add something? Or?
Yeah, as we're talking about the LCK and as we're building them back up and having this redemption moment for the region, I do want to, again, caution or just add nuance to it that, you know, maybe we see DRX today and maybe DRX comes out and absolutely just smashes TES. And then in which case I'm like, yes, LCK is definitely back. But right now, I do not see the same dominance from Gen.G that I do from DAMWON. And so I want to, again, separate the LCK mystique and power from the LCK first seed mystique and power, because DAMWON look on a completely different level.
And of course, second caveat, they also topped the groups and came out as first seed last year, but it didn't parlay into the best of 5. So we'll have to see about that. A lot of question marks also in terms of the meta. And yesterday, if you remember, we took so much time to talk about the meta, highlighting the importance of jungle pools heading into the matchups. So we're going to do a quick follow-up today, namely also because I actually have someone who knows something about jungle in comparison to Ender. We have Kadril, who is a professional jungler. So Kadril,
murder him like that?
So, Kadriel, talk to me about kind of how the jungle meta pool is evolving.
It's evolving in so many different ways. I think if you look at yesterday's games, you could see Rogue first picking Hecarim, the Eastern teams, the LPL, they really like to just go for the Nidalee first picks. I think it all depends on comfort, because the way I see it right now is the draft is more centered towards mid-top jungle. I think it's all top side, the draft, depending on how your comp plays out, whether you go for the Renekton Nidalee, whether you go for the Ornn, Grave, stuff like this. And I think that it's sort of like a pick and mix slotting in. If you first pick the Nidalee, your solo lanes have to adapt with AD mids or like a Renekton top or a Camille or a Set. Whereas if you want to just go with strong solo lane picks, like you first pick like the Ornn or the Renekton, then the jungle's the one who has to adapt. So I think that if you have a good mixture of flexibility in the top side and you draft based on your priorities, I think that the flexibility is the key for me when it comes to jungle.
I think it's also about how you're setting up for your jungle. Like you're talking about how the picks will change it, but it's also, you know, if you're bringing setup or hard CC in your lane phase, then it becomes much easier to play a jungler like a Nidalee, like a Lee Sin, like a Volibear that we've seen when they get to run into the lane and have the ganks, you know, the you hold, I punch type of method. Versus if you're using a farming jungler, it's much more about the setup of the priority, the pushing that you can acquire into a lane phase, and you don't normally need that much CC. But I see these compositions struggling a bit more in terms of execution rather than the comps that are just loaded with hard CC.
Yeah, I think the hold and the punching makes a lot of sense based on the meta, because if you look at it in general, you need engage somewhere. It has to come from either top or jungle most of the time. You need setup as well. So it all depends on where you want to be flexible, how you want to draft the picks, and making sure you have the right setup. Either it's like good setup in 2v2s, so you can start fighting for the prio, or pushing lane so the jungle can invade and then join him up. So there's many different ways to play it. It's just based on what you want to do.
A fun fact is that Lilia dropped from 87 presence to 58 in
Thank
groups.
God.
There was some Scrim God, I guess, who playing on Lilia, but it just doesn't work in the compositions as much as we've seen the meta evolve.
I also just think it's a harder play style to play, and that, you know, it's about multiple rotations through Lilia. It's about creating that farm advantage, EXP advantage, and then you can rock in, you know, late game once you have the Leandres, once you have the Dead Man's Plate, if that's the itemization you want to go for. But a lot of teams will like sprint the Lilia in, she'll flash in early, she'll then immediately die because she is quite a squishy champion, and I think it's execution error. So I hope we see more Lilia as the tournament goes on, but teams need to realize that it's much harder to execute with her than like your traditional Nidalees.
On top of kind of that pick priority, another takeaway from yesterday's games was that teams who lacked engage were heavily punished. Now, that's kind of a no-brainer to me. I mean, I know there's different metas and stuff, but completely lacking any form of engage, that's not going to work out for you, and we saw it yesterday.
We saw it in the TL game, you saw it in the Fnatic game. I'm sure that we'll bring up their drafts, but the primary thing that I really want to talk about, and Kadriel, you talk about this a lot in your casting, it's contesting mid-wave. And you can contest mid-wave either through pushing it faster and then moving into our big, powerful monster objectives, because Baron and Dragon Souls are still exceptionally powerful. Games are getting stalled out around them a long time. Or you have to have pick potential on it. And if you have something like an Ashe, like an Ornn, when you go up into the mid-wave, you can start throwing these long-range engage tools, and then you open up a completely another avenue to play through where you're not just waiting for, you know, your two big 5v5 comps to run into each other on a Dragon Pit. Suddenly you can start creating opportunities and pick advantages over contesting mid-wave, contesting side waves. And as you look at, you know, TL's draft, where's your hard engage? Is that the Mordekaiser flash ult flank there?
Exactly, and I mean, when it comes down to hard engage, normally the champs with these point and click buttons, they kind of lose lane or they're kind of weak in the early game. So like the Ornn, the Volibear in the jungle, stuff like this. So if you look at TL's comp, they have winning lanes, they have a winning jungle matchup. The whole idea of drafting this engage is the fact that you're giving up the early lane power, you're giving up the early lane advantage. And then when it comes to the mid game, that's when you want to get online. So the team without the engage needs to be the ones to hit gold leads, get the first couple drakes. And then when it comes to the mid game, they're the ones with the mid push, they're the ones on the objective first, so they have to make you walk into them rather than them being the ones engaging on you. So it is a playstyle that kind of works. We saw it with Fnatic's comp yesterday as well. Not much engage, whereas on the side of LGD, you have Ornn, Nautilus, so way more press R, let's go. So Fnatic needed to play the game a lot more clinical and clean, contest the waves properly, and then just set up the vision around it.
Yeah, and I do want to give a little bit of credit to Fnatic's composition here. I don't think that they'll do this again, but to me, it feels like if you can find an answer into the Ornn because of how powerful he is right now, like if that set counter pick worked, and you could see what Bwipo was trying to do. Ornn would charge up the ultimate, Set would then grab the Ornn before he was able to connect the ult, and kind of like trade back and forth. Like then suddenly you open up your draft phase so much because you're no longer responsible for banning the Ornn. but it didn't work. The team fights weren't executed correctly. And again, it comes down to ease of execution, like Kadriel was talking about, those big R buttons. And in group stage, when it's just about consistency, when it's just about getting as many wins as possible, just make it as easy as possible and maybe try this again in the best ofs.
Yeah, and just relating to the Fnatic game, I mean, you saw Bwipo on the set. He was having so much top pressure. He got the top tower. He moved into the bot side, and they just couldn't find the engage. And I just think that these point and click abilities, like you see the Orin, the Ashe, the Rakan, they're just easier to execute. I think that when it comes to winning lanes, yes, you can win the lane. Yes, you can get a goal advantage. Yes, you can win the 1-3-1, but the meta is just so much about, again, mid waves. You saw the Larson got hit by the arrow. The fight was lost. The engage was clean. Another Ashe arrow comes out, and I just think Orin, Ashe, Rakan for me, top 3 engagers right now, alongside maybe a Leona and a Nautilus here and there. But if these champs on the enemy team and you aren't punishing as much as you could, then why give them up? You should just be prioritizing them a lot.
Yep, so you've heard it here. You could see it on the lower third. If you are a fan of a team, these are the champions that you want to see in the draft. I do not want to see teams that are basically winning the game and then the game gets stalled out away from them because they don't have the tools to pull the trigger. I feel like that's what really happened in the TL game. That's what really happened in the Fnatic game.
And you saw it. Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say the amount of dragons and like Baron 50-50s we've seen just plays into that as well.
Yeah, there was so many 50s. And the last thing I was just going to say is just based on the meta through playoffs in most of the regions, you saw people not really blind picking the Rakan. They didn't want to blind pick the Orin because they would lose the lanes and they would get punished. But in this meta, it's just so hard to punish these days.
It is. So draft that engage, coaches. With that, we're going to jump into Machi versus G2 Esports shortly. Before we do, though, we're going to take a look at the Red Bull top play of the day. I love this one. It highlights Mickey X's expert use of the Blast Cone versus Suning. It's just so beautiful.
Mickey was smurfing out his mind. I mean, the Bard ults, immobile carries, always landing it, and then the double stun on top of that, where SFM, yeah, maybe he shouldn't have W'd and he did get stunned with him. But I think that as a pro player myself, I think the only real way to counter these kind of mechanical outplays is, the only way you can counter a ward on a Lantern or on a Blast Cone is you zoom in real quick with your camera, and then you should be able to click it. But in this scenario, it's just so much pressure, and he hit the wall twice, man. Mickey's crazy.
Literally, Uzi stopped what he was doing wherever he was in the world. He's like, oh no, I feel a disturbance again. Like, that one was so good,
that was
Mickey.
beautiful.
Beautiful. And I mean, Mickey also just took the team on his back for a lot of those engages as well. Let's take a look at the action ahead of us. We may see more of those Mickey outplays because things are going to kick off with Machi versus G2, then followed by Team Liquid versus Suning. I am really hyped to see kind of how things evolve in that Group A. At the end of the day, we also have Top versus DRX. And, you know, possible upset with FlyQuest. Just kidding. Rogue versus JD.
Okay, Shocks, I'm tired of pretending it's not true. I know we've got the bangers, JDG versus Rogue, Top Esports versus DRX, but I'm tired of pretending that Unicorns of Love versus FlyQuest isn't the absolute...
I'm so
That is the party I want to go to.
Yes.
I want in that fiesta.
It's going to be an absolute bloodbath.
It's going to be a bloodbath, and I love it. Also, just for both teams, FlyQuest, you know, they have their strengths and they can win this game. Unicorns of Love can win this game as well. It would be the first win. Very much spicing up that group, because I think we need that in that group as well.
Definitely. I mean, there's the front runners, but UOL have shown us the magic. They've shown us the magic in play-ins. Can they show us the magic in group stage? It's the question.
We'll see. And hopefully a first win on the board for NA today. We are going to step away for just a second, but on the other side, Kadriel is going to tell us how on earth G2 managed to beat Suning. See you there after this.
Thanks.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high. And we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of the world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back, everyone, to World's Countdown, where we are looking at G2 Esports' dramatic return to the international stage. There are honestly not enough adjectives to talk about that game yesterday versus Suning, which felt like a 5-game series all in one game. And, you know, you see off the glee of Cap's face how close it was.
Oh, shaking.
Oh, my God. Unreal. So, actually, it was very interesting for many reasons because we had some question marks about G2 and their form, Frosk. But one focal point was the bot lane, and they stepped up yesterday.
And I'm going to say G2 proved me wrong. Yamada talked about it yesterday on the analyst desk, this one-year plan. Last time G2 made the stretch all the way to the World Finals, they felt burnt out at the very end, and they just utterly collapsed. This time around, they took things much slower. We did not see this type of performance from G2 in the entire 2020 season. And now to see them come in their first game of Worlds and immediately hit the gas from Perkz and Mickey specifically, like, they shut me the hell up. Perkz and Mickey came to play.
Yeah, I mean, the bot lane carried, let's be honest. I mean, Perkz did make a few misplays here and there by getting hit by hooks in some team fights in the mid game, but look at his damage, man. He's had so much damage in the fights, and I just think Mickey, especially for me, was my MVP in terms of map state, making the engages happen, getting clutch Qs in the fight on Bard and getting so many stuns, and wow, they just really stepped up.
Now, the question and the nuance that I want to bring to this conversation is this was on Ezreal. And the thing is Perkz, once he lost the Xayah and the Kai'Sa, he really fell behind the rest of the AD carry meta. And as the AD carry meta continues to evolve, you know, as we're seeing the Twitches come out, even the Caitlyn's, the Ashe is still such a high priority. Perkz has a good Ashe, a decent Ashe, but is it a ruler Ashe? And if he isn't on this Ezreal, can he still do the same things that he did yesterday? Because we haven't seen that type of performance. Like, we always knew he was a good Ezreal, but can he be a good Jhin, a good Ashe, a good Senna?
That's a great question. Only one thing I have to ask, of course, is we saw him clocking 10k damage in the important fights at the latter part of the game. But we did Ezreal, yeah. But we did also see some arcane shifts right into the enemy team. And yeah, I want to say just out of place movements there in the mid game. Is that concerning, or can you wipe that under the rug because of how the game evolved?
Limit testing.
First game of World, just test some limits.
All right.
Yeah,
sure.
It was a bit touch and go there, some physical touching, if you will, and the arcane shifts forward. But I mean, 10k damage in, he's playing to win. He's not playing not to lose.
Exactly.
Got it.
That's what I say all the time. Just go for the kills.
Also, Claps is back. You know, you say the bot lane carried, yes, but, you know, Caps was also in rare form. Now, I have a stat that's actually insane. His Twisted Fate performance, he dealt 893 damage per minute, which is the highest recorded damage per minute on TF in the summer of 2020, crushing it by more than 100 out of Worlds, plus any player in any regional league over 300 TF games recorded. What?
900 damage per minute on TF.
On TF.
It's completely legal. I can tell you that from the start.
It's
I mean,
illegal.
even people on Azir, Syndra, Orianna, they don't even get close to this DPM. And the fact that Caps pulls that off on TF is, it's crazy. Him and Perks in the fights are doing so much damage. And I think if you look at Caps historically, this is his third Worlds in a row almost. So it is his third World in a row. Oh, got that one badly
Almost.
out.
Nailed it.
And his playstyle historically was so good. I mean, you saw him at the Worlds last year and the year before. He picked Talia. He'd roam top all the time, get his team ahead. The Yasuo roaming top as well. Level 4, level 5. And then if you give Caps a champion like TF on a first pick, I think, yeah, it's a big mistake.
I think it's this consistency thing about Caps, because whereas Picky and Mercs, Perks and Mickey, it's such a good duo name now. It's the Brangelina of G2's bot lane, where they have been inconsistent and Jankos has been inconsistent this year. Caps has been in perfect form. And so this idea between craps and claps, I don't think exists anymore. That's what's so scary about G2, and that's what's so scary about this guy right now. He is in consistent form. You are getting claps every single game.
I want to push the brakes a little bit just because, you know, we had a one-game sample. And
I'm not saying they win the tournament right now. I'm just saying Caps
okay, this game, yeah, and this game is good. I'm just trying to temper, so, you know, if they get clapped by Machi later, you know, we don't look awkward, but, you know, we probably will. One other thing you did want to highlight on a more serious note is we talked about the importance of draft and games being even more win or lost in draft than they have been historically, and the fact that G2 won against a draft that was really bad against or good rather against our composition. They outplayed the draft difference, which is hopeful.
Yeah, they had 4 range champs into somewhat hard engage with flashes, and they played it so well. They kited back well. They waited for the stun cards, waited for the Ezreal poke. Yes, they did go up an Ocean Soul, which was a bit of a mistake, but I think the thing that kind of I was questioning coming into Worlds is can Jankos play the carry jungles? And looking at this great performance, I wouldn't say I'm sold on it yet.
Sure.
It wasn't the greatest, so we have to wait and see on that, but Caps, Perks, and Mickey, huge step up. Wonder played the fights really well, and yeah, they executed the fights so well. Even the draft, it didn't have much hard engage, like we said earlier on. You need the hard engage to start the fights. They didn't actually start the fights themselves. The only real hard engage they had was the Mickey X on the Bard ult. And other than that, they were mid-wave contests.
Yeah, I'm going to cut you off and let Frost come in because you have a breakdown in just a second.
Yeah, it's true.
The fact of the matter is that there are certain teams in Worlds that are good enough that they can break the meta, that they can redefine it. These are going to be like your SKTs, your DAMWONs, your G2s that have proven themselves in the past and now here. We always talk about ease of execution because when everyone's so tightly knit, ease of execution can often be the make or break difference. But G2 in that wild game, it wasn't a perfect game. It was a very entertaining game. But they broke, in my opinion, the draft difference. And they showed that they were the better players and the better team on the difference on the day. Because I was like, there's no way G2 win this game. It is illegal if they win this game right now. And they managed to do it.
And another caveat there, Grabs, then, you know, just draft. You know, if you have a winning draft, then you don't have to go through all those hoops. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. Just kidding, of course. But Caterol, I said it already. You're going to break down some of those team fights to us, which completely broke open the game.
Godspeed.
Yeah. I think this was the most deciding team fight because if you look at the game state itself, like Frost said, it was illegal that G2 actually won this game. If you look at the game state right now, Sunning, they have the Ocean Soul. I mean, this is the strongest Ocean Soul, the strongest soul you can get in the game. And if you look at the positioning, G2 is kind of pushing in the mid-wave. SOFM did go in, get chunked out. He used his ult to try and start the fight. They don't have the arrow from Huang Feng either. And Bin just uses ult, so he definitely wants to start the fight. And if we roll this one out, you can see G2 with the 4 range champs. They're just kind of poking them out, and Sunning know that as soon as they get to this objective, their mid waves are pushing in, their side waves are in a bad spot, so they kind of have to fight this, force this fight. And you can see Bin instantly tries to flash onto Caps. He does get exhausted. And now the other thing I wanted to highlight was their only turn potential they really have without the arrow is flashes. And Sword Art actually queued and then flashed on top of himself. So one of their engages failed, and then Bin went in 1 versus 4 without any follow-up. So as soon as this fight starts, they kind of had to instantly disengage. And G2 know now that they don't have any real forms of engage. They can kind of chase him down, and it's right here. Bin, he splits off from his team. We can see it on the side. And G2 don't actually know it just yet, but they just about find out in a second. You can see Mickey X, Perks, and Jankos, they all see it. Wonder's running as well, and Caps with the ultimate was amazing. And he comes from the side. He has the stun card with the rapid, and this Bard stun from Mickey X hits Angel as well. With Angel has the flash, he has the Syndra ult. It's so much damage for them. He gets taken out from the rapid-fire stun card from Caps. And then G2, they're in a 4v5. Yes, they have the Ocean Soul on the side of Sunning, but they don't have any engage. And if they can't engage and Huang Feng just can't hit in this fight, he's just spamming volleys. And you can see Sword Art tries to turn, Wonder Flash on Huang Feng to force him out to fight. And G2 just pushed him out into their jungle. And now all that Sunning can do is kind of try to lifesteal up, use the Ocean Soul to kind of heal up. G2 starting the Elder, and if you get the Elder, it kind of seals the game in a sense that you can't really fight them for the next couple minutes. And you can see Sunning trying to poke and prod, trying to get an engage. And SOFM, he kind of finds Mickey X here. He does get a lot of damage in a second. And that kind of helps win the fight. Huang Feng is able to step up if you watch him here. He does step up a little bit. Sword Art tries to follow as well, but the arrow hits Perks. Wonder instantly jumps onto Huang Feng. And as soon as Huang Feng gets taken down from Perks here, he has flash up, he dies, he has no QSS, he gets stunned up, and now the fight, it's kind of over. The Ocean Soul doesn't help you when you're in the graveyard. So G2, they go almost 5-0 in this fight. They get Elder Soul, they get Baron. SOFM tries to steal it. It's the only thing he can really do, but that's basically it. So, wow, props to G2. They clutched out. And now we're going to throw it to Law, who's able to catch up with Gemini, their jungler, ahead of their game against G2.
And thank you very much. Machi Esports won their first game here against Team Liquid, and I have Gemini with me to talk about the victory. Thank you very much for joining me. I want to know about your preparation against Team Liquid, and did you learn anything from the team when you saw them play in play-ins?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。那第一个问题也是要问到你们在面对 Team Liquid 之前有做哪些准备吗？比如说从他们入围赛的表现来看，然后你们有怎么样去做一些针对吗？
我自己是看了很多之前他们的比赛，还有尤其是入围赛的，然后去观察对面打野的习惯，所以也是一部分我们会给他各雷夫他最擅长的英雄去针对他。
Basically, I've watched a lot of games of Team Liquid, especially for their play-in plays, and also I try to target on their junglers and try to make some special strategies towards them.
Ah, very interesting. Well, in that case. Explain me something. You picked Volibear jungle here, which is a pick we don't often see in the carry meta. So can you explain why you think this pick makes sense here?
那首先也要问到一下，你们在这局游戏中的一个 BP， 因为你是选到了一个狗熊打野，那在现在这样的野核版本来讲，可能好像并没有那么的常见。那能问一下选择的原因是什么吗？
因为我自己在这英雄自己是觉得自己非常擅长嘛。 然后我觉得配阵容也蛮好的，因为现在的版本我觉得很需要坦克，所以有时候选这种劣势一点的打野也没有关系。
So basically, I think Volibear, this champion, I'm very confident with it. And also, I think in current meta, the tanky champions is needed for our draft. So I think sometimes if I pick the Volibear, it's also suitable to our draft.
Oh, interesting for the meta. Now, last question about Machi Esports. People see you as the dark horse of Group A. What do you think of this statement?
那我们最后一个问题是要问到，其实很多人会觉得 Machi 好像是 A 组的一个黑马，那你对这样的一个评价有什么样的看法呢？
我觉得我们自己算是一个挑战者的身份嘛，因为毕竟大家对我们的评价不是那么好，所以我们打的就比较没有压力，也并不是黑马，就只是想办法让自己打到最好，就这样。
I think instead of the dark horse, we treated ourselves as a challenger because actually there's not many people like putting very high expectations towards us. But because of this, we have no pressure in playing the games and we are just trying our best to show our performance.
And you had an amazing first performance here at Worlds. Last question for you. You will be playing the next game against G2 Esports. How do you expect things to go against them?
那你的第一场表现无疑是非常的亮眼的。那在接下来你们还是要去面对 G2， 那面对他们，你有什么样的一个评价吗？
我 G2 的 Yankos 一直是我以前的偶像，我在3年前打 IN 的时候就被他教训过了，所以我希望这次可以复仇。
Actually, the G2's jungler, Yankos, he's kind of my example. And 3 years ago, I've kind of been smashed by him. So this time, I really want to take this revenge.
Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, I can't wait to see the revenge matchup for you against Yankos. But thank you very much, Gemini, for the interview. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. And thank you also for the translation.
Thank you.
Ooh, Yankos is still not, he's still shivering from SOFM, and now he's like, no, Gemini, I can't take you on as well. But he will have to. Now, we were talking so much about how, you know, inspiring, hopeful this win was from G2 yesterday, but we got to be able to say the same about Machi as well. They won over TL. They were convincing, so we got to give them the same credit.
Yeah, I think their mid-jungle definitely stepped up, and I think that there was a few 50-50 Barons. We saw Ezreal secure one, Syndra secure the other, Broxo is in the pit both times, but in general, I think that looking at the champion pools across the board, they do have small champion pools, most of the players, but the one I want to focus on is Gemini, because if you look at his performance throughout the regular split and coming into Worlds, the only real champs that he's played is Lee Sin, Graves, Nidalee, and Volibear. Barring Trundle, which is kind of nerfed, I'll ignore that one for now. Could count as a fifth if there's a Skarner blind pick, but my point is that he's played 2 Nidalee games. He has only won one of them, so Nidalee might not be the most comfort, and you saw yesterday with TL, they ban away Lee Sin, they pick the Graves, so he kind of has to go Volibear. It's the only trifecta that he has left, so I wonder what happens if G2 targets his champion pool a little bit more.
Yeah, but then they target their own champion pool.
Oh, true.
Like,
yeah.
Gotcha.
I think it is fair to give the respect to Mission and Gemini in particular. particular, and always respect kind of the spirit of the LMS coming through Machi, that they are often going to be overlooked, that their players can press their buttons very well, and if you give them their power picks, that they can punish you for it. But as Kedro was talking about, there were still a lot of 50-50 Barons. The macro wasn't as clean. It was capitalizing on a lot of mistakes that TL made specifically, and then also having a very powerful draft and having their hands on the Ornn. I don't think they'll get the same draft against G2. I hope not. Maybe they do. But I do think it's just about respecting the individual laners, but you can outthink Machi on the map, and I'm not super blown away by what I saw.
And yeah, one big reason why you say that is because you looked in depth at those Barons, for instance, and the objective fights from Machi, which had some glaring issues. Can you outline it for us for who missed a game?
So basically what they're going to do is they're going to take this Baron to 2000 HP and they're going to burst it. And that's fine. But Ezreal will get the Baron and Broxah will be in the pit. And I get it. You can say, yeah, they knew that they were going to get it. They're going to burst it. Or you could not take a 60-40 Baron and flip it. You could have Ornn stand on the backside and you could try to zone away TL and not even open up this opportunity. The second Baron comes through, that one's taken by Syndra, and like Kedro said, Brox is in the pit both times.
And you can, I mean, as a pro player myself, there is situations where you're like, okay, it's a 50-50, but if we all burst at 2K, it's basically a 70-30 in a sense that one of us is going to get it, right, with the smite. But in both of those cases, Jensen used the Ran ult perfectly with Broxah going in the pit. So to me, it looked like a 50-50 both times. And I think that you're right. I think if Machi has this kind of lead, you don't really need to start flipping Barons. You can just get the waves pushed out, get deep vision, punish face checks, play for side lane towers when they're on Nash side, TP in if you have to, play side lane with shadowing or something like this. I don't think you have to just go flip Nash. So
and that's the thing that kills me.
Inconsistent.
Their composition had all of the tools to do all of those things. They could have played out the game a million different ways in the way that they chose to do it.
But the good news is they've watched that VOD. They're not going to make that mistake. Usually in their in the PCS, when they have a lead, they run with it and they close it out. So hopefully that'll come out as a VOD review. Same for G2, but these two teams are now fighting to stay undefeated in Group A. So let's send it over to the Boomer and the Zoomer to get day 3 started.
Thank you very much, Sharks. I'm Quickshot. He's Ender. We're about to jump into Machi taking on G2 Esports, and as draft is very nearby, I want to talk about the bot laners, the supports in particular. Machi versus TL, we had Karma versus Lux.
Yep.
It's a different flavor to what we've been seeing for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly, because yesterday when they were playing in that game against Team Liquid, it wasn't about those roaming supports, and even though Mickey on the other side was on a Bard, that's a range support, it's also a lot about that roaming, and I think that Machi got around this by putting a Volibear in the jungle, which has some early game pressure, because when we see these farming picks, you're going to need to see a support like a Leona or a Nautilus to try and get around the map and make plays happen, because Machi as a team is very, very slow, and I think that could be a problem against G2.
Yeah, especially when you saw how scrappy G2 were yesterday in their match against Suning, one of the most entertaining and exciting games that we've seen. But Machi, I saw in an interview with them saying that they are a little surprised already, weren't necessarily anticipating picking up wins even against Team Liquid, and they managed to do so yesterday and straight out the gate. Twisted Fate and Shen banned towards
See, I'm very surprised by these bans, because these are the same bans they used against Team Liquid yesterday on the blue side, the TF and the Shen. Now it's a Lucian instead of a Twitch, but clearly respecting the global abilities a lot. I thought that was a little bit more tailored as a, Team Liquid counter strategy, but of course Caps played that Twisted Fate wonderfully yesterday. Insane performance on that one out of him. So going to take away the free roaming champs that like to cheat pressure on the map.
Yesterday, we did see PK running that Ornn against Team Liquid. Is now banned away by G2 Esports. A number of the high-priority junglers still open and available. With Set being removed from the pool, Lilia is still open as well. I want to see what Jankos is going to decide to play. I want to see what impact he's going to have throughout the course of the early game as well. And
oh, that was quick.
Quick lock-in on the Ashe Nidalee.
Yeah, trying to say he can play that Nidalee here, and I think this is going to be an important pick for G2 in this tournament, is whether or not Jankos can pilot champions like the Nidalee. We've already seen a lot of the LCK representatives, the LPL representatives, absolutely smurf on the Nidalee, and when you can first pick that champion, it can be really, really insane. So I want to see how G2 can play around this pick, because it is a champion that is not a 1v9 champion. You need your team to help set you up for success.
Well, fortunately, Jankos does have a long, proud history of doing that with his solo laners, as well as that bottom lane from time to time. And Over on the side of Machi, they've already locked in the Syndra. Now we need to see what they want to run into this Ashe.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I like the Jhin here from Bruce. Just sort of match the range, match the long range, engage potential, and that utility. I do think it's worth pointing out, once again, Mission is going to get the Syndra in the mid lane. And as Machi's strongest player, especially going up against Caps, getting a super strong pick in mid that is fairly blindable in this Syndra is important for him in the first rotation.
It was a last-second pivot away from the Jhin to that Senna to complement Mission Syndra you just talked about, and an insta-lock Camille. It feels to me like G2 have a very clear game plan, and normally when picks come in that quick, they're not being surprised by anything they're seeing in the draft.
Yeah, G2 very clearly know what they want here, and I think they got so many power picks over on their side. I think Machi would probably say the same, you know, with the Syndra and the Graves especially here, but Wonder on a Camille will be a very different look than his Volibear yesterday. Volibear, fine champion, good champion, but it's not the same level of impact that a Camille can have, especially later on in the game in side lanes and in team fights here. And Wonder, as, you know, probably the second strongest player on G2, especially in the summer split behind Caps, wants to have that ability to influence the game.
And I already like the combination, Nidalee plus Camille, if that is something that begins to influence the map. Volibear and Wukong banned away, targeting Machi. They've got rid of the Leona as one of those potential supports, and now we start looking at Koala. You would anticipate a little bit more of a melee pick here. I mean, Nautilus is still open. Is it a priority pick here for either?
Yeah, I mean, I think Nautilus could be a good pick here for Senna. For Mickey, I wonder, like, does he want to try to get his hands on the Bard again? Because that was really, really good. And while we have seen Bard sometimes counter Ashe, it does, if you time it right, you can pair very nicely with that one. And, of course, offer some more long-range engage for the team. Because right now for G2, it really is just the Ashe. I was going to mention the Galio because we know, especially in Europe, Galio plus Camille was a heavily sought-after combination. But Caps isn't necessarily the player to say, like, oh, we want him on the Galio. A lot of times you would say you want him on something that can deal a ton of damage, but when Wonder is going to be on the Camille and Jankos is on the Nidalee, this is about supporting the rest of the team and making sure they can succeed.
Unlocking the rest of the map is going to be the aim of the game thus far. Now, what do Machi lock in? Counter pick will be available on the support pool unless by some crazy shenanigans that Galio goes down there. Pantheon locked in, so center Pantheon bot lane. Like the initiation, also a little bit of a global counter to the Galio counter. Right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just good laning here with a Senna and a Pantheon, and then once level 6 comes online, Pantheon wants to get around the map. Senna can keep farming down in bot lane and allow support Pantheon with her own global ability right there. So I do like that a lot coming through from Machi. They do have a lot of physical damage, which is why I think this Mordekaiser is going to be coming in, because otherwise it really is just Mission, and if you can delete Mission and find him at the start of the fight, which is fairly easy to do when you have a Camille, I do think having a second source of magic damage is going to be helpful for them.
Now, during the summer season of the LEC, when Nikki locked in Tom Kench, we were not the happiest of campers. Let's zoom out and look at what these team compositions are going to do. A number of very long-range engage tools. Ashe Arrow, TK Ultimate, Pant Ultimate, obviously Galio follower, but not your traditional forms of engage.
Yeah, right now it is going to be very different by a few players on each team. We have a lot of skirmishing potential in this game, and this is going to come in whenever you see Graves versus Nidalee jungle, but especially, you know, top lane champs like the Camille. You have a lot of champions that are going to be seeking out fights, and this is something that Machi hasn't necessarily been known for over in the PCS. They like to, you know, take the foot off the gas, take things a little bit slower, which worked yesterday against Team Liquid when both drafts were focused on scaling. Against G2, though, they're going to have to be a little bit faster paced and try to match G2 in the skirmishes.
Let's see if they can find the tempo. I mean, looking at the options, that Pantheon is something I'm going to be following very, very closely. It's one of my more enjoyable support picks to watch coming out of the bottom lane. And a clash of styles, not only from their regional representation and performances, where, as you mentioned already, Machi, they were already a little bit slow-ish during the regular season of the PCS, and in playoffs slowed down even more. Cleaned up their gameplay, managed to win 2 5-game series to win the final and represent the region for the first time as an organization. And G2, on the other hand, they're very prone to get down, get scrappy, get dirty. And
if game 1 was any indication, Trevor, we're going to see more of that.
I mean, 48 minutes of gameplay yesterday between G2 Esports and Suning. And now, I want to see how both of these teams are going to be adapting. It's the second game on stage, second time in the World's group stage. And Yeah, I really have to bite my tongue because I always make too many big statements too early in the tournament, Mr. Fryson.
It's very easy to fall into that trap. We're just one game in. Love the skybox here. Take over.
Fantastic. The skyline on Summoner's Rift as we load up for Machi Esports versus G2. And like I was saying, oh, look at this. PK already being caught out somewhat. Didn't quite see the setup. Has got the flash available to him. Not even going to be able to get away. Instantly taken out. I think we will find out. They just got into the lane early.
Yeah, I believe what ended up happening there, you have a little bit of a pincer move. If you suspect the enemy top laner is camping in that brush, you send 2 people out of the tri-brush and a couple more from the top side of the map there too, and find that pick. And level 1 Tahm Kench, of course, can be very powerful. This is the play, just as I was saying right there with mikyx and Caps rolling through lane. And level 1 Tahm Kench, really, really deadly as 2 more come out from underneath. And PK, there's just that pocket of vision. G2 are really, really good at being able to play around with these level 1s, and they get that first blood.
Well, there we go.
It's on Wonder.
A minute and a half into the game. G2, 500 gold up. Very strong start and just good preparation. You know, really fantastic usage of vision. And Perkz and Mickey already trying to just push this wave a little bit. Mickey standing behind Bruce and Koala.
I love this too. He has the Hail of Blade, so he can instantly proc his passive and get that stun there for massive chunks onto Koala. And Perkz continuing to trade as well.
So much damage onto Koala and Bruce. No summoner spells traded. While you were analyzing the fight, Gemini now makes his way in. Perkz is going to take an auto to the face. Exhaust used by Mickey. Going to get some damage from end of the line. The volley will at least push them back. Flash heal and exhaust used for just the heal on Bruce.
Yeah, this is a really big gain coming through from Gemini. He realized how aggressively Mickey was going to be trading down in that bottom side. And Jankos, you can see, is not even going to answer with the invade top because he needs to contest down in this bottom side jungle. Otherwise, his bot lane is completely doomed here. He won't necessarily have pressure coming through from his bot side, and he doesn't have a smite either, so this should be Machi favored.
Okay, there's already a move there from Koala into the river. As the setup is going on, that was the fastest first blood of Worlds 2020 by 41 seconds. Thank you, LOL Esports stats team, for pinging me that one.
Oh, this is so good from Machi. I love this invade.
We're going to be able to jump right on top of Jankos. He will flash over the wall. Ignite is burning. Cap starts to back away, but his wave is being pressured into the tower. And very good play. We said we want to see proactive play. We wanted to see the tempo increased, and Machi are delivering.
Exactly. Gemini, too, trying to get some revenge against Jankos. You can see now walking straight through mid lane because he knows there's nothing for Jankos to do on the map other than look for this topside Scuttle Crab. So he's going to be able to pick that up, even though Wonder has priority and pressure coming out from the top lane. Mission completely has pushed Caps into the tower. And again, Gemini has smite. Jankos doesn't.
And that's a flash forward. Not going to be able to get damage from end of the line. Smokescreen comes up, pounce away from Jankos, down to 150 HP. Gemini continues to chase. One more dash forward with the quick draw. The shotgun to the face, and Jankos goes down. Now Caps is in a little bit of trouble, but here comes Wonder. Tactical sweep will slow down Gemini. Precision protocol, the hook shot, flash connect. Beautifully
Mission almost solo kills Caps in the mid lane too. He gets the flash and doesn't burn his own right there. Okay, so much to unpack in this early game. First thing first, Gemini is absolutely dancing on Jankos right now. This is why I like to see the Graves get in the enemy jungle here, using his pressure, able to just destroy Jankos right here. He has the phase rush too, which helps him out so much. And then Jankos, I don't think you can pop out of your... I'm not sure how long it was on his W before it came up, maybe 1 or 2 seconds, but don't think it would be able to get out of that either way. And then watch this flash on the hook shot from Wonder. Really nicely done as Gemini tries to dodge away. So Wonder tries to salvage the play, but Jankos is off to a rough start once again.
Such a difficult start. Different yesterday, though. Yesterday, Jankos on a bad invade got punished. Today, Gemini, with support from all of Machi, is just stepping on Jankos. Now, keep in mind, G2 are still 1,000 gold up at this stage. 2 kills in the bank to 1. Got themselves a CS advantage in that top lane. Jankos will be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab at last, but I do want to keep my eyes on how Gemini is getting support from Mission, from Koala, from the rest of Machi Esports, because they've been there already in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, you have to watch the lane priority from Mission, especially in mid at level 6. I do think this is going to change a lot because all of a sudden, even if Mission has priority, Caps is going to be able to respond, and Caps with the Predator boots was also able to pick those up. I really like how Jankos has returned to attack this map after the first death. Of course, he walked into the top river, had Prio in both top and mid coming off the play, so he was able to take the Scuttle Crab and the Raptors, and now the bot side Scuttle Crab too. So the first blood, obviously pretty bad for Jankos, but I think coming out of this play, he's going to be very happy with how it's unfolded, and he has all of his camps to return to on the map too. So it's not like he's going to actually be down in CS or EXP against Gemini.
That's hugely important for G2 and for Jankos. And you know what else is very difficult to deal with? A double buff Camille with 2 kills in the top lane already. We saw PK being pushed all the way under his tower. He's already down 10 CS and starting to recall back. Taking a look at the mini-map, and you can see Jankos was sort of sniffing around, got a ward into the jungle, and then backed away.
Yeah. Oh, this ward from Caps is actually really good. That ward is looking for a top lane dive, I think. Although now that Mordekaiser's level 6, that can be a little bit tough. Maybe a bot side dive, because again, this deep vision, if you see Gemini in the top lane, all of a sudden you say, now we can pull the trigger and look to go down bot lane. Yeah, Gemini is already in the area, though.
If the bot lane dive does come in, Koala doesn't have a flash available, so could be a potential target. And I want to watch this Predator Galio. It's something we saw a couple of times during play-ins, and I wasn't sold from what we saw. Let's take a look.
Teleport behind. No TP from PK either.
Exceptional placement earlier. Mission does have flash available. Gemini's going to be able to walk away for now, and chasing for Javelin Toss doesn't find the target. Hextech Ultimatum does, and G2 literally just walk Mission down.
Yeah, easy kill right there. PK just uses TP to get into top lane, and Wonder will drop a few minions, but G2 are able to punish the dragon attempt from Machi. That was just a failure of the checklist there from Machi a bit, because the first checklist is, do you have prio around the dragon? They did. Mid lane, bot lane did look good, but do you have the TP mismatch? Is it actually in your favor? Are both teleports down? That was not the case, and Wonder comes in for the kill.
I mean, 2 of the 3 kills that G2 have picked up is just preparation. It was the vision play for first blood, right place, right time, punishing Machi. Second time, as you mentioned, the invade for the ward, and then having the teleport mismatch. The fact that Wonder was able to jump in, that he picks up the assist, Caps picks up the kill. And Perks right now alone in lane as Mickey did back away. He's picked himself up some boots. Small CS discrepancy here as Bruce and Koala a little bit ahead of Perks and Mickey.
I do quickly want to address this Tom Kench pick in the bot lane, because I think a lot of people are expecting to see more and more Pantheon. Here we go, Mickey jumps on in.
That's the flash engage. Flash burn from Bruce. Volley will slow him down. Heal as well. Devour comes up. Spit back into the face of Perks. 1 extra auto to a minion just for style on Perks' side, and we'll have to tank 1 extra turret shot to get the kill.
I love it. Mickey's trying to make my point before I can even make it myself there. With the Hail of Blades, Tom Kench has so much kill threat. I think against the Pantheon could be a really strong matchup as well.
Wonder's in some trouble here if Gemini decides to commit. Remember, the ultimate has now been thrown down, waiting for it to time. Hextech Ultimatum not available for Wonder. He's going to step away. Here comes Jankos. Wonder will go down. It's picked up by Gemini, and Jankos will just farm away. Quickly go back to that Mickey point you were talking about. If we see the same level of impact in this game that Mickey had yesterday on his Bard game, that is a very good sign for G2, because he popped off on his Worlds 2020 debut.
Yeah, he was super influential, and that's why I think Gemini visiting bot lane so early on is a really big deal for Machi, because this matchup, like, you're trying to look for that level 2 all-in, have a lot of power there, and now Koala's in mid.
The Ash Arrow comes out, Mission's able to sidestep that, Perks not able to find his man. The fact that Koala helps out Mission, they pick up their 3rd kill, gold is now even. And while Perks got stunned, there's no further follow-up. No mana, no more damage on Machi's
it's a really nice read from Machi. They expect G2 to play through mid lane. Koala's there to try and punish, and now they can try to take this Herald. G2, they know Bruce's bot lane, and they want to fight.
He's in so much trouble. Dawning Shadow comes out. The Javelin Toss will connect onto Koala, and he's going to go up into the air and drop right back down. Mission is going low. Jankos is looking for the red buff autos. Mission will survive for now. Flash over the wall from Jankos, and Perks is able to finally take down Mission. Now he's running for his life. The shield, the heal, not enough. Gemini takes down Perks, and here comes Wonder for a reply kill in the jungle. Now Koala's the next target, and everybody's in the fight. And at the moment, it's G2 winning it.
These fights are just complete madness. Again, Machi get off to a good start, but the Herald is going to be denied because it's G2 playing with the global advantage. Bruce is down in the bot lane. His ultimate is helpful, but it's not the same when Caps is able to come back after death and get that ultimate straight into the play. And now Mickey is looking for the solo kill against Bruce.
Let's see what he can do.
He can solo kill Bruce.
In a second. This is incredible stuff from Mickey. This Tom Kench is brutal.
Oh my god, they're going to give the kill to Perks. The let Perks come in and get the kill.
Incredible.
What?
Mickey, you monster.
What?
He steals it.
He's literally trolling.
Second.
He is literally trolling. What are you doing, Mickey?
Unbelievable. The Abyssal Voyage in for the solo kill. We have got 13 kills in 10 minutes. But Ender, the thing I'm the most excited by is the question we had was, can Machi handle and match G2's tempo? And so far the answer is yes.
Yeah, well, Tom Kench is clearly not a support champion. Here, I think Jankos really tries to go hard because he gets his hunted passive on a lot of different targets, but isn't quite able to finish off the kill. Perks is going to flash forward to make sure he can finish off Mission here, which I think is less than ideal when Wunder is popping over the wall with his hook shot. So Gemini will end up trading him, but Jankos is able to flash over the wall, get all the way around, then Caps comes into the fight. And again, that Senna is stuck in that bottom lane.
Well, that replay brought to you by Axe. We may need another one, as all of a sudden Perks is going to get caught out. This time around, the kill is going to be donated. Perks gets a lot of extra autos onto Mission, but it simply won't matter. And G2 late to the party. 50 seconds until the next Dragon. And we are just trading kills everywhere all day long. But does it favor a particular squad here? You know, is there any indication you can take going into the mid game with how this is playing out so far?
Honestly, I feel like with how scrappy these teams are and how skirmish heavy, it's about where is the gold going. Like, neither team is getting a massive advantage off it. Like, G2 have, you know, 700 gold lead. They have the Infernal as well. But the big deal breaker for them is, like, Camille in a side lane. How much influence she can have there when pairing up with the Galio. Can Machi realistically match her? And I think Mordekaiser using his ultimate can try to get out of that 1 versus 2 situation all right, but definitely won't be able to keep up. I think, especially the later we go into this game, when you see items like Death Dance come through from Wunder, that's where things tend to slow down. But because Gemini has these kills on the Graves and doing very well for himself, wherever Machi are trying to make plays, he's usually going to be there. And that is so much burst damage combined with the Cinders. That mid-jungle 2 versus 2, in terms of raw damage output, can almost one-shot anyone on G2.
Oh, can they find the skill shots? Can they find the initiation? That's going to be the question we'll need to answer in the next few minutes. Dragon secured here by Machi. G2 unable to get into contest. So 1 dragon apiece. 1,000 gold separates the teams. And as you mentioned, looking down the items, no real big pickups just yet. Manamune for Bruce is the only real item to speak of. And G2 setting up a little invade. Mickey, Jankos, Cap stepping forward. Gemini's going to be able to quick draw over the wall.
Look at the damage, though.
Koala's in a little bit of trouble, and that's some of the burst you were talking about, Ender. That's a stun, root down onto Koala, and he's sent back to the forest. Mickey's going to be able to exhaust Mission, flash over the wall. Caps is going to run for his life, and forced to dash backwards. The Winds of War will not do enough. It ends up being a trade of 1 for 1.
Yeah, it's a nice punish right there from Machi. They call the teleport in to make sure they can get the kill. Wunder has his TP. It was just coming up right when that play started off, and he decides to go for the plates in the top side of the map instead. So both teams getting a little bit of what they want, because again, it's Wunder continuing to get ahead, while PK can finally bail out his team, who was struggling a couple times without him.
I absolutely loved, just after you talked about the burst damage, that we're going to be able to see from this Graves inside the jungle, bouncing at the end of the line off the wall, and you see the damage it does. Gemini and Koala making their way north. I don't think Koala had his ultimate available if they wanted to jump on Wunder. Nevertheless, it's just shadowing in case there was any risk of a die.
It's a pretty fat cooldown at level 1
Yeah.
on that Pantheon. I do like Gemini's itemization too. He should be going lethality in this game. Look for that huge burst damage. We'll see what he ends up converting into after that, because I think when you get an early lead on Graves, go lethality, at least just Serrated Dirk, you're going to be able to blow the game wide open. And for the time being, like, G2 aren't going to be able to build tanky stats for a long time. Like, and people talk, I feel like I hear people talk about Galio like he's a tank in the mid lane. But the guy builds full AP. Like, he'll build a Zhonya's Hourglass. That's the armor he's going to be rocking, as Wunder looks for PK.
Death's Grasp, Hextech ultimates him. Here comes the hero's entrance. So much damage onto PK. Ultimate was on cooldown. And a 3v1. G2 pick up the 10th kill for them in 14 minutes. This should unlock the first tower as well. And it looks like Perks and Mickey can also push in that bottom lane.
It's just
first to move.
It's very nicely done, because Machi's entire team is on a reset. PK is up top side. G2 cheat the map pressure again. That's what the Galio ultimate is all about. And now, with Machi going into standard lanes, I think G2 just get the mid lane tower. There's just going to be a Cinder here, so they end up not fully committing around that area. But I would have actually really liked to see both Camille and Tom Kench and Ash like collapse on mid lane, look to dive against Mission, because the second this Machi bot lane shows, well, then that Cinder is completely hung out to dry. They just temper their aggression a little bit.
Yeah, they really do, and you can see the turret plates there, 6-4. Machi able to get a number under their belt, but G2 sneakily built up a 2.5k gold lead. Taking a quick look at teleports here, none available for Machi. Wonder sitting with his, and the Trinity Force completed. He's going to get pulled in. Here comes Jankos. Wonder, the hook shot over inside the death run. Wonder needs to survive long enough for Jankos to be able to help, and cannot do it. Mace to the face. PK sends him to the fountain. Jankos decides to back away, as you can see.
What?
Mission making his way up. The burn may not just do it.
Oh, I was like, PK, you just didn't even move. He didn't even flinch right there. Lives with just 1 HP. Jankos is still trying to look for a
fish in a
over
barrel.
the wall.
Fish in a barrel.
Oh.
Javelin toss, just short, or just north of it, I think, actually. Huge shout out. Oh, there we go. Santa, 29 souls at this point in time, farming up a storm. And this 2K gold deficit, as you talked about, 3 kills for Maud, 3 kills for Gemini. Mordekaiser with the Leandri's Torment already built. We've seen the damage he can do to Wonder in the 1v1, and that Death Realm, enough time to kill Wonder and then get away from Jankos. So maybe the flavor of the side lane for the next few minutes until Wonder can finish another item or two.
Yeah, both top lane champions have really good tools for like stalling out and keeping you locked down for a long time, while a jungler or mid laner tries to roam up and punish. Quick check-in on this Rift Herald, because we are going to see a fight. Perkz is stuck down in bot lane, and he is not actually going to end up running towards the top side of the map. G2 are going to allow him to take the tower and then play for this Ocean Drake, which I feel is a pretty good answer here. I don't like playing for second Rift Herald once turret plates have already fallen down. I think it's mainly just good for blasting that middle lane tower and getting yourself some pressure leading into a dragon, which is what I think Machi are going to try to use right after getting super deep vision in the top side jungle.
Yeah, pushing in that mid lane very heavily. Mickey is coming in from behind, though. Gets a tongue lash onto Bruce. There's no real follow-up. There's a 2-man stack in the top lane as Machi could be setting up a dive onto Wonder, who is flashless. The tower will fall in both the middle and bottom lane. Mickey will not find the skill shots. And I keep glancing at that mini-map because Machi back away from the top lane.
The problem for G2 is fighting for mid lane, the wave. Right here is without Ashe in the area, they don't really have great ranged wave clear. Caps' Q does a lot, but in order to like blast the whole wave, he's going to need to get in there with his passive auto attack, maybe an E as well. Doesn't end up mattering because again, Machi were focused so much on the top side of the map that they may end up just giving away this Ocean Drake, play for the top lane tower themselves, get some more gold back. Because if you actually check out the itemization they are going for, Bruce is building his way towards a Black Cleaver, and with double lethality users on his team, shredding the armor to make that even more effective, so they're doing basically true damage, is going to be really, really nuts for that burst damage again we were talking about.
A lot of very squishy champions on G2's side, so execution in these team fights is going to be crucial. It is an advantage for G2, but they're still 2 Ocean Drakes away from Soul. And you can see the rotation coming in here underneath Wonder. He's going to try to defend this tower, but if he sticks around, he is at risk of being jumped on by a Starfall.
But look at this. G2 are still pushing with their bot lane, and Wonder is really hard to lock down unless PK is able to get his ultimate off. So I think Jankos is now going to be able to counter-invade, steal away that red buff on the bottom side of the map. G2 are basing for the time being. This is something that was very classic G2, I feel like, a lot in 2019, is there would be situations in which especially Perkz could keep pushing for, you know, either plates in the bot lane or turrets or things like this, but the way Perkz thinks about the game is not about getting the towers, it's about getting gold, getting experience too, so he would much rather base, get back onto the map so that G2 can be the first ones to attack, and that is what they're going to do to reclaim vision around the top side.
It has felt like G2 is just one step ahead of Machi, but it's not a very big step.
See, I don't know, because it has been fairly back and forth. At certain times, I would agree G2 have been in the driver's seat, but I think now we're at a point where after Machi made some good plays around PK, now they're just sort of trading sides of the map.
And the fact 2 towers down a piece and going to be contesting that mid tower right now in terms of G2 pushing into Machi, now we really get to see who can read the map, who's going to have superior vision, and where they're going to prioritize their side lanes. Right now, G2 making their way down bottom. Not a lot of vision for Machi to work with. Bruce will back away. He's been a little aggressive in his pressuring of the lanes a little bit this game. But he will back away early enough this time around, not get caught up by the swarm of G2
Good one,
members.
Caps. There's a wall right there. Just completely face planted. A little bit unfortunate for him. I am curious how G2 can continue to play through this Camille, because I feel like for a while now they haven't really been playing through Wonder as much as they've been playing, you know, around getting pressure in certain areas of the map. And now that he's hit 2 items with the Ravenous Hydra, like, his side lane pressure is going to be really, really big. When you have a Tahm Kench, they can bring him and a buddy into a lane. You have a Galio that can show up too. Like, G2 have the ability to instantly teleport around the map and be in places that Machi just don't expect them to be.
Let's see if they can set up for it. Right now, looking like they want to pick. Cap says teleport available. Hero's entrance is available as well. Instead, they're just going to clear the wave out. So ushering this side lane in. G2 very clearly comfortable with the pace of the game, very comfortable just playing the trading farm game.
And when we see who is going to side lanes for G2, it's going to tell us how they want to approach the next 30 seconds to a minute, because when Galio's in the side lane and Camille's grouping with the team, well, Camille is the strongest member on G2 at this point, so that means they want to fight, and they want to fight around this Camille. That's why she's with the team. Galio can get to the team fight quicker with his ultimate than Camille would with the teleport. But if Camille's in the side lane, then they're going to be a little bit more cautious, I think, around, playing, even though Camille could teleport into the fight, because of the delay on it, I think they would rather see if Camille can find the 1v1. Maybe we teleport Tahm Kench over to that lane. We don't necessarily have to play for the fight as much as we play for the side lane, for a tower or a pick.
And I'm adding 2 and 2 together here, and you've reminded me of the burst damage on the side of Machi. The longer you take to get into a fight, the less likelihood you'll have teammates to fight alongside.
Sure.
If the spells can connect, of course.
Ooh, arrow.
Ash arrow, hopeful. Swing and a miss. Optimistic, I think.
Yeah.
Earlier.
I think in the LEC we call that Crowny's Comet.
Crowny's Comet still, what's it? Orbiting some of those.
Eventually it'll come back again when it completes its cycle.
1 minute and 10 seconds to Dragon. The first Dragon play that Machi went for, they got punished because they didn't follow the steps. So let's look at the state of the map right now. Machi a little bit better defensive vision.
Well, Perkz is just vibing in the top lane, killing Krugs. This is what I was talking about. Perkz just will farm jungle camps in order to get a lead, and he's already up 20 CS. Does have 2 items coming into this fight. Black Cleaver also finished on Bruce, so again, if he has time to apply that, he gets to apply 2 stacks of every auto. It's kind of nutty on the Senna with the passive there, but he will make it so that Gemini does so much damage with his Yomus already.
Gemini is currently waiting for someone from G2. Caps, by the way, north, top lane, pushing it in.
And again, Wonder is with the team, Caps is in side lane, so that means G2 are looking to fight.
Okay, there's the Javelin toss, connects onto Koala. Still 30 seconds to Dragon, so G2 able to push both the top and the bottom wave. You can see PK going to catch bottom, and it looks like G2 now setting up in the mid lane.
And while there is poke on both sides, especially with the Nidalee from Jankos, they're also healing on both sides with the Senna and the Nidalee E, so it's hard to make this poke stick, but the mana could be a problem as Bruce is down under 50%.
Here comes Caps.
He's going to base, so it's post 20 minutes. He's going to have Home Guards coming out of the base with a teleport.
Sharo onto Koala. Tongue Lash connects. Scatter the Weak does not stun anyone. Another swing and a miss.
Yeah, so Caps actually canceled the reset because he thought he maybe needed to pop an ultimate right there. He's taking away the enemy wolves, I believe. Here we go.
Initiation from Koala. Mickey's going to exhaust mission. Root connects down onto Jankos. Here comes Wanda. Hextech ultimatum and instantly deletes Gemini. Now the taunt will land onto PK, but he's locked inside the realm of death with Caps. Machi stepping forward with 5 members of G2 Esports still willing to turn it back around. PK goes golden, survives a few seconds longer, and despite the stun, it will not be enough. Here comes Jankos, pouncing into the fight, goes golden to avoid the unleashed power. And Mission's now going to escape, gets tagged by the volley, flash over the wall. Taunt comes down from Caps, and he seals the deal. Bruce will be the last to fall. G2 ace Machi.
Oh, G2 are so good at team fighting. It is so clean right there with Wonder coming over the wall, Perkz' aggression flashing over. G2, they were pretending like they cared about the Dragon, but they're going for the Baron.
They were beautifully played team fight. Everybody landing what they needed to do. Baron will be secured here, uncontested. Still 10 seconds before PK can even get up. There's no ward to TP2. And Ender, you called it. You said it several minutes before. And the Caps are going to be in that side end. They're looking to fight. They found the fight, but it was just beautiful execution.
I mean, it's the Camille-Galio combo at the start, right? Which just gives Camille the tankiness, the magic damage shield, as well as her passive too, and that Wombo combo. And instantly finding out Gemini was massive. He got out to a huge lead. He had the items to have insane damage if he was able to find his targets, but he gets deleted. Mission's ultimate gets countered by the press of a single button with the stopwatch.
Exactly.
And that's just really unfortunate as Koala was the one that hopped into the fight. But again, Wonder underneath, able to find out Gemini. Then the ultimate comes down, which also knocks up PK. So the front line is zoned away. Then he's like, I guess I'm ulting the Galio. I'm sort of stuck here at this point, but Galio with a couple of items is a little bit too tanky for him to deal with right off the bat. So the second he pops out, it's Wonder again coming in, and then it's Jankos popping forward, using the stopwatch, and I really like Perk splashing over the wall here too to find out mission. Yeah. Look at that!
Yes, exactly. Goes for the chase. Caps follows with a flash of his own. Fight on multiple fronts to close it out. Coming into this game, I was hesitant to believe Machi would be able to throw down with G2 in skirmish. They did for 20-odd minutes, and they did relatively well. I'm impressed by that. But I'm also impressed by how G2 were able to slow down the pace of the game, and it felt to me like they had control of the side lanes for such a long period until they curated the team fight that gave them the Baron.
Yeah, exactly. Just wait until Wonder can get into a really good position on the flank, and now with the Baron buff, sieging is oh so easy. It is 2 Drakes apiece, but Jankos on this is going to be able to easily push on forward here. They're playing 2 lanes at the time being, with a third opening up as Wonder walks into bot side, and Machi are going to try to force.
Going to look for the pick onto Mickey. He's still got no summons available to him. Grey Health does so much work as the Dawning Shadow comes out, and Bruce is left for dead. There's no follow-up. 1, 2, 3, top the Caps. The follow-up damage. Here comes Wonder. Hextech ultimate. We can lock someone inside the baby cage. He's going to look for PK, waiting to come outside the realm of death. And Mickey will get blown up by the unleashed power. PK looking for Jankos and finds him with Death's Grasp. Gigantic shutdown, and PK just waltzes right out of there.
It's a tale of forcing fights a little bit too hard. First it's Machi diving in, Bruce falls, then it's G2. Cap sees his moment. He sees the big stun underneath the tower, but Machi have that added protection, able to turn it around, and Machi with a bunch of kills. Wonder.
Wonder hunting. Did I see, by the way, did PK pick up a 900 gold kill?
I saw 900 gold come down, yeah.
I mean, it was a gigantic bounty. Jankos was 5-1 and 8, and now Wonder is just flirting with Mission and Koala inside the jungle, threatening and engage, but there's no backup. He will fall out. So G2 going to be forced to slow down, losing multiple Baron battles.
Yeah, so Bruce sees the route. He gets onto Perks. He's like, guys, we're winning. Oh, no, that's a Galio. Can't really get out of that one on the Senna. But then I think PK gets that double scoop back onto Jankos. Jankos then gets follow-up stun. So those 2 players sort of out of this fight. Popping out of the realm of death, I believe PK was able to finish off yet another one onto, actually was just the 1v1 with him on Jankos, and 900 gold.
Unbelievable. They're still down 5,000 though. Machi Esports, of course. And now we need to see, can they do this again? I mean, the odds are stacked against them. They're down in terms of sort of control, and G2 caught a little bit by surprise, it felt that time around. And this Mordekaiser, the Rylai's, Hourglass, Leandries, you cannot disregard the damage that he has. And PK's played it relatively well in these team fights, singling out individuals that he can kill.
Yeah, I mean, he wins a lot of the 1v1s he's going to end up taking here. You see Jankos in the realm of death really, really struggling there. Jankos doesn't want to commit onto high HP targets. If he's going to have burst damage, it's going to be onto a Mission or a Gemini in this fight. Now, G2 need to be a little bit careful not to get forced on, because again, Wonder's in the side lane without teleport, so Caps needs to get out of dodge on this one. I would like to see G2 calm down a little bit with the Baron buff. Instead of looking to force that fight, let's make sure Wonder can go into a side lane and start hitting towers, because he should be able to do that.
Yeah, let's see Wonder in the top lane pushing in. He just hit level 16. So is PK. Caps close behind.
Yeah, this is where the concern does come in, because the last fight we saw was because G2 were trying to play all 3 lanes, you know, the 1-3-1, which is fairly typical. And Caps does have his ultimate, and Wonder couldn't get onto a flank relatively quickly, but this is a lot better. No one answering in top side, and Wonder should be able to hit tower, and as soon as you see PK and anyone else roam over, it takes so much pressure off of the rest of the team as they can walk into the jungle and take red.
Yeah, set up the vision as well. 40 seconds until Dragon, so next objective to contest. A lot of chip damage on the top inner tower. Looks like G2 should be able to pick up the bottom tower as Machi, I feel like they're recalling to set up or challenge for the Dragon would be my guess. Concede the tower and maybe be ready to fight, but it's going to be difficult. They're still down a significant amount.
Yeah, well, I think it's going to be hard to fight back through their own jungle. You know, Mickey was the only one who reset right there, so if you see Jankos and you're getting hit by abilities from Perks over the wall, you're probably not going to want to force your way in, but bringing 5 into the area now, maybe they do.
Gonna Justice punch away. Caps needs to flash. Can he get out alive? The Hourglass will buy some time, but the Javelin toss will tag Gemini, and that's going to be a defensive move from Caps. He escapes with his life for now, but a number of ultimates used from G2. That's a lot of damage onto Koala. The Javelin toss Sicep. Wonder goes over the wall. He's found Mission. He's going to be able to blow him up with the help of that that Hextech ultimatum, and now Bruce is going to be able to save his life thanks to the root on Wonder. And Jankos again, the target of PK. Flash over the wall, followed by PK. Hourglass comes up, and Jankos survives round 2.
G2 beat Machi inside their jungle. Machi were trying to push in. They wanted to test the Drake, play for the Ocean Soul. G2 shut the door in their face. They're going to pick up the dragon and keep pushing for this mid lane.
This is the 3rd dragon secured for G2 at 30 minutes, 1 away from that soul. And it's just a really calculated win so far. The last 10 minutes has been all about keeping Machi at arm's length and only allowing them to fight or committing to the fight when G2 feel ready. A lot of damage onto Koala as the inhibitor turret is about to fall. Baron is alive as well, and G2 again coordinated. Wonder's going to step forward, the precision protocol, the javelin toss. Gemini survives a few seconds longer. Koala is going to jump right back into the fight. Big stun onto Perks, no follow-up though. No ultimate available for mission, so we can take him out.
Yeah, no inhibitors either. Mid lane's already down. Bot lane getting low, but the teleport flank comes through.
All right, PK is going to have support here from Koala. Koala and Jankos going toe-to-toe. PK is looking for the Realm of Death. It's on cooldown, it's not available. Ash Arrow will tag up mission, and that's going to allow G2 time to escape. Smoke screen will obfuscate any initiation tools. Death Cloth comes out. Caps goes in, goes back out. PK's finally jumped in with the Realm of Death. He's looking for Caps, who's locked inside the realm, and Hourglass won't keep him alive. Now PK buys some additional time, and G2 backing out. That's a double kill for PK. But G2 did get the inhibitor, and it might not be done yet. Mickey will be the next target. He will be blown up. It will be Bruce that sends him packing.
Can Machi actually force the Baron off of this? I think they almost have to if they want to keep this game from going in G2's favor. If G2 were able to get back onto the map, the Baron would be too easy, so Machi, after winning the fight, are going to rush over here. There's only 2 players alive from G2, and I don't think they can fight for it.
No, they don't. No flash available for Wonder, no ultimate just yet. 20 seconds for Caps, who does have teleport available, and 20 for Mickey now, who's got the Abyssal Void. It'll be dead. They'll be here. It's simply too late. Maybe Perks can get a volley off in time if he commits, but he's not going to. Machi right back in it.
Yeah, huge team fight right there for Machi. I mean, this game was looking all but over, but PK on the flank again showing up in these fights, helping his team claw back and win some key 5 versus 5s. They get the Baron on top, so it is this double flank. Koala is able to jump on top of the teleport there from PK as well. And I mean, he finds out Jankos right off the bat, I do believe, gets a lot of these scoops that's able to pull G2 back into the rest of the team. And here, Caps gets immediately ulted, also knocked back by the Syndra. So the zone control of the Syndra in that tight corridor, really, really insane too. And then the Zonias on top of the healing makes so that G2 can't actually trade back through Machi, and those mana bars way too low. No way that G2 can stick around in this fight.
No, they absolutely cannot. The Obliterate doing so much work there for PK, hitting multiple members multiple times. This Mordecai is a 6-4 and 4. G2 will sneak away in a turret in the top lane. That's the 8th of the game that they've picked up, but still 2 minutes on Baron for Machi.
Yeah, the play for G2 now is against the Baron. Really hard to siege into Machi, but try to allow Wonder to dance on them just a little bit, because I still think Wonder in a side lane is very, very hard to match for Machi. So if Machi were going to commit, you know, a bunch of people towards the top lane to try and clear out those waves, there's always going to be the threat of Wonder popping into your base. We are slowing down just a little bit because of this Baron, and this Baron will take Machi all the way up until the Ocean Soul spawns, which will be the final line in the sand for Machi.
I mean, that could be a game-defining team fight, which is scary if you're a G2 fan. They've had such good control, but 2 blunders, 2 team fights, 1 mid, 1 bottom, allowed Machi back in the game. And I am going to go back to something you just mentioned, like Wonder could TP into the base, but like with Galio, with Camille, with Top Kench, there's a lot of backdoor tools, and G2 have a proficiency for backdoor.
And again, who's in the side lane tells us how G2 wants to play the game. With Camille in the top lane, she's playing for the tower. They're not trying to force a fight off that. She's not trying to teleport in on a flank and do any of that, you know, business. No, G2 slowing things down. They're just going to wait until the Ocean spawns, and then maybe around the Ocean we see them mix up their game plan just a little bit.
I'm so excited for Machi. Yesterday taking down Team Liquid, today going very competitive with G2, making G2 work for it. 50 seconds to the next dragon. It's the Ocean Soul for G2, Soul Point for Machi. This Baron has just been a little bit of an equalizer. It's still a 7,000 gold deficit, but it's less and less meaningful the later we go in the game.
Yeah, it is possible now with Ooh, a lot of players from Machi coming up for Wonder. They want to find him, but it's really hard to lock him down. That's one of the benefits of having him in the side lane.
Yeah, we talked about initiation in yesterday's Machi versus TL game and how PK was on the Yawn. That's definitely one of the strong tools. But in terms of initiation, Machi like it when G2 come to them.
Yeah, and I think finally we actually want to see Wonder go into a side lane, even when there is a potential fight about to break out around an Ocean Drake. If they can pull PK away from the rest of the team, even though PK's teleport is up, that's a win. He has been so influential at finding individuals in G2's team, and he is the front line for the squad too. So even though he has teleport, if he's TPing in late to a fight, it's a win for G2.
4 versus 4 in the river, backing away. A number of pings available here onto Wonder as he stepped into the fog of war. Ocean Soul picked up uncontested. Machi cannot respond quickly enough, cannot step into the darkness at risk of being jumped on.
Exactly, because they don't have PK there.
Yes.
If PK walks in, face checks into brush, well, what's the worst that happens? He sees 5 people and he pops his ultimate, he can buy some time and maybe his team can work in the 4 versus 4, but Ocean goes down way too quickly for G2 to be able, or for Machi to be able to actually enter in there without him. So I think that was a really good adaptation from G2. And the team fights were already, I feel, favored in G2. Even though Machi bounced back, I think a lot of their fights were off of G2 overstaying on the map, and the Ocean is going to make it really hard for them.
It really feels like the experience difference is visible this game, where you can see how G2 are playing the game out, but then the younger, less experienced, hungry players from Machi, when they see that opportunity to punish a mistake in a team fight, they've executed it, but they are down the Ocean Soul. They are down a significant amount of gold, and they have managed to find themselves a catch here. A lot of damage going down, and Wonder will get pulled backwards. He is popped, and he is killed. Didn't quite see how he was caught out there. Flash from Koala, probably.
Yeah, I mean, PK was able to find him out there with the ultimate, which buys time for the rest of the team to get in there, and all of a sudden everything slows down again.
Yes.
It should be really hard for Wonder to be able to get picked off here on the Camille. He is so incredibly mobile on that champion, especially in mid lane. Very, very surprising Machi was able to make that work, but Bruce pops in, Koala in the fog form. Wonder just doesn't respect the, what do they call them, the little ghost, the wraiths?
Yes, the wraiths.
That's the one. Ghouls are more, or York.
York, yes. You will remember me, Mori. That's actually very interesting, though, this game, that Machi keep finding threads to hold on to. I do want to ask a question based on yesterday's performances from the individual plays from the teams. It feels to me like G2 are a little bit cleaner, a little bit more buttoned up from yesterday, also acknowledging Machi not necessarily the same strength of opponents as Suning.
You know what? I'm not sure if I would say G2 are as buttoned up. I think there have been some things like overextending in the bottom lane, diving that mid lane tower. Like, I still see some of the glimmers of the G2 that's like, oh, we can do whatever we want, right? And we can just jump on you. We're going to win every single fight that we take. That is not necessarily the case for them. They do look for the arrow.
All right, PK's going to get stunned, and there's not going to be any further follow. Perks is just firing those enchanted crystal arrows, looking for opportunities.
Just run it down mid, take 2 inhibs.
Mid control here to G2. PK steps forward. Koala takes a big chunk of damage from the javelin toss. Realm of Death not available just yet. Flashing over PK. He's dead. He's done. That's the front line from Machi obliterated. Mission will be taken out by Caps, instantly following onto Bruce. Now Gemini and Koala running for their lives. What does your star sign say? It will not be a good day today. G2 running down Koala for the last 50-second death timers with an exposed inhibitor. That will be the game.
Caps teleports backwards to get the final kill, then ults back into Wonder. G2 find the fight. They head off Machi inside of their own jungle. Right after we say things were taking a little long for them to close out, G said, we heard you talking about us. We're going to end the game right now.
We heard the casters talking smack, so they just finish it out. 24 kills to 15. G2 Esports take down Machi and remain undefeated day 3 of Worlds. There's relief and happiness on Yankos's face there.
That's when you type better jungle wins in chat after you get solo killed by the enemy jungler at level 4.
PK was so badly trying to 1v9 the game, and he had so many standout moments. But the rest of G2, they just played the team fights mostly better.
Yeah, I mean, I think there was the one team fight ace, right around the mid lane where it was a 5-0, and the game was just about even. I think G2 had like a 1,000 gold advantage, and they did play quite well. But I will say, for Machi, a team that is known as a much slower team, and against Liquid yesterday, it was kind of a snooze fest. You know, both teams on cruise control until they got around like big team fights later on into the game. They matched G2's. They actually beat G2's aggression in a lot of the cases, especially with the early pathing from Gemini.
Gemini and Koala working together on the first blue buff spawn, getting into Jankos' face, disrupting his jungle. The bounce back from Jankos was good though. We talked about the crabs, the control he was able to get back, and Machi, big smiles, as you said, impressing us with how they were able to match G2 today. Ultimately, not enough to overcome the control that G2 were able to exert. They were able to play that 1-3-1 very well. And I love, love, love your call-outs, Ender. If Galio or Camille, where they are, that signifies how excited I need to be.
Yeah, I'm just helping you out, you know? It's a little early in the morning over here, so when we know we're going for a team fight, I'll let you know, and we'll do that all day.
Thank you very much. Let's check out G2's Mercedes drive. G2's Mercedes drive to victory.
That's the one.
It's the Rift Herald fight. That was 9 minutes into the game.
All right, let's check this one out. This is going to be the fight where, again, it looks good for Machi at the start, right? They pick off Mickey. I think Caps had just died before this play as well. But the key difference on the turnaround here is as soon as Wonder gets into the fight. Jankos does play it very well on the bottom side too, but Wonder's going to pop over the wall as Perks flash a little greedily to get the kill. Wonder, of course, will then trade out for Gemini. Caps pops the ultimate to get back into the fight, and then surprise Nidalee right out of the brush is going to be able to show up and get a couple of extra kills.
That really was a taste tester for how the rest of the team fights would play out, with Camille and Wonder looking for those initiations and coming in at different times, obviously. PK, the man that tried to lift Machi's
his helmet falls off?
That is actually quite a brutal death animation, like with the epic.
Still not as bad as Nunu's, where he's trying to pick up the Yeti's snow.
That one's a bit bad. Anyways, while we wait for Team Liquid versus Suning, listen to KDA's The Baddest on League of Legends official playlist during the Spotify music break.
For being the best, 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex. For being the best, 언제든지 내가 좀 해. Look at the gold, all on my chest. Look at the gold, call it a flex.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment, now is your time. So prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Welcome to the
Welcome back to the interview studio here in Berlin, G2 Esports 2-0 here in group stage 2020, and I have Miki with me to talk about the game. First of all, congrats on this one. Very clean compared to yesterday, I want to say. But let's roll back here. I want to talk about the level 1. Can you tell me how helpful it was in the later stages of the game to go top and get Wonder ahead?
Well, it was pretty helpful, just in general. So he had like a lot of times he had TP advantage and was just ahead in lane because we knew if we get Camille ahead, we'd probably win. And he was basically just like kind of a free kill because he always stands in the same bush. So we kind of abused that thanks to our head analyst Duffman.
Yeah. No.
And then, yeah, I mean, they tried to level 2 gank us bot, but didn't really work. So that's when it kind of collapsed for them, I think, even though we threw it like so many times.
That was a nice research from you guys. And I also want to ask, from yesterday's game to today's game, what did you work on to make the game look more clean?
Well, I wouldn't really say it was clean, but I think I think our draft was more, I mean, not as risky, I guess. We could actually do stuff in the early game. And yeah, I think we're just more safe, I guess. But it wasn't really a clean game. We were just like, we should have probably ended it in like 25 minutes after the first Baron, but we just kind of kept getting caught and throwing it. So
probably, but I mean, you added something different here. You actually made Tampkench exciting to watch with the Hail of Blades here. Can you tell me a bit more about this choice here for the mastery, and does it change so much compared to the Guardian we usually see?
Yeah, I mean, this mastery usually only take in melee matchups, or like aggressive lanes, like Pantheon is one of them, and that's where I saw it first when I played Pantheon against that Halo Blade Tampkench, and I was like, this is like kind of strong, and it works similar to against like Leona or champions that kind of want to go in, and yeah, it just seems better, but most of all, it's the most fun. It's like not as boring as Guardian to play, so I can actually have fun on Tampkench.
Yeah, that's what I could see here. But okay, last question. I noticed, looking at the draft since the beginning of World Championship, that you often, I mean you, teams in general, often leave the last pick red side to support. Could you explain why?
I mean, usually, at least from our last 2 games, we kind of just matched whatever we saw. And well, yesterday I had the blind pick, an enemy could counter pick. And we already showed mid on first, so they could pick it early. And also today we saw mid on first 3 picks already, so we could already pick mid on 4. And yeah, usually just last pick, whatever you want to save, I guess. And for bot lane with Ashe, it's kind of important to have a counter pick on support, so you secure a winning lane and a pushing lane. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, well, thank you very much, Miki, for the interview and insights. And again, congrats on winning this game. And we're going to take a break and we'll come back in a few minutes for the second game. But before that, as we go to the break, you will listen to G2's Come against Suning yesterday in Sound of the Game, presented by Bose.
Okay. Do you want to pull the towers instantly?
Yeah. I think so. They'll go on Graves.
Yeah, well, 2 seconds. No Syndral, no Syndral.
No, just hold there. Go Ashe, go Ashe, go Ashe. Ashe is hitting turrets. Ashe is hitting turrets. We need to hit Ashe, we need to hit Ashe. No flash Ashe. Just go Ashe.
It's hard, just wait. Okay, I'm dead, okay, but...
Sunder's dead. I think we win this for sure, but just can't kill them. Ashe no flash, Ashe no flash, Ashe no flash. I'm going Ashe. I have Mikhail's,
Ashe
stunned.
Don't care about the exhaust.
I will ult. I have Mikhail's, don't care about running turn, okay? I'm going. Ashe is dead.
We can end after?
Yeah, just make...
TP top.
Just camera
Chase. I'll chase. I'll go Lee. You guys end. I'll chase Renekton.
Oh my, man.
I can chase him.
I'm so bad. I'm so sorry. I am so sorry.
We always win the first game.
I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
Coming round again. You want a dose of this right now? It's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze. Story trouble 나 이름 믿지 못하게 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bad girl. When I started talk that, oh you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는 배vo. 나와 되길 원한 늘 확신해. We got it all in our hands now. So can you handle what we're all about? What's so tough? Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down. You ready for this? Let's go. See, 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지. 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아? 견딜 수 없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여. I'm troubling you running it. I'm so cold. When I move that way, you gon' be so blown. I'm the realest in the game. Said I'm on fire with the blade. You're about to hear my name, ringing in your head like whoa. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. We so tough. Let's get it, show you out. Can you feel the rush now? Ain't nobody bringing us down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so in it, we pop stars. Only winning now. Ain't nobody bringing us down. 난 멈추지 않아. We go hard. We pop stars. Ain't nobody bringing us down. They could try, but we gonna wear the crown. You could go another round. Wish you luck, but you're not bringing us down. We go hard, till we get it, we go hard. We so
And welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Desk. I am so happy to see you again because we're going to be talking about Suning versus Team Liquid and the NA squad. They are coming off a disappointing loss versus Machi yesterday. With them, the North American hopes have gone a little bit down the drain, but do not despair because my analysts know what they have to do. Simply rechannel some of that magic we saw in the play-ins. TL notably slower yesterday, but in the play-ins they had much success by a more aggressive style, and that's what we want to see.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their drafts in play-ins, I think that they had these three core combos looking at it. You had the Twitch Rakan, which I think got banned out straight away as soon as they busted it out. Then you had the Grave Shen, and then you had the Renekton TF, and you can see the second combo here of the Grave Shen. It didn't provide them with too much engage, but it provided them enough to start skirmishes, look for picks, and you can see Broxai, although it's not a huge engage, flashing forwards with the Shen ult is what gets you in the fights, and I think the proactivity from these three combos that they were running, I think is the key, and I think they've been denied it every single game so far. TF bans, Twitch bans, and yeah.
Yeah, they haven't been as flexible or as creative in the drafts than we saw in the plans, but you are still seeing this great mechanical performance. I know that people will kind of focus in on Jensen specifically in his mission matchup, but he lost his flash getting ganked very early on in the matchup, then fell down about 50 CS. But Impact was still getting kills up on the top side. Tactical and Core JJ managed to get a solo kill 2v2 bot side, and that was kind of the other big missing piece for TL when they came into Worlds was They seem to have a good read on the meta. They brought out the Twitch the Recon that Kato just popped off on. And also, individually, they were playing at kind of like their peak performance. You're like, yes, TL came to play. And then they ran into Machi.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is the thoughts of, okay, it's hard to kind of know exactly how strong the teams were in playing if you would put them against these other teams, but we can expect that they're going to run into some tougher competition. That doesn't mean they can't beat them. And specifically, FlyQuest, you were looking at Impact's champion pool and how that maybe could change up the game for TL.
Yes, and do not misconstrue me. I am not saying that Impact has a small champion pool. I am saying he has a predictable champion pool. If you take away the Shen and the Ornn, which Machi did, you knew from a mile away that he was going to grab the Mordekaiser. We just saw how good PK was on the Mordekaiser when G2 were literally running it down into him, and then he got to punish a bunch of melee champions. Impact doesn't have the same hard engage snap that he does on Mordekaiser. What are you going to do? Flash ult someone? So I would like to see Impact either grab something like his Scion that he can play, or Core JJ needs to pick up the slack and then be the primary engage tool. You know, I don't want to see a Lux. I would like to see a Recon, like to see a Bard, like to see something that gives TL a bit more trigger points where they can immediately pull when they get these leads instead of getting stalled out and waiting for dragon fights.
Yeah, and I think Mordekaiser as a champ it's obviously just a split pusher. The team fights, it can get good in the team fights if it gets a good ult, it gets the kill, and it can get the reset, which we saw in the planes. You know, Impact, he was popping off in the fights in Mordekaiser. He got the ult, killed one, flashed in, killed the other. It was really impressive. But just in general, you're right. I think that they need to find engage somewhere else. Obviously, the Rakan might be banned away a lot, so Core JJ needs to look at something like the Leona or Nautilus if they want to find this engage tools. And I think that Ornn is definitely going to be taken out of Impact's hands. The Shen was working with Broxah on the carry jungles, but yes, they just felt like they had no tools to engage. They had winning lanes, yes. They had a winning jungle matchup, yes. Did they use it to their advantage? Not really.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think if you play that game back, like, I think that Machi's composition was better to play. I think that it's really difficult to play Graves into Ornn because you don't have a lot of kill pressure on him, and that he was eventually just going to outscale the team. But you could have executed better. You know, maybe you get that Herald instead of Machi taking it, and then you use it bot lane, and you get Tactical and Core JJ unlocked, and you start rotating Caitlyn around, funneling all of these plates into her. So there were still execution errors, but this was not just, you know, Jensen had a bad game, he lost 50 CS, you know, Brox is not doing anything. I think that this was TL Jat also needs to be in the discussion there for some of those draft
okay. The call out to the ex-colleague immediately. But you know, yeah, I know. I'm just joking around, but it is obviously a fair call out because these drafts have been so incredibly important. And I think most of what the fan sentiment and the general sentiment also I hear here is don't roll over and die, whatever you do, right? But you know, if you're not comfortable playing that style, that can be difficult. But they're going to have to. They're up versus Suning, and Suning, yes, they've also been inconsistent in the LPL, but we've seen yesterday that they are not afraid to bring the skirmish to the world stage. And SOFM is not afraid to come into your jungle and every single lane, every single minute.
Man, SOFM is so cocky. You can see by his movement, he keeps pressing S. So he walks up to you, stands still, just stares at you. It's like, you want to start a fight? And on the Lee Sin especially as well yesterday, he was just queuing in, doing crazy trades when it's like a 5v5 contesting midwave. He just queues on someone, does some damage. He's like, wait, that guy's queuing in? That's completely... That's a horror. He shouldn't be able to do this, you know? Like, and then he just chunks him out, stands still, looks them in the face, and he's like, okay, when are we going to fight?
So, reminder that the famous VCS coach, Tinnakan, who brought the likes of Levi, was also a coach for SOFM, kind of discovered this very young talent. And he has a Dota background. And in Dota, you can obviously deny creeps, which we don't really have in League of Legends, outside of the concept of counter jungling. And so the easiest way to understand SOFM is that when he was being, you know, trained and molded into this powerhouse that he is now, he's obsessed. He's obsessed with pathing. He's obsessed with jungle experience. Tinnakan was the coach of the Nocturne level 6 gank that surprised Fnatic at Worlds last time, so being able to break the game to find these types of playstyles, and that's what you need to watch for when you're watching SOFM's pathing.
And on top of that, we have to think, how are these team fights going to go with SOFM, but also the rest of Suning against Team Liquid? How do you think both teams will fare when it comes to that, K-Droll?
It depends, honestly. I think coming towards the draft, I think whoever has the better engage might get the better picks, better and stuff. But when you look at Sunning here, they didn't have the best engage tools, but it felt like SOFM found good fights. And yes, they did go against G2, who is the best team in Europe right now. They did manage to get an Ocean Soul. They were in control of the game. Just poor team fighting execution is kind of what led them to lose the game. So I think it's just general mispositioning from the carries of Suning, which wasn't going so well. I think that Huang Feng needs to find better positioning. Angel needs to find better positioning, dodge these skill shots that are thrown at you, try and get good ults off, because I think most of the ults from the Syndra went into stopwatches. He got stunned up a lot when he had flash, and it was just not enough to close out the games. I just think that the engage is going to be one thing, but the carry positioning is going to be another thing.
And that's the thing, you know, all of those names that you just talked about, Suning have this very terrifying persona that they're coming out of the LPL. So everyone's like, oh, scary LPL team, like they're massive. When we should actually be looking at them in the same lens that you would a Rogue. We're sending very young and experienced players in Ben, Huangfeng, and Angel to learn from Worlds. Yeah, they're flanked by great veterans in Sword Art and SOFM. SOFM, of course, now making his debut on. But you see that inconsistency, some of that inexperience, especially when it comes to these longer team fights of Ben gets separated from his team, you know, Angel's going in. You can see the pop-off moments of how mechanically talented they are, but there's just not that same team cohesion that you expect from a very disciplined veteran squad like TL or G.
Exactly, that should be a boon for TL. So much experience on that lineup, and it's time for us to hand it back over to the casters as TL and Suning look to bounce back.
It's a banger.
Thank you so much, Sharks. What an exceptional setup for this match. Thank you to FLICKR and Kadril for all of the information. And honestly, the love letter to SOFM. And we need to see if he can continue to set it up, because he is a very, very talented player. We're moments away from the draft. Let's see what impact he's going to have. Let's also see if that Lux comes back. I don't want to see it. I do not want to see it. I want to see CoreJJ on a champion that's more proactive and can have a large impact.
It's really funny because I didn't really talk with the analysts about this draft, but like instantly they're talking about the same things I was going to bring up here with like the Lux for CoreJJ and how we want him on a roaming champion that can influence the rest of the map, because CoreJJ is the primary playmaker for Team Liquid, and if he, even if he's on a lane dominant champion, he can win lane but will not transition into the same level of success for TL.
Yeah, definitely the case. And of course, when you look at...
Hey, pause for a second. Okay. I know Frosk is the LPL expert, but is she drafting for Suning? Because I'm pretty sure she said ban these champions.
Exactly. All of the top lane champions thus far. Of course, Ben is one of the players that Suning lean towards. SOFM does spend a lot of time in his lane during the early stages throughout the course of the summer season. Ashe will be the third and final ban that comes in from Team Liquid's side, 2 top laners and the bot, and now we'll see what Suning decides to go for.
All right, will they get rid of the Twitch or the Rakan here? Because if they don't, okay, the Twisted Fate, that was a pick that Jensen did like for himself, but Twitch plus Rakan was such a powerful duo for Tactical and CoreJJ, and everyone wants to see, like, Tactical had the same performance on the Twitch. CoreJJ's Rakan is... You don't want to play against that. That's not fun to deal with. So I wonder if Suning want to pick up one of those for themselves.
I think to myself as well, if there's any league or regional players that'll have a lot of experience dealing with those particular champions, I do think the LPL would be able to have some answers.
There have been some pretty good Twitches in the LPL
just
in the past.
Few, you know, just a few coming to mind. But I do like the Twisted Fate ban. Jensen actually had an interview during the course of play-ins where he was almost surprised he was allowed to get Twisted Fates. Yeah. So Respect Ban coming in there, shutting down one of his picks in his first pick, Syndra, and SOFM will lock in the Nidalee. So I'm going to put you on the spot, Ender, and I'm going to ask you to highlight the great things that SOFM does during the early stages of the game on a champion like Nidalee.
Honestly, SOFM, I watch him play, and I think this guy is just so intelligent when it comes to his path. He's always trying to optimize, and specifically around counter jungling. Frost set it up great, how, you know, he's been, you know, sort of inspired by his coaching staff to play the counter jungle style, and I think he's going to be very active inside of Brox's jungle, so Team Liquid getting strong lanes to support Broxa will be very important when you already see a Nidalee locked in this early.
Okay, Syndra, tick. Happy with this one so far. Let's see what else comes in. Of course, what else do you want to run
Twitch
there?
Rakan.
Twitch Rakan. Are they bold enough?
Yes, they are.
There's one. Ding. Give us the next one. Give us CoreJJ.
There's a 0% chance they don't lock in the Rakan next
I absolutely love having you right next to me, Ender. Now, what is the response here when we look at Huangfeng, and Sword Art? What would you like to see right now?
Wait a second. We haven't seen Twitch really challenge in lane. They're going to lock in the Draven. This is a statement. So I was wondering, why would you leave Twitch Rakan open? Because Machi were not willing to leave it up there. But Sword Art and Huangfeng here with a Draven. You lock in Draven, you lock in hard CC support here against the Rakan, and you can really try to punish around this, especially like if you have a Nidalee too, you're almost assuming that you're going to win the 3 versus 3 around bot lane because you have counter pick on both ADC and support, which is huge.
Absolutely. I'm double checking with the stats. When lost Huangfeng played that Draven. And now we're going to move into this ban phase and see what's going to be happening. With all the tanks banned away from the top lane, Volibear is still open, and Now we're starting to see some more. Mord banned away. Wukong banned away. The top lane pool is being pinched very, very heavily.
Yeah, so the big three there from Impact have been taken away with the Mordekaiser tossed into the Ornn and the Shen now. So the pivot that we can see now is Impact go for the more heavy engaged style of top laner that I think a lot of people would like to see. But I almost want to, I'm wondering what Broxah goes for in the jungle, because when you see in Italy, when you see a very winning bot side of the map as well, it's really hard to bail out a Twitch and Rakan in lane. So you can instead then look to play through the mid lane 2 versus 2 if you get a strong early game jungler for Broxah next to a Syndra, and try to expand the pressure from Jensen in lane into the bottom lane. Try to transition it down there. You can accomplish similar things with like a Sion in top lane. You can ulti into the bottom lane as well.
You almost made it sound easy, but this is going to be a tall task to execute once you start piecing together how many steps need to go right.
Nautilus or Leona. Those are the two options here for the Draven, I think.
Huanfeng's first Draven of summer. He played it once in spring. It's the second time all year, and he lost the game in spring, by the way. Now we're going to see Nautilus or Leona. Will Sword Art run either of those picks? And then we get to take a look at what Broxah is going to run in the jungle. Do you have an inkling on what early game Impact jungler you would like to see from Broxah?
I mean, Broxah plays Lee Sin.
Is it the right call? Because Lee Sin is one of the most talked about junglers at the moment.
I mean, you are playing Lee Sin against SOFM, so he's going to know that matchup obviously here. I mean, I'm worried for Team Liquid because in play-ins they played an early game style. They played a much faster type of game, and they exploded with this bottom lane 2 versus 2. And I think if you're putting yourself into a losing matchup and then picking, you know, like let's throw out Alilia in the jungle, a scaling pick, that is a losing battle up against Suning. And you know they're going to be able to snowball through you, and they have a Galio in mid lane too, so you really have to shove Galio all the way in, try and unlock Syndra pre-level 6. So they are going to lock into Lee Sin here, which I think is the best bet for Team Liquid, because if I'm TL, I'm sort of betting a lot on tactical and trying to get this Twitch into a point where he can be strong in team fights, because he will reach a point with the ultimate, you're outranging stuff like the Leona and the Draven. His team fight will be stronger than what Suning has.
And of course, if anyone remembers Broxah's previous performances on the international stage, he has had some pop-off games on Lee Sin, but it was a different meta, it was a different patch, it was a different power strength, power struggle on the Rift in terms of that champion. The Volibear is going to be the last one now for Impact with all of the top lane bans. We'll now see what Bin decides to run into this one. It will be the Jax into the Volibear.
All right here. Okay, Jax, they have the side lane threat too. Jax plus Galio, really powerful inside, similar to the Camille in the sense of Jax should always be able to power through on those side lanes. But of course, when you look at the impact in the team fight, the combo is not going to be there. Galio is going to be looking to sync up with his Leona when jumping into the backline a little bit more in that combination. But Suning very clearly laying down the gauntlet here. They're going to try and break you through bot lane early on. Galio unlock at level 6. And then if they're not able to quite close the game, if the team fights look a little bit grim, Jax in a side lane will unlock.
It's going to be interesting to see how the early game plays out with all the strength and the power in the bottom lane for Suning. But then, of course, with the Lee Sin and maybe a little bit more pressure on Team Liquid to make those early plays happen and make sure Tactical is safe while doing so.
And pressure on Broxah, because he did play his Lee Sin during play-ins, but didn't have the level of early game impact we would have liked to see. Later on in the team fights, he was great, landed some big kicks, don't get me wrong. But in this game, playing around mid lane early on, making sure you can bail out bot lane, because it is very clear right from the start when you see a Draven with Hail of Blades, with an Ignite and a Heal versus a Cleanse and Exhaust Twitch in the bottom lane, who is going to be winning.
Absolutely the case. And of course, Galio with Predator once again in the mid lane. This is a pick we're seeing more and more coming through fruition. And more signals that parties are on the side lanes. Let's see where SOFM plays, what pathing he's going to do. Again, historically, he's trended more towards Bin's lane, but in this matchup, maybe you want to help out Huanfeng.
Yes, SOFM already setting up for that level 1 invade. There's a ward that will spot them out. They have sweepers, so they should be able to spot that. Actually, it's placed just, nope, they are going to see that one, and now Lee Sin will have to head on out of here. Team Liquid actually sticking around, but I don't like this fight.
They're not going to commit to it. Backing away. Blast Cone was taken there by Broxah. He's going to move up. Ward placed on the Brambleback.
Trevor, get ready, because
Yes.
SOFM is going to live inside of Brox's jungle. And if I'm talking about SOFM and I sound super excited, it's because I am, because I don't think you can convince me that anyone has spent more time thinking about League of Legends than this man in the jungle. When you look at his builds, like the Knight's Vow, like he's always doing crazy things that at a glance look kind of crazy, but then it's like, okay, Lee Sin, what do you actually have to offer? Well, with Knight's Vow and Spirit Visage, you're unkillable. Your healing is going to be ridiculous, but also in his early game pathing, he's an incredibly efficient jungler. He'll forget about dragons, he'll forget about heralds. It's about making sure he can come ahead and through counter jungling as well, get an advantage over his opponent. With this level of 1 invade, you might say, well, he's not getting a big lead because Brox is taking all of his topside camps. Well, Broxa spent a lot of time running to that top side, but the big win is that now SOFM is playing with the split map and to make sure Hwanfeng and Sword Art are safe.
You can see Hwanfeng and Sword Art pushing very deep. If
Hello.
the toss happens, yeah, Ben's going to flash forward for impact. Counter flash to stay alive. Don't want to keep fighting into the minion wave.
Yeah, but this trade is really bad for Ben because there's Lee Sin on his top side. He knows SOFM is bot, and both these players are level 1. Broxa looks for the gank.
Here comes Broxa. He's going to help out Impact. He's going to drop some lightning. Ben's going to continue to run. While that's happening, there's an engage in the bottom lane. Zenith Blade will find its target, but Tactical and Cordia
losing all these minions
without losing Summoner, but they're losing XP.
You forget the Summoners, it doesn't matter. Like, it's 19-6 in the minions, but worse than that, Tactical is not getting the experience from those minions. It's not just the gold differential. This next wave will be denied as well, and this is where you start thinking, is Ben, you know, making a bad trade by using his flash top lane, or is he just baiting Broxa to spend more and more time around that side of the map, because it is absolutely doomed for Tactical.
This is 21 CS to 6. The mini wave is continuing to be denied to Tactical, finally making it back into the lane. We'll pop out of the ambush in just a second.
Yeah, but it's the fake pressure kings from Suning because SOFM left a while ago. You know, this pop forward isn't going to matter. The trade back with the Hail of Blades, a little bit too good here. But SOFM, he can pretend he's in the fog because he knows there is no vision for TL. And in under 4 minutes, Suning have finished off 2 turret plates.
That is disgusting. Oh, Zenith Blade will catch out Core JJ. He's going to be forced to use the exhaust and dash away. Sword Art again. So much pressure. This Leona pick is pushing Team Liquid to the brink.
And Sword Art knows exactly what he can get out of this champion too, because he didn't use his Ignite right there. He's holding on to that one, making sure that he will only want to use that to finish off a kill. Now the question for SOFM is, because now that the Raptors and Krugs have respawned, Lee Sin still stranded on the top side of the map, SOFM could look to continue the invade and take away some of those camps, but I do believe he counter-jungled at least the Raptor camp, so that wasn't actually a respawn, if I remember that correctly. He will be pathing over to the area again and could potentially set up a dive, although with low mana on Leona, might be a little bit.
What a phenomenal start to the game from Suning. Now Impact is going to try to get some damage down onto Ben. No flashes to continue the chase and minions to deal with, but crystal clear game plan. Draven locked in with Leona. You got the early game impact from Nidalee. Just hold Hwanfeng's hand. Make sure he gets the advantage. Now, it is slowly equalizing, but there's still an advantage to Suning.
So Brox is coming down here, but mid lane's the big difference because Angel just TP'd back to lane. He has Predator Boots and has them upgraded. Jensen with no mana is stuck there. So yes, Broxa will get into the jungle. He had double longswords, so he's able to push SOFM out of there. But can Angel find a play around the map? He was trying to actually sprint towards the top side, but he walks over Ward. This is a really cool play from Angel because as soon as you see Lee Sin down there, top lane is vulnerable, and Impact's still fighting. He saw this guy running for 30 seconds.
Now, no access to the ultimate, no flash available either, but neither do Ben and Angel. Counter-Strike will be able to land the stun as well as the taunt. Impact dies for first blood. Jensen completes the TP. He's looking for the Unleashed Power, will land it onto Ben, but he won't find the kill just yet. Darksphere finally picks it up. 1 for 1, but they lost the TP.
Yeah, Jensen's calling that he can come in on the teleport, so we'll be happy with that trade, and it looks like junglers will take mid farm, mid laners will take top farm on that one. So it doesn't end up being the worst thing in the world for Team Liquid, but I think if I was TL, I would prefer just to not let the kills go down in the first place.
The thing that I loved, Ender, is we were highlighting the fact that Broxa showed bottom lane, and Angel was out of the lane instantly. He's actually been pushing into Jensen for most of this early game. And the fact that he had the ability to shove that wave in and then start roaming allowed him to set up at least the first blood onto Impact. I didn't quite see whether he knew that it was coming. I didn't see if there was a ping from the TL side. They had the vision. They had the information.
They had to know he was on the way. Brox lands the kill.
We'll follow it through. Angel not going to land the taunt. Javelin toss split between Impact and Jensen. The Scuttle Crab.
6v6 for the Scuttle Crab.
Being fought over. I keep looking at the minimap just in case anything happens. Swanfang and Sora, they can still play, but it'll end up going Shooting's way.
Yeah, ooh, SFM takes over to level 6 as well, and oh, come on. I was waiting for the invade on that one. Meanwhile, bot side, it is Big Diffy. 20 CS already. Good news is there's no ultimate on Angel. He used that one in the top lane to try and keep Bin alive, so they won't be able to come in on that, but SFM maintains his presence inside the Team Liquid jungle. Angel has pressure, just like you were saying, Trevor, as this red buff respawns, so they can either go for the red buff, or I'd rather see them deny more waves in the bot lane, deny the plates as well, and just like, this is again, SOFM doesn't have to gank bot lane to make Tactical lose out. He is farming the camp, but because there's no vision in the TL jungle, well, Tactical is completely screwed.
Yo, I need to call FLICKR out. She said there was no mechanic to deny farm. Suning send their regards. There is a mechanic.
Wait,
it is
okay, Trevor, that was taken grossly out of context. She said that counter jungling was the way to do it. That's exactly what they're doing, Trevor.
It's just phenomenal, and it is beautiful to see in action. It is equating to a 20 CS difference. Vamp Scepter to BF Sword. Now, I do want to give some credit here to Team Liquid. They are paying as much respect as they need to. They are in a difficult situation. Broxah has not found an impact. Twitch has not found the farm, but they haven't died more than they needed to.
Trevor, here's the thing, though, is that look at jungle and look at bot.
Yep.
It is 20 plus CS, or roughly 20 CS in those two areas. And Team Liquid's only way to break bot lane was to play through Jensen early on. Try to punish a Galio, which can be difficult, I give them that. But because of the way the map was split at level 1, the wards weren't able to spot that out. Like, maybe Team Liquid, they have to bring impact down at level 1 and take that 5 versus 4. Maybe that's the only way to prevent the map from being split. But because the map was split and there was no pressure put towards mid, going top lane over and over does nothing to save their bot side.
It doesn't right now. Ben's going to use that Grandmaster's Might. Will be forced to flash away after Broxah jumps in on the Sonic Wave. Looking at the minimap, SOFM's making his way up here as well, and Ben, no ultimate. Ben can still land the Counter-Strike if he wants to.
This is why I was saying, like, Jensen, you know, calling the teleport trade for the 1-for-1 kill on top side wasn't super beneficial to Team Liquid because they don't have that to force anything around bottom lane, and he's now trying to set up the wave so he can hold it in front of his tower, but I think holding the wave in front of your tower is losing because Angel has ultimate. He's just going to pop on bot lane right here.
Seems to be the case. Swordart's got access to the Solar Flare. There's a dive being set up. Again, look at the number of minions that are being denied. Tactical, forced to cleanse, forced to flash. Core JJ doing the same. He's running away. Winds of War may just be enough to do the tick, to do the kill, to do the damage. Core JJ's down. Suning find their kill. Deny another 2 and a bit waves of minions. 81 to 58. There's a bit of a diffy in the bottom lane. Ooh, that's 2.
Yep.
I mean, SOFM has also already completed his runic echoes, already got a significant advantage.
And now it's the blue buff invade as Jensen will be walking over, but the blue buff is taken away, and Jensen are tactically stuck underneath the tower. Huanfeng will get the cash in, 523 on that one. We waited 10 minutes for it, Suning have it, and now it is almost a 4,000 gold lead.
That is a clinic. There needs to be new chapters written to how to play the early game.
I'm freaking out. Why are we still running into bot lane? You have to take the Herald swap in this situation. You can't continue to walk into the 2 versus 2, and honestly, I think Suning would be well off to now reset, put their dual lane towards the top side as well with the Herald going down, but if SOFM isn't going to be contested, you don't even have to do that. Let Sword Art start walking up there, and then they can continue to play. But because we're only 11 minutes in, I think the right play is to now get Draven out of the bot lane because there's turret plates at play. They can look for 10 plus plates here with the Rift Herald.
There's an infinity edge in the game already. 10.5 minutes, 1 kill, 90 CS, 1 assist. Huanfeng is, I mean, he's just built to take over this entire game. And the strategy was crystal clear. It was predicted by multiple analysts on this very show.
It was predicted before draft, it was predicted in draft, it was predicted at level 1.
And the thing that I love is that it was executed on exceptionally well. And it's beautiful League of Legends to watch. Now let's put ourselves in Team Liquid's shoes. This is an unenviable position. Draven with IE at 11 minutes versus a Cutlass. But if they were to find a way back in, is it just Broxah or Jensen finding that magical pick?
I mean, I don't think at this point one pick is going to do it, Trevor. That's the unfortunate reality we're in. The only thing, and I spoke about this in draft, was that eventually Tactical outscales a lot of the champions on Suning's side. You know, in terms of range, he'll beat the Draven. Leona won't be able to reliably reach him. But this is why Suning's draft is so genius, is because everything is built not just to get Draven ahead, but to actually shut down Tactical. This is not Draven, you know, just last hitting better for 30 CS. This is Tactical being denied waves and waves under the tower. It's a 2-level difference in the bottom lane, and that's what's going to be hard to recoup.
And not only 2 levels, and it's 2,200 gold difference as well between the two of them. That's the scale that Team Liquid have to overcome, and it's going to be exceptionally difficult. There's a stun there onto Angel. 49 seconds until the Mountain Drake. Suning as a team actually do not prioritize Dragons a lot when coming from the LPL. They've got the second highest Baron percentage, and I think they're 8th or 9th when it comes to Dragon control. Very, very low down in the stats. But when you've got this significant advantage and a Draven and a Leona, they're gifted, right? Yeah. They're freebies, and they are being taken.
Yeah, and the spot lane tower, they're going to play for this one first. Galio already on the rotation. Jensen stranded in mid lane, even with the teleport. TL are trying to hold on to the tower. There's still plates on, so it is a little bit more difficult for it to be taken down.
There's some missing pings there on Ben's head as he was first to leave the lane. He was shoving it in. If Team Liquid stick around, we can see that Angel is waiting. They're looking for the opportunity. Suning are just looking.
He's on a ward this whole time.
Just looking for the opportunity to push this even further. 4,000 gold at 13 minutes, half of it in Draven's hands, and this will be the uncontested Dragon.
But again, this is where I feel like you would see a lot of LPL teams kind of flip it in bot lane, because like how much stronger SOFM is, how much stronger their bot lane is, like they would bring the Nidalee down to like force the dive really hard. SOFM says, nah, we can just take the Dragon. Your guys are going to get the plate anyways. We see Broxah this entire time, so eat that one up for free. Now he's going to go invade the Raptor camp as well, or even yet continue to force around this bottom side. Now we're 15 seconds away from plates falling. SOFM, I really wish I could have seen the Herald go down into the mid lane to cash in on those plates, but they will miss out on that, you know, 300 plus gold.
The Hex Flash came over the wall there from Sword Art. He was looking for Core JJ, who was able to respond in time. Now, the first 15 minutes of this game was outlined and painted beautifully for what Suning wanted to do. Let's take the next 5 to 10 minutes. 4.5 for the next Dragon. We've seen them play very tempered, as you said. They didn't coin flip the tower dive. They got the objective, they got the Dragon. Like, this is calculated play.
Yeah, they got 960 gold off the plates in the bottom lane. And with first items all completed too, like Suning are looking very, very powerful. I think that with this Rift Herald, I would like to see them use that in mid, but potentially with the duo lane playing around the top side of the map, we just see that get dropped up there early, then convert that into a blue buff invade, because all SOFM wants to do now is grow the gap in the jungle. You know, Broxah 0-0-0 hasn't been a detriment to TL, but SOFM now on the Nidalee with this first item completed, if you can just take away all these jungle camps, Broxah is going to be bleeding. Tactical is going to go anywhere he can to try and find free farm, and if you can try to pull him out of lane or put the pressure inside the enemy jungle to force him away from these side lanes, that can be really powerful as well.
There's going to be so much pressure to find free farm when you can see all the tools that Suning have to jump on you. If Tactical missteps or hangs around longer than he needs to, Suning will not pay the level of respect to Team Liquid that they have for the rest of this game. They've not overdived, they've not overchased, they've built up a fantastic advantage, and the Rift Herald will get the boop onto the outer turret, and you can see Huanfeng and Sword Art now moving top lane. They're going to use this Eye-Edge and BF Sword to push down the next tower. It's 1-0, and then this is the huge pressure point. Anywhere Draven is, Team Liquid really don't want to be.
You can't fight into it.
No, you can't.
But they do keep throwing Tactical and Core JJ into the 2 versus 2. I guess like that's their best form of wave clear to throw into a side lane, but Bin is now losing, you know, or Bin is now crushing in the 1 versus 1. That's a
opposite. It's opposite day. It's the opposite day. I mean, Blade of the Rune King completed against Thrift Shopping, right?
It just feels really bad because every matchup is now winning for Suning. It's still opposite day, Trevor. So, you know, you'll get pressure and SOFM will be able to walk in, but with this dual lane playing around top side, it is a little bit more challenging for SOFM to try and steal away camps from Broxah when he's playing away from that duo lane, because it's a little bit harder to bring Sword Art around on the play, but it has slowed down just a tad for Suning, and I think that we're going to be looking the next few minutes for them to break down these outers and then really push the tempo.
Historically speaking, when teams generate this significant of a lead this early into a game, the risk associated with extending it further dramatically increases.
Yeah, but usually... Sorry, it's just going to pop out of this one.
Oh, cancelled it. Going to be forced to flash.
Good job, Core JJ. That was kind of sweet.
Those small wins, we take those.
What I was going to say is usually this gold lead comes with all 3 outer turrets being down, and that's where it's harder to actually break the next line of towers, and you only play for jungle camps. But because of, you know, it being a Draven, getting that cash in on the bot side, as well as, the early denial around the bottom lane, like, there's a 5,000 gold lead, and there's only been 1 tower taken.
Yes.
That is kind of scary, and that's why I'm waiting. Like, I felt like Suning slowed it down a bit when they could have taken mid lane tower with the Herald, or really forced around the top side.
I mean, if you just take a look at the CS differences between SOFM and Broxah, you then start calculating some of the gold differences from Fung, plus nearly 50 at the moment. Second Herald here will be able to be secured. There's 0 content. I mean, Team Liquid can't fight. even if they wanted to, they simply cannot. Those spinning axes from Draven are going to do a lot of work. He's picked up a significant amount of CS since he secured that kill a little while ago. So I'm anticipating a very big cash in from those stacks. And as you mentioned, Ender, slower pace of game. Ocean Drake up next. We're playing for Ocean Soul. And Baron will be up 2.5 minutes. And with the amount of damage they've got, the ability to swap between.
Team Liquid are really moving up here. They want to fight. No flash sword art.
Very bold. SOFM as the Javelin toss, holding on to it very patiently. Solar Flare comes down to Tactical Sword Arts, going very, very low. Sidestep away as one Fung is being exhausted and continues to use the adrenaline to step back. 4 members of Team Liquid arrive. And they're not able to
Angel is now here. How hard do Suning want to go? Because Sword Art was taken exceptionally low. The last second heal to save him. Tactical was almost able to kill him with the expunge. So, I mean, Team Liquid finally forcing around, moving Broxah and Jensen into that duo lane. That was sort of the play we were waiting for a very, very long time. It comes through and almost nets them a kill.
Oh, man, so much damage from Jax. Just stepping all the way forward. Does get chomped on. He's stopped in his tracks, but if he gets another good combo, could continue the chase. Does look for it. No Counter-Strike just yet. Dings 13.
And when you think about this matchup, like, all of Volibear's power, like, his abilities enhance his auto attacks, right? So when Jax has Counter-Strike up, it's really hard for him to do anything other than toss up a knee and walk away until that ability does go down. Now Suning going to find their 3rd Ocean Dragon of the game. Not much that Team Liquid can do in this situation, but I do appreciate the fact that they put Tactical in the top lane, because it's been really hard for him to find a free lane to farm, and now that Suning are grouped up around that objective, he can get the waves for free.
But at what cost? Dragon secured, mid, outer secured. Bin is leaving the bottom lane, potentially for a dive. Rift Herald used as well. So, okay, yes, Tactical has got some farm, but look at the bigger picture as how much further that Team Liquid can
Suning are still winning, don't get me wrong, but there's no other option for TL, because Tactical didn't have ult. It's just now coming back up. Core JJ lost it because they put everything onto Sword Art. They were always going to lose down here, so even the small wins, like, that is just the only possible close to winning play TL have there.
6,000 gold the difference, 3 towers to 1 and a dragon. That is the net positive here for Suning. Hourglass was just picked up there by Angel as he's backed away and spends a whole chunk of change. Can't quite see. Stormrazor's picked up now as well for Huanfeng. So 20 minutes in, like, this is just beastly from Suning. They've got 4 towers secured.
I'm kind of scared to know how much gold Draven has.
I'll ask our I'll see if we can find.
I'm kind of scared.
Production, can you let us know the gold difference between Huanfeng and Tactical? We'll see exactly what that will look like. I'm going to guess 4 grand. 3.5, 4
That's a lot. I think about 3.5. 3.5 sounds about right. Maybe it's more.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, the vision score. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take that one. SOFM topping the charts. 20 minutes of SOFM game 2. Do you still love him?
I mean, love's a strong word, Trevor.
Do you love how he plays League of Legends?
I do love how he plays League of Legends.
That was a more fair statement
And the thinking man's jungler, again, back with another nice build. I really like Rod of Ages. I think it's been slept on the old Nidalee here, especially when you're super fed early on, because you get a lot of the stats you want to buy, and it's really hard usually for junglers to find items past, 2, 3 items, or past 3 items. So this is one of the better scaling options you can get early on. Gives you the mana, gives you the HP, makes you a little bit more of a brawler, so you can actually step forward in fights. And against someone like a Syndra who has pretty high burst damage, you're going to want that and a little bit of MR, so she can't just take you down in one swoop.
Also, the entire team composition of Suning wants to brawl and go forwards and be in your face, so definitely works out. I got a ping from our producers. 3,000 gold in the lead. Huanfeng over Tactical. That's the Draven over the Twitch, and you can see it. A couple of long swords, Blade of the Rune King, Those two fully completed items. Trinity Force is almost coming in here for Bin as well. He's already been beating up on Impact.
Yeah, we do need to check in on level difference because that's always going to be big. 1 in top lane for Suning, 2 in jungle, 2 in bot lane. But Jensen rather has done a good job for himself matching levels with Bin, which can be a little bit difficult. There you have. He has 300 adoration. That's 625 gold as they find a pick on Core.
He's going to be able to get away for now with that battle dance. Fun gets stunned up. I think Jensen is somebody we've not had much chance to talk about. We wanted to see him teaming up with Broxor or vice versa, and he has quietly been farming up an advantage. He has found a couple of stunts here and there, but the problem he's going to find is, can he burst? Can he get through the front line? The Galio, the Nidalee. You can only pick one target. And frankly, if you blow any of them, then Draven's just going to kill you.
See, that's what I'm wondering is like, is Jensen's goal to actually kill frontline, or is it to somehow hope he can hit Hwanfeng on this Draven, you know? Draven doesn't have an insane auto attack range, so it's not unrealistic for it to happen, and he isn't itemizing to MR anytime soon. But one of the great things about having Galio and a Nidalee is you have the heal from Nidalee, you have the ultimate match damage shield from Galio if he wants to use that onto his Draven. So the burst damage, even with a Spellbinder, has counter options from Suning. And don't forget, minute 15 seconds away from the Ocean Soul coming on to the Rift. And I'm not convinced TL will even look to fight over it, which is crazy to think because you always fight Ocean Soul.
You have to. And also, statistically speaking, Team Liquid and the LCS did that too. They conceded many of the early Drakes. They fought over the fourth one. They were not down 9,000 gold most of the time throughout the course of the summer season when that was happening. But you cannot give up Ocean Soul with Nidalee, Draven, Galio, with the team.
Oh, they're just going to do Baron, sure. Forget the Ocean Soul. That's what Team Liquid would expect you to do in 40 seconds. Suning are just going for the Baron. And the attack speed Nidalee gives the Draven as well. Like, they can get through this pretty fast.
Now, CoreJJ is nearby. He's got Flash, Exhaust, Quickness available to him. Suning starts to back out. Impact will be a little late to the fight as the rest of Suning already grouped up. They're going to peel away. So Threaten, no teleports used, no abilities used. And Suning just testing the waters with Team Liquid, seeing how they react and how they respond. And they don't manage to find any advantage.
Okay, so TL, I think they are going to try it. Tactical just got a rune on Hurricane. I still think they are very much at the disadvantage here, but this would be the opportunity if Broxor could come away with a steal here. I think that's better than a team fight for TL. Posture in, be able to find the vision, but at the end of the day, try not to commit to the 5 vs 5. If you can get the 50-50, that's ideal.
Such a scary place to be. Can Jensen find Hwanfeng? It's not going to be easy. Sword Art stepping forward. Solar Flare is available to him. Angel's body blocking. Hwanfeng is going to continue to hammer away with those spinning axes. Dragon will reset. Now CoreJJ stepping up, trying to get some vision in the pit. TL do have a ward inside the pit, which is going to be very valuable, and they're pressuring forward.
It's down to 3,000 HP. Broxor wants to get into the pit for a steal. It's low.
He's going to go for the steal, not going to be able to pick it up. Suning get the Ocean Soul. The Whirling Death flies across Team Liquid. Hwanfeng steps forward, can't find the kill just yet because SOFM, that takes down CoreJJ. Finally, Impact goes down. That Draven's hands, and despite a stun from Jensen, SOFM is going to try to thread the needle on that Javelin toss, pick up the chickens instead. As Jensen and Tactical escape with their lives, it was Suning all day long.
Yeah, SOFM clutch on the smite right there, and then they turn for the fight. Team Liquid had stepped forward inside of the river, and Suning had the snap engaged. Jensen sticking around, because the only way you hold on this game is maybe a scatter the weak over the wall, but Bin is on the hunt.
Ben's going to be able to chase him down. If they spot him, not sure if they're fully aware.
Can he do it?
Hold your breath! Can he do it?
Oh!
Jensen! What? How? When?
What a boss!
Is ridiculous!
There's nothing else you have in this. The Baron goes over to Suning. Like, this game already feels completely over. The Baron is just the final nail in the coffin. Jensen with the burst damage coming over the wall and playing in the fog of war.
How?
Suning did not know it was coming.
How? I didn't know it was coming because the observers toggled the vision off. I didn't see how much HP Baron had until the animation popped up. Now the question is, how good does this Baron power play have to be for TL to pull it back? The game is still Suning's, don't get me wrong, right? I understand that.
Yeah, because again, like, there's no team fight for Team Liquid here in the Axe replay. Suning can just turn it around with the damage again. The only hope was the steal, I feel like, for TL. So as soon as that did not work out for Broxor.
You said it sarcastically and it happened.
Yeah. It was both times. All he can do is the steal, but Syndra unironically has insane burst damage. We've seen it happen so many times where you just unload all 3 spells at the same time over the wall and get the burst damage to knock that one down. And this is going to slow down the game dramatically. Baron would have ended the game for Suning, and now we're playing likely for the Elder Dragon, which is insane to steal. Even better than stealing an Ocean Dragon, because the enemy team gets a soul, you get an Ocean, which is completely useless for Team Liquid at this point. In this case, now the only way to win a fight is you have Elder Dragon to get you that extra execute threshold to neutralize the gold advantage.
You need those dragon lasers. If Team Liquid can steal the Elder Dragon, then we can start looking forward. It's one of these really bittersweet moments. On one hand, you're so happy and excited for Jensen, but there's still Mount Olympus that they have to climb. 10,000 gold difference through the Ocean Soul, and it's 3-minute timer for that Elder.
Trevor, what happened yesterday? Suning had an Ocean Soul against G2. They lost the game.
They did. There's a replay, by the way, of this.
It's a sweet steal coming over the wall using the blue trinket too. And I'm not saying that this will happen again, but what I am saying is that in the minds of Suning, this is all they can think after you lose a Baron in that situation like that.
And remember what FlyQuest was saying on the analyst desk about the players on Suning. There are a number of young players coming onto the international stage. Yes, they are flanked by veterans. Tactical's currently being flanked by Suning. The rest of Team Liquid making their way up. I do acknowledge the fact that, yes, there will be some mental pressure, right? But the advantage they've accrued, the way the game has played out, one miraculous steal will slow things down, as you've already highlighted. And in yesterday's game, I think the gold and the items were just a little bit more competitive. But Jensen, he was the guy. We just started talking about him. We haven't given him too much spotlight. They're going to find Hwangfang. So much damage coming out. He stays alive long enough for a few seconds. Scout of the week, Jensen's not going to be able to
900 gold!
Gets 900 gold! Do you believe in miracles? Brox is trying to find Sword Art and he simply cannot do it. 1 for 1, but holy hell, is that a good one?
Yeah, Team Liquid will take that one, but coming off this play, even in the 4 versus 4, Suning are going to be able to still maintain pressure on the map. So leading into this Elder Dragon, Team Liquid would love to be able to find some vision inside enemy territory, and now Tactical has no summoner. So he's going to come back, he'll try to get to an Infinity Edge for the next fight, but Ben is pushing bot and they're looking for the pick.
All right, Ben's going to get jumped on for now. Here comes the entrance.
Who's looking for who?
Will jump in, and that's a retreat from Impact. Sword Art, no Solar Flare available to him, but Zenith Blade could come up. Jensen steps forward, Ultimate's a few seconds away. He could look for the kill, but Angel's down. Going to be able to find the damage. Tactical is out. It's going to have to be on Jensen to do something magical. Chucks everything he has at Ben, and it simply doesn't matter. 35-second death time.
Tactical lost everything in the last fight, so Suning continued to force Brock to his respawn, though, but Suning still in the base looking for the inhibs.
Angel is going to be able to thwart the follow-up engage onto Ben. SOFM and the rest of Suning will take out the bottom lane inhibitor. The middle lane inhibitor is exposed, and it's 1 minute to Elder. That's a knock-up onto Ben, and all of a sudden, Suning are starting to retreat. That's the direction they're going. Thank you, Ender, for fixing it. The middle lane inhibitor will go down, and Suning open the base after losing the hyper-fed Hwangfang. Tactical gets the kill, but Suning get the base. They once again reaffirm and reestablish how dominant their lead is.
Yeah, and we'll check out this pick one more time, because it is really nice jumping onto Hwangfang right here. He gets charmed up. All the gold goes to Tactical, but in order to stay alive, both the Flash and Cleanse, Yuzu was punished in the bot lane, and this does not mean an Infinity Edge for the Elder Dragon fight. That is absolutely crucial, because Hwangfang already on 3+ items with those, you know, the completions of the Last Whisper and the QSS here, and Tactical, no summoners, makes him a prime target for the dive of Sword Art and Angel.
Yeah, and Ben's also just picked himself up at GA for this next potential fight, 11,000 gold difference. Jensen managed to steal a Baron, stall the game out just ever so slightly. Some damage on Sword Art, but look at that heal from SOFM.
Yeah, it's so crucial though. TL have been able to re-enter their jungle, but Ben is pushing that bot wave. That's going to create the pressure, and Team Liquid don't have vision inside the pit.
Do you believe in miracles? Because that is what Team Liquid need right now. They cannot get through their jungle. They cannot get into the pit.
Can't do it.
They cannot get close for a steal. 4JJ is going to dance his way out as Jensen will find at least a stun onto Sword Art, but Suning with the Elder buff, Ocean Soul, super minions, have all the tools they need. Frankly, they've had all the tools they need to win the game for a while, but this is what they need to close it out.
I mean, they could go for the Baron if they wanted, but I think they're going to try to end the game with a team fight inside of the base right now. They have double supers pouring into the base. They're going to use this, and Team Liquid have one final chance to hold on to their Nexus.
No summoners on Tactical. Jensen has the flash available, some damage landing onto Bin. Counter-Strike will dissuade further follow-up. Huanfeng steps forward, starts autoing the tower. That's a stun onto Tactical. He gets caught by Whirling Death, but isn't sentenced to it. Not going to find a Sonic Wave. Brox is not going to find the impact. Impact's not going to find the kill. He's blown up as Core JJ underneath the tower. A dash forward onto Tactical as Angel is on a rampage. Bin gets another, and Impact runs for his life. You cannot stop Draven from Suning, and they take down Team Liquid.
Suning in that game, just from start to finish, the preparation, knowing exactly the counter they wanted into the Twitch and Rakan, dominating through the bot lane, did not give Tactical or Core JJ a chance. They split the map from level 1 and made this Draven an unkillable machine.
Beautiful. It was fantastic. It was a beautiful game from Suning. It was a beautiful steal from Jensen. It didn't ultimately impact the game. But if you didn't know Suning, if you didn't know SOFM, watch this game, go back and listen to the analyst desk, listen to Ender in game, listen to everyone in the LPL screaming his name because he is phenomenal.
I mean, even the shout out there, Broxa building the Knight's Vow against SOFM at the end there, seeing him start to make waves on the international stage. And for Team Liquid, there is I mean, Jessica, it's just a bit of a worrying trend, I'll say it, here with some of the preparation. We saw all these top lane picks that Frost pointed out on the analyst desk getting banned away from them, and then the one thing that's left open, they walked straight into with the Twitch and the Rakan, and all of a sudden, there's this entire early game strategy completely built at shutting them down.
And of course, Huanfeng, he didn't play any Draven all summer. He played one game in spring, roll the dice, and, you know, Huanfeng came out on top. Head to the hub on Spotify for all League of Legends action. All in one place. Hear the sounds of League. Check out the League of Legends playlist podcasts, including teasers for Untold Stories, the new exclusive podcast coming this October. When we return, Shockschedule and Frost take a closer look at the results of Game 2. Don't you miss it. You're a good singer, dude.
Thanks.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Is promised tomorrow.
Playtime's over. They're mine now. Fear the assassin with no master. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates and tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. And now you're playing with matches. Come out of the ashes underneath you. A million voices in the crowd. They're screaming, stop now. Well, let them swallow the pride. Just turning the true believers. Got them in the palm of your hand. You're playing God now. What you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly. It's time for a new empire. Go bury your teammates, then tear down the ceiling. Phoenix fly. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, fly, Phoenix fly.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where we're looking at the results of Team Liquid versus Suning Gaming. We have talked so much about how important to draft is for these games. It always is in League of Legends. But the draft difference in this one was so insane that Cadril didn't get a word out when he was seeing it appear on the screen. And I think we're going to spend most of our time looking at that draft and just the immaculate planning coming out of Suning.
This draft was poked to the champ, I'm sure of it. Like, if you look at it, we talked about the combos they had. The Grave Shen, that's taken out in the first round. The TF Renekton, that's taken out in the first phases. And then you think, oh, Twitch Rakan is the one. So when they see the 2-3 coming out, they know that if they knew they would pick Twitch Rakan. It's a given. So then they instantly lock in the Draven. And then they had the support to go 4-5, whether it's Leona, Nautilus, Thresh, anything with the Draven to make it so they're winning. This draft was just magnificent as well, because then they ban out top laners as well. And then they take away the Mordecai, so they know Impact has no champs left for blind picks, so he has to default something like the Volibear. Then they have the Jax prepared. I'm sure if they pick something like Sion as well, the Jax was coming out. And there was so many ways that they drafted so well around this that, like, just honor the coach.
And there's two factors here. There's Suning absolutely downloading TL and how predictable they were. That is Suning doing well. There's also TL absolutely running it in draft. As soon as you see the Nidalee come out and then you pivot and you still lock in the Rakan Twitch, like, you're probably going to lose the bot side of your map. You then cannot afford to not ban out the Jax counter to Volibear if that's kind of the last pick that you have, and to grab the Volibear and then lose to the Jax matchup anyway. Because you can't play through bot side, and it got blasted harder than TL probably have experienced before in their LCS careers. You then have to be able to play through either mid or top side, and that's where it got continued to run down because you can't kill the Galio, and they weren't punishing the Jax.
Yeah, and the whole game plan coming into it, not only is the draft so well prepared, like, it's a complete draft kingdom. You might not stay it by the comps, but just by the players and the teams itself. It's a draft kingdom, and then the game plan itself as well. Pick Draven Leona, go for the early game invade, split the map bot side, bot lane can't lane, it's horror central down there. They're down 20 CS in 5 minutes. They're losing 2 plates in the first 3 minutes as well.
Well, let's look at it at kind of the replay, the very impressive replay. I mean, it looks like nothing, but it is oh so important. They end up proxying the wave bot lane by putting the pressure down bot, so pushing Tactical off that turret because he's not allowed to farm. He's not allowed to play the game.
It's an absolute tragedy. I mean, Sword can do whatever he wants. They have, like, some sort of mid push. They have TPs if there's going to be any scrap. They know Brox is top side because he showed on the top red buff. And SOFM, even he could just sit here. He could run away. I mean, his bot lane can be fake pressure geniuses, fake that he's here a little bit, try to trade in. You lose 2 plates on the first 3 waves. I've never seen that before in my life.
You lose 2 plates. You lose all of the wave. You were ambushing back towards the creep wave just to get anything. And meanwhile, while all of this is happening, again, like, you were probably going to lose bot side. They definitely didn't expect that they would get blasted this hard, but you needed to have something happen elsewhere on the map. And that was kind of the big win for Suning, is that they just choked TL out. Like, Broxah was able to be non-existent. SOFM had a massive CS lead on him, a level lead. They had all of the dragons, and they smashed through bot lane.
SOFM was also our Oppo player of the game. I mean, we could give it to the coaching staff if we could, but we've done that before in Europe and people got really mad. So SOFM, really, well, I mean, you were building him up even before this, and yesterday he had an incredible game. He had an interview in which he said, all I want is that people know who I am.
We know
TL
who you
certainly knows who you are now.
We know. I mean, man, this draft was just crazy, crazy good. I mean, this is what peak drafting looks like, and it comes from Suning. I mean, the draft was good, the execution was good, they played fights well, and even though they only had 3 kills in like 25 minutes, they still had an 8,000 gold lead, and that's just purely based off their game plan and the execution.
I just want to button it up. We don't have a lot of time left. Let's take stock of everything kind of for TL and Suning. To button it up for Suning, maybe you can add to that for FLICKR. And we've now seen different looks, really good in team fights, but amazing in preparation and drafts as well. And this is shaping up to be a multi-threat for this group.
I mean, don't get me wrong, Suning is a good team, but there's still a massive gap between them, TES, and JDG. Losing to Suning the way that you did, you cannot make these mistakes. That is a big yikes for North America. Not having preparation to know that Huangfeng does play the Draven, that's one of his signature picks. Yeah, he didn't show it, so maybe if you just went to Games of Legend and scrolled through, you wouldn't know it. But you had to know that was going to be there. This was just a huge miss from TL, and I'm tired of pulling punches. That was not acceptable.
Okay, I wanted to button it up for TL, but I think you've done it with that, unless you want to add something.
I mean, the only thing I would say is I think the TL kind of showed their hand in planes. They showed all their drafts, their combos, and I think that Suning just did so well. They downloaded it all, they went through it all, and they just read them so like a book, basically.
Well, not holding any punches, but it was dramatic for TL and just glorious in the draft from Suning. And for more on Suning's win, Laure is ready with Sword Art.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Laure here with Sword Art. After Suning's first victory here at Worlds, thank you very much for joining me. I guess you got to face TL after doing some research about them because they were playing in the play-in a week before. So is there anything you learned about the team that got you ready today for facing them?
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。那 Team Liquid 他们也是从入围赛就开始打起了。那你们有没有对他们做一些什么特别的研究呢？
入围赛的话，我感觉 TL 应该是在入围赛里面算最强的一支队伍吧。然后，特别去研究了他们玩老鼠落，还有他们可能卡牌体系也玩的挺好的这样子，所以今天可能我们也比较顺利的赢下来。
So actually, I think for Team Liquid, they're kind of the strongest team in the playing stage. And in terms of their drafts, I learned about their Rakan and Twitch bot duels, and also I learned they played a lot around the Twisted Fate, this kind of synergy, this kind of draft. So after all those researchers, I think we kind of win today's games quite smoothly.
I agree on that completely. The draft was on point. I feel like you intentionally left Rakan and Twitch open to bait them. Can you talk me through the strategy in the early game and what you needed to execute to cancel Team Liquid's bot lane just like you did?
那你刚才也提到了，就是老鼠和洛的这样下路组合。那你们是在做 BP 的阶段，是特意的有把这两个英雄来放出来的吗？然后怎么样是在对线期，就是在前期就有比较压倒性的优势呢？
因为我们的 AD 算是非常擅长玩德莱文这个英雄了，所以其实我们打老鼠的话压力就没有那么大，因为德莱文可以在对线的时候就很好的打爆老鼠这样子。
Because our AD player, Huanfeng, he's a very good Draven player and he's quite confident with this champion. That's why we just chose the Draven for him. And then I think this champion is quite a counter pick for the Twitch. So I think we are quite dominant in the laning phase.
Yeah, they were not allowed to play here. Last question I have for you. You are the most experienced player within the Suning lineup. Is there anything you did to help the players to be ready here for the tournament?
那其实像舍舍，你也是整个苏宁阵容里比较经验老道的选手。那在你们整个的一个磨合的过程之中，你有没有怎么样去帮助队友的一些部分呢？
帮助队友的话，就尽量跟他们讲一下我以前打世界赛一些要注意其他赛区的那些选手是怎么打的这样子。然后感觉第一把蛮可惜的吧，如果第一把我可以在后期的时候指挥的好一点的话，我们应该也能赢下来的这样子。所以希望下次打 G2 是可以赢下来这样子。
So in terms of the sharing, I'm kind of share some experience of facing against the players from other regions. And also in terms of the first game against G2, I feel it's a bit pity because if I can do a better shot call in the late phase, we may got the victory. So for the next time we face G2 Esports, we will get the victory.
Yeah, very valuable advice, I can imagine. And Sword Art, thank you very much for the interview. Wendy, thank you as well for the translation. And we're going to take a break now and we'll come back in a few minutes for PSG versus DAMWON. Stay tuned.
Of course, brought back River and Tank after they made it through the playing stages. And my expectation is that we see a much slower pace of game.
Another clean game from DAMWON. They have come in so prepared.
Legends never die when the world is calling you. Can you hear them screaming out your name? Legends never die, they become a part of you. Every time you bleed for reaching greatness, relentless you survive.
Welcome back for Game 3 of the day, where PSG are taking on one of the tournament favorites, DAMWON Gaming, and what an uphill battle it's going to be. Yesterday, DAMWON Gaming won in a slightly different way. They slowed down the game. Still super deadly, super in control, gigantic gigantic gold lead, despite looking like it wasn't like as dominant, you know, on
Oh, see, it was less bloody. It was
There you
less
go.
like we were smacking you in the face and hitting you. It was more like, oh, we're going to win, and there's literally nothing you will ever be able to do. It's like a shield moving. You just can't find the way to attack, and it feels a little bit like they're just sort of flexing a bunch in this group. I mean, even the picks, like Nagari picking the Lulu top lane into the GP, and the second I see him, like, oh, Finn hasn't seen this matchup since Season 5. This is not going to end well, and it didn't.
It did not at all. Rogue had a couple of fights that were okay, but at the end of the day, did not really have a foot in the game. This is the third game for DAMWON Gaming and PSG Talon 2-0-0-2. This will conclude their first round robin before returning in Group Stage 2. For DAMWON, huge, gigantic, enormous favorites in this game, no doubt about it, right? And what we're going to be looking for is just clean control play. We're going to be looking at how they, you know, perform against PSG. And for PSG, they need to step up. We need to see if they can prove themselves on the stage. River and Tank obviously coming back after Kongyue and Uniboy helped the team qualify.
Yeah, I think you look at this game and you're just looking for some great League of Legends, because whenever DAMWON Gaming is in the match, they are always going to perform, and I think they're just a great team. So, you know, forget any of the expectations coming into this one. Just learn a little bit about the game here and what they can do both in lane and out.
We were so excited about their debut game on Group Stage Day 1, going up against JDG, and JDG, DAMWON, two of the teams that many people are pegging as potential teams to win it all. And DAMWON just clapped JDG. That Jace mid did not really work out. The draft didn't help them. And bringing us back to this draft, Ornn, Renekton, Orianna, Camille, Nidalee, Lucian.
I think PSG did their homework in this one, especially with Camille and Nidalee bans. Those are going to be good to take away, but as soon as Nidalee is gone, it becomes the Graves show for Canyon. Yesterday, he was playing with that with the Ignite, getting fairly aggressive with that pick and sort of having his way inside the jungle, and Canyon's just one of those players that on these farming champions has completely adopted them into his playstyle and is so good at expanding big leads over his opponents.
It really is a overwhelmingly exciting jungle meta when you see the players we have in the meta, the focus on the role, and Kindred is now going to be locked in here for River.
I really like this pick because while Graves is a very strong pick in the meta, I feel like he is very counterable in draft. Not necessarily the jungle matchup as much, although I will say Kindred has the ability to outrange him and with some crit itemization can outscale the Graves as well. But whenever Graves gets locked in, you want range and you want zone control. And what have they got in 2 picks here for PSG? You have range and you have zone control already. Kindred, if she's getting stacks, which we hope she can, but can be hard in this matchup, you know, will be able to expand on her range, and Ashe with her W can control areas in fights. Because Graves is pretty low range, it can be hard for him to step forward, but a pick like a Senna can do a good job of keeping him higher in HP.
I absolutely love seeing the Senna picks into those sort of death ball style comps, the close range melees. The value that Senna's kit provides that type of team composition is fantastic. Yep. Can help you get through that long range poke from the Ashe, the zone control from Kindred. We're going to see a Syndra hovered right now for Showmaker, and this Syndra is locked in. So quite a well-rounded drop thus far already, looking to see what's going to happen in the support role and the top lane, because that's really going to shape how this comp plays out.
Now, like, so Tank, do you play the Echo? Because you outpicked that into your Syndra yesterday, and it looks really good. Not necessarily sure if that's going to be in his wheelhouse. May end up just pivoting to something like an Orianna, which can work into a Graves pretty well. And Azir accomplishes very similar things. Remember, we were talking about zone control against that pick can be fairly important. Offer up some wave clear to the rest of PSG. And right now, PSG have a really powerful backline. They want to play back in fights with this, you know, the disengage they have with the Azir ult, the Kindred are as well. They are looking to set up a strong team fight, but now from Kaiwing and Tanabe's champions, we need to get them a solid front line as well.
Let's see if the tanks get banned out in the second phase, or what they're going to decide to lock in to help protect Kindred, Azir, Ashe. Irelia immediately taken off the table.
Yeah, and I think that PSG, what they're going to need to make sure is while they get these champions, you also need champions that don't get dumpstered in lane. Yes. Because DAMWON Gaming will dumpster you in lane too. So like a pick like the Irelia, getting that one out of here, just for Hanabi up top side, these all can be very meaningful for them. The other thing I would like to think about is like, could we see Kaiwing on an Ardent support? Just because you have 3 auto attackers on your team, you know, of course, the double marksmen are going to appreciate that, but any sort of like a Lulu potentially to give the attack speed bonus could be helpful as well.
Do you believe that that particular option would go unpunished from Beryl?
See, that's what's hard, because I think like with a range support, you can get a really strong bottom lane, but also when I look at PSG, I'm like, Kaiwing, if he's not on engaged support, how do they do anything? And that's where it can be really difficult.
I love the bard ban here from DAMWON Gaming. Kaiwing had some fantastic bard performances as PSG were qualifying through the play-ins. Wukong and Irelia were the 2 bans from PSG Talon towards DAMWON Gaming, and the final Phase 2 ban will be the Jace. Now we're anticipating, or we're hoping to see some sort of front line here. The Jace pick surprises me, or ban a little bit.
Yeah, it does. It does surprise me on that one there. A little bit concerned. Hey, they actually did it!
Ding, 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 ding! Ender, you are on fire. So, what does Hanabi need to run in the top lane? You got your Ardent support. You got your 3 auto attack champions. He needs to have some sort of beefcake, right? And
well, I wish he could play Ornn. If he could play Ornn, then I'm just like, it's draft Exodia, as long as you don't get beaten in lane, which again is going to be the problem always when you're facing up against DAMWON Gaming. But really, you could offer up a whole lot of different tank options, maybe even a Sign, but I think it's heavily dependent on what Nagari shows here with DAMWON's 5th pick.
Okay, well, I'm waiting to see what happens because the Thresh has now been locked in. Senna Thresh.
Oh, please, please. Nagari's Kennen is just a treat. And anytime you can get the option of seeing it, I want it.
And of course, that's going to make Hanabi's life extremely difficult on any number of tanks that he could decide to go with. Now, does he go for the tank option? Cannon will round out the team comp here from DAMWON. No, traditional front line.
Honestly, just take the L and pick them out, guy.
Top lane Lulu, support orders? No, not going to get ahead of myself.
Just playing with this.
Wait to see what happens here with Hanabi's pick. Of course, on DAMWON's side, I mean, let's zoom out and look at the 5 champions they've locked in thus far. How do you expect this one to play out?
Ooh, okay, so DAMWON, of course, like, Barrel's Thresh is going to be really insane, so, like, playing around mid lane, getting roams off, that's all great. But now the interesting thing is Hanabi piloting the Lulu top that Nagari just showed yesterday. So when the Kennen comes in, Hanabi is now going to be trying out the Lulu, and now PSG get everything they wanted because they get the Lulu that I said would be so good with their comp, and they also get Kaiwing on an initiation support in the form of that Nautilus.
And it's going to be solo lane Lulu, so theoretically, if all goes well, more gold, more experience, more levels, hopefully going to be able to benefit. Neither team has a quote-unquote front line, right? You've got supportive tanky champions, but I think this is going to be very interesting to see how initiations are going to play out.
And my eyes for DAMWON will be on Nagari's Kennen. Because I believe that Nagari may be the best team-fighting top laner in the world. The way he finds flanks, plays in the fog of war, on picks specifically the Camille and Kennen stand out from the games I have seen from him. Now he's on the Kennen, playing around dragon fights, getting into the fog, finding the flanks against a heavily ranged backline. It's going to be hard, but he's the man that can do it.
You've got to get through Nautilus CC, Ashe arrows and volleys, Kindred ultimates, Azir knockback. This is the ultimate Takeshi's Castle, like, challenge or run. Do you know the game, Sean?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh my word, you are so young. Okay, so the analogy is going to be lost, but he needs to get through an obstacle course. That's what it boils down to. An incredible, incredible obstacle course. He's got himself the spellbook, he's got himself the teleport, he's got some tools to play around with it. Now, while we've talked a little bit about the mid-game and the late game and the team fights, for the early game, how is this going to play out? You touched on the fact that River can outrange Canyon. We want to watch how quickly he can gain some stacks because some Kindreds have not had a fun time here at Worlds.
Yeah, and a lot of the time we end up seeing that in professional play. Kindred, very hard to stack up with unless you have really powerful lanes and you're sort of running over the game to be able to freely invade. So I would expect this to be a relatively low stack Kindred game. I don't think River is like gonna make or break depending on if he gets 10 stacks at 20 minutes or something, you know, which is impossible for anyone that is wondering. But I think that when it comes down to it, the team fight and the ability to kite back from PSG is incredibly, incredibly strong. And a Kennen coming in on a flank has to worry about all these things like the Ashe arrow to slow him down, a Nautilus pressing R on him, the Azir to knock him away too. So this is a unique challenge that Nagari has been given here by drafting the Kennen.
But he definitely has the abilities to pull this one off. If vision and flanking can be set up correctly, it'll be made significantly easier. For the time being, Tank's order is given. Summon those sand soldiers and try to push back. Lulu versus Kennen trading in the top lane as the dredge line will catch up Beryl. Death sentence.
Oh,
not just yet.
The glacial slows on
Yep.
top to get the trades out. Very, very powerful on that Senna.
Race to level 2 is on. Minion Wave was going to be dropped down. Another dredge line. Insta-flay back by Beryl. A lot of damage coming out from Unified. Summon a heal used already, as well as that ignite.
Yeah, but that's the big difference, right? Is Ghost is rocking the cleanse, so that's why PSG are trading so aggressively. Over time, Ghost will be able to heal up Beryl, and they did hold on to their summoner spells.
I do like seeing Kaiwing going in. I do like seeing Kaiwing pushing, challenging this one. They didn't just back off and you know, go, oh, it's DAMWON and play afraid. Unified and Kaiwing reunited after Unified was able to rejoin during the playing stage. Small advantage.
UAV online, Unified able to spot out Canyon in his jungle.
And I wanted to ask about this top lane matchup early on, like Lulu into Cannon. Surely it's going to be annoying for this Cannon.
No, I mean, this is a classic matchup. Like, unironically, Season 5, you would see this matchup a whole lot. And one of the weaknesses Kennen is always going to have is, like, his trading against a lot of other ranged top laners. You see Graves, or not Graves, Jace has a really good matchup. As Graves now is walking into the enemy jungle and will be able to steal Raptors with the early pressure from Syndra.
That explains the Jace ban. Not afraid of any of those tanks, and to, like, planning the Cannon, as you talked about. And of course, Kaiwing making his first roam. So bottom lane was pushed very heavily by Unified, and Showmaker, if he steps forward, could be at risk of a gank.
I really like this from Kaiwing. The gank not quite going to work out, but it will help River fight for the Scuttle Crab. Unified, those are 1v2. What's going on?
Are you there? He's been caught out and taken down. You cannot play far forward when your support is not there.
It just should not be happening here with Kaiwing walking. Like, Kaiwing's like, what's happening? I go away for 1 second, all of a sudden you're dying. That's a big problem. And now, where River was just about to get double Scuttle Crabs, his mark spawned on the bot side. You know, Beryl should be able to roam up here in theory. River might be able to smite this one away very quickly. 19 HP.
Ooh, that was very close. Canyon's very low. Flash over the wall from Kaiwing, anticipating a Canyon flash or quick draw. Didn't quite see if it had been used. Nevertheless, PSG strike back. They get the kill, and they got the Scuttle.
Yeah, it is a very important kill there, and I'm very surprised that Beryl walked all the way back down into bot lane there, because I thought it was pretty obvious there was going to be a fight in the river. Unified, I can't even begin.
Nope, unforgivable. They caught out. You need to respect that. Now, Ghost and Beryl, they did jump in instantaneously, as Kaiwing showed in the mid lane. Hanabi is busy bullying.
Let's talk about top lane. Okay. I'm bored with the rest. I want to talk about Kennen versus Lulu, because I do think it's kind of interesting, because Lulu takes some really good chunk trades with her E playing aggressively. Into the Kennen, you can see Kennen will actually go Doran's shield versus a lot of melee or ranged matchups, whereas a lot of the time against melees, he'll either be going Cull or a Doran's Blade. But it's a battle between HP and mana, because Hanabi with Corrupting Potion, he likes to trade aggressively, and you can get Nagari low, but low mana on Lulu. Now PSG are coming for the dive.
Okay, no level 6 yet for Nagari. He's got the flash available. Kaiwing's level 2, by the way. Level 2. Manages to get the dredge line as Hanabi tanks up the tower. Kaiwing picks up the kill, but it is traded back for River. While that's going on, Canyon decides to invade. Kaiwing is playing the map. He's trying to generate some advantage.
Yeah, Nagari will say we take those, and I wonder if DAMWON can even set up a dive down towards the bot side, because Showmaker has fully pushed the mid wave. That'll force a teleport out from Hanabi. So now there's not going to be a TP advantage. Kennen will use that to get back up towards the top side of the map, but the lane's still doing well. Nagari was not actually denied a whole lot. It was just about 3 minions that ended up dying to the tower.
I'm so happy to see Kaiwing on Nautilus on an engaged support. Now he's level 3 to Beryl's level 4. He's picked up a kill and an assist for PSG. In terms of the lane assignments, Hanabi was just covering mid after Tank teleported top. He was able to pick up that kill. Now we'll see Hanabi running up, using the Blast Cone to pick up this wave. So 400 gold difference in the advantage for DAMWON. River's going to continue putting pressure. He will be met by Canyon here. As the Lantern was picked up, Ghost is going down to River. River now turns his attention onto Beryl, and Beryl and Canyon stand there unable to defend their bot laner.
Yeah, really nice hook there from Kaiwing again, making it work on this Nautilus. 100% kill participation between him and River, moving around the map together to help get some kills. And I also appreciate River not immediately going into the early Drake here and instead focusing on efficiency, pathing towards the top side of the map where the crab spawned.
The first game of this PSG roster in Worlds against Rogue, Tank and River got bullied and run around the map completely. 3 games later, 2 days later, PSG are taking it to DAMWON. This is very, very exciting. I'm getting very happy about seeing Kaiwing and River working together. Now, Tank is going to be under some threat, caught by the stun, caught by the death sentence. He had flash available and will use it. Not enough AP from Showmaker, and he gets out, but that was a little too close for comfort.
Yeah, Tank was playing aggro because, of course, he knows Kaiwing and River are on the way, but Beryl was able to get first back onto the map with some boots there to influence the mid lane first. And now teaming up, it's a level 3 Kaiwing again. They're diving top once more.
Unbelievable. These guys have not left each other's sides. You need to keep tracking Kaiwing's levels.
I love this.
If these kills do not get secured and Kaiwing isn't able to get XP...
Hanabi needs to put the polymorph before Nuguri gets ult off.
Will be problem. There's the polymorph. They're not going to be able to stop the storm, though. A lot of stuns coming out. Kaiwing's going low. Hanabi's tanking, and River gets the kill. They did it again.
Very nicely done. I mean, Nuguri does get the ult off. It gets a little bit, close there with Hanabi having to pop the ultimate, but once again, going to deny Nuguri. Best jungler in the world, by the way.
It happens to everybody, okay? Face plant, but unable to get over the wall. Now look, 4 kills to 2, but there is a sizable CS advantage for Showmaker in the mid lane, as well as Canyon farming up. However, it is counterbalanced by the fact that River has picked up those kills and assists. So Showmaker, once he begins to build up more of that AP, will have the tools to kill people, but there are answers.
But can you kill people? Exactly. Like you're onto it right there with the Lamb's Respite as well.
The tools are there, and it will come down to execution.
Yeah, because, I mean, Showmaker won't have, reliable people that he can end up hitting. There should be MR coming through as well, and Canyon, too, in these fights. So hard to team fight on the Graves when, if you ever want to walk into damage range, you're in polymorph range, right? You're going to get shut down. You're going to get kited out. So this is why I do think Nuguri is so pivotal to the success of DAMWON, because he's the multi-man stun in the backline that reduces the DPS, that can find a one-shot onto a squishy target. But because PSG have put so much pressure into that lane early on, it has slowed down his snowball. It has denied him CS, it's denied him EXP, and breakpoints like level 11, Leandri, like these types of items are so pivotal on the cannon to make sure he can actually team fight. And in this game, you have to get Azonias too, because otherwise you get punted out of the fight every time by an Azir.
Yeah, and all of the counterplay tools from PSG. They've got the lead. They've got the kill advantage. Kaiwing just dinged over to level 6. Beryl is making his way towards... Correction, Kaiwing dinged level 5. Beryl is making his way towards level 6.
Kaiwing has not been in lane at all.
That's exactly what I was going to get to, as I was watching his levels, and if they weren't able to pick up those kills and actually secure them, it could have been very problematic to be under-leveled and potentially a juicy target. And Kaiwing again is going fishing.
Yeah, Unified, of course, has the ultimate, so now he gets to join the Roam squad alongside River. They're just going to play for the Dragon here with DAMWON on the reset. They're not going to path down for that. Canyon was able to pick up the Rift Shield a little bit earlier on, so I think they'd be well off trying to get that onto one of their carries.
Going to be definitely trading aggressively, as you've alluded to already. And at 87, CS to 73. How do you want this Lulu to build? I know we talked about Ardent Sensor, right?
Exactly how she's doing. You get... Oh, hello!
That's Flash over the wall. Dredgeline will find Beryl. He's still got Flash available, manages to get the Flay. Kaiwing will go golden thanks to the stopwatch, and the Scout of the Week won't find a target, but the collateral damage will. River's blown up, unable to use the Lamb's Respite.
That's massive there. Beryl flashes forward.
Woo! Unified flashes over the wall. Dragon is enraged and starts hammering down on Unified. So the Dragon is not secured safely despite the backtimers.
Yeah, very important turnaround there from DAMWON Gaming. And maybe even able to turn this into the Drake for themselves. They put the Herald in mid lane, give all the money to Showmaker. It's exactly what I was trying to say. Make sure he can get even more of a lead, because you can see 0-0-0, the man's got a bounty because he has 115 CS. No one else in the game is really close.
Not even remotely. So a 25 CS advantage, thanks to picking up Herald in that minion wave. Tank is closing the gap, but it does look like Cannon should be able to finish that Dragon before PSG can arrive, and he does. Yep. He managed to see the UAV thrown down. A hawk shot from Unified. He's returning to lane. He's only got those long swords and a cull coming up against Manamune for now. This is the flash engage. So remember, this is the choice PSG made, going for the kills instead of prioritizing
exactly,
the
but then there is the turn on to River here where the hook goes through the stopwatch target. Just hard to catch that amidst all of the VFX going down, and that will end up punishing River. This is a game where River will probably end up needing to get into a QSS, or likely we'll see Hanabi go for a Mikhail's Crucible. That is one of those good items that works against a lot of the champions somewhat.
I love the fact Beryl held onto his flash for so long in that play as well. Really understanding the threat to his life and holding on to the last second, pulling PSG further and further. But I'm gonna praise PSG for the time being. That the 12 minutes of gameplay, they have thrown punches. They are looking for kills. It's all been Kaiwing and River. 100% kill participation for both of them. And if Hanabi
it's lane gank time.
Too far forward, flash available, wild growth available.
Can he smell him?
He'll
I don't think so.
Oh, this is a scary kill.
He thinks something's going. Something's sus, but I think he's going to get banged.
Oh, there we go. There's a slicing maelstrom thrown down. Wild growth will buy some time, and the collateral damage sends him packing. Could feel it was coming.
Yep, nicely. I mean, he's like, at this point, do I flip it and try to farm, or do I just lose out on all of that? And he chooses the former. We'll still be able to find his item, but another kill on Canyon going to be very nice for the DAMWON jungler.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help out. Get that Graves a little bit more damage in his pocket. 1 kill, 1 assist. Nogri on the cannon. Dredge line not going to be able to find a target or the wall, as Kaiwing was then rooted in place. And in just a couple of minutes, DAMWON have been able to build themselves up a 1,300 gold lead, turn it around. River did not like preemptively flash or dance of arrows, so I think Beryl was doing a predictive hook. Didn't manage to find his targets, and now it's going to be Beryl that actually takes a little bit of damage. Ash Arrow dashed away from the quick draw, does a lot of good work, and we're setting up already. PSG just feel like they want to brawl.
All right, coming into this fight, just wanted a quick check-in. Send at 15 stacks. Kindred only 3, so 1 away from getting that range bonus, which again, very important, especially in matchups like the Graves, like the Cinder. Make sure you can get out range of a lot of their key abilities. Senna also has not reached her range bonus threshold at 20.
Not just yet. Laning phase going well here. One of the things we talked about, Ender, was DAMWON's ability to just like bop you in lane. Wild growth is available here for Hanabi. Noguri's feeling pressure. Gonna jump
that's a kill.
With that Proto Bell. Continues to chase. Dawning Shadow fight out as well.
Oh no, he doesn't have ultimate.
To slow Noguri. No slicing Maelstrom available. Noguri committed everything there and Ghost ulti and doesn't find the kill.
Oh, that's tragic. He thought his ult would come up in time to be able to find the kill on him, because you could see like the attack speed you get popping out of the lightning rush there on the Cannon 2, trading really well into that Lulu, proccing the stun multiple times, but with the MR Hanabi got on the Athenes, it is not enough to finish him off. It's also pretty clear he's going into the Ardent Censer second item, so building for the rest of the team. Nuguri has hit level 11, River is up in the top lane.
Canyon's making his way there too. There's teleports into the mid lane coming out from Showmaker. Hanabi will arrive, so Noguri will clear out the ward. And as we're about to move into another phase of play, a couple of towers under pressure. Showmaker should be able to pick this one up here with a very large minion wave to work with. Tank and Kaiwing now need to save River. Collateral damage goes out. Scatter the Weak is fired out, gets a multi-stun.
There's another one off
Ash
the map.
Arrow goes flying. And it's pressure in every single lane for PSG, except bottom.
Yeah, one thing for that's going the way of DAMWON, I would say, is they have double lethality users with double AP solo lane. So it's really hard for PSG to itemize, especially because the only real tank on this team is in the support position, so you don't have a lot of money there too. So, Beryl.
And look at that, flash over the wall, instantaneous engage. That's a great stun from Showmaker. Teleport's complete and a tank picks up the second. Lamb's Respite was used, 40 seconds to Infernal, and now Hanabi wants to get under the tower. Slicing Maelstrom comes down, Protobell pops forward, Hanabi steps further backwards, trying to slow him, trying to enlist the help of the tower, the minions, the army, and it's not going to be enough! Noguri gets the kill, he's being chased by a bunch of minions, and he will get out alive.
The solo kill between the towers from Noguri, just throwing down with the Lulu in the old school matchup. You love to see it coming out from him. Just knowing the absolute limits of the champion, that was one auto away from him losing.
That was so close. Fighting in the minion wave as well. Hanabi just wasn't able to pull Noguri close enough to the tower to make it work. And It feels like Kennen is online right now.
Yeah.
There's an Inferno.
So we were saying, right, level 11 for Kennen, so massive for his ultimate, both in the team fights and in the 1v1. And when you're able, like a Lulu matchup, there's not stuff you're dodging. You're never like really kiting out there. So popping out of the lightning rush, you get rapid fire auto attacks off, which apply the passive marks and get you more and more stuns. Works out really, really nicely for him in the 1v1.
Despite the early advantages that PSG were able to accrue, in a matter of 4 minutes of gameplay, DAMWON have been able to build up this 3,000 gold lead. They've got 2 dragons. They've got themselves another Rift Herald, taking down the second tower of the game, extending this lead further. And the death sentence very, very close to Kaiwing. Despite all of his efforts, the team is just falling behind in map control.
Ooh, Ghost getting run down by a whole lot of members from PSG. Should be able to escape for the time being, but map control is going to be a big, big problem for PSG. All 3 towers are going to be gone. You can see here Hanabi isn't inside his minion wave right now, so all of Naguri's damage is going to be landing. He can't get behind a minion, because if Hanabi can get behind his minions like he does here, it makes it really hard for Naguri to connect one of his shurikens. But because that never came through, max damage was being applied from that Kennen. The 1v1 was won.
Yeah, definitely. There's the gold lead we talked about.
Arrow?
Ash Arrow will connect onto Beryl, but there's no further follow-up. Showmaker gets the stun with Scatter the Weak, unleashes the power and doesn't find a follow-up kill.
That's Lulu for you right there. Just drops the shield. Nautilus is okay.
Easily able to escape. The Wild Growth was there if it was needed to, but that is what we talked about in draft. Those are the tools that PSG need. They need to stem the bleeding at the moment because DAMWON are accelerating. Showmaker still has a 300 gold bounty, 0-0-0. He's pretty much been in like AoE stun box every time these skirmishes have been set up, but he's hit his targets every time.
Definitely has, and I still like, the gold lead is not insurmountable for PSG, and I really like the composition they put together. Again, it's pretty hard for DAMWON to fight into them because DAMWON, we already mentioned like the engage options a little bit lackluster outside of playing for picks off of some of their, Cinder Stun, Thresh Hook, those sort of tools. It really is just Naguri, and on Kennen, it's really hard to act as the primary initiator because you can instantly be, CC'd on one side. If just Nautilus walks forward and tries to zone you, what do? He sort of beats you unless you commit an ultimate into that fight, and you never want to do that because you have to use that for the 5 versus 5.
If you'll humor me for a second, and when we have mismatched teams and players, like a DAMWON and a PSG, right, coming up against each other, one of the things that we always kind of talk about and imply is that the weaker team, the underdog team, puts together a team composition that helps not only show up the weaknesses, but it's also easy to execute, Easy, clear initiation, long-range damage, etc. How easy is it to play this team composition from PSG? Because it looks nuanced to me.
Well, I feel like PSG, when you're playing from a position where you don't have to force the plays, it's not too hard. You just accept the initiation. Here, PSG are trying to figure out Naguri in the side lane. All 5 members looking for him, while DAMWON push down mid.
I'm going to commit for this one. Wild Growth used already. Naguri's going to jump forward. Hanabi's already dead. That was a 4 versus 1. And Naguri gets the kill.
Yeah, we'll go ahead and say hashtag work for DAMWON Gaming, because even Canyon is solo pushing in the ball lane, so he's just like, yes, jungler's dream is just to show up in a side lane to pick up free farm.
All the CS, all the towers. Kaiwing gets caught out, tagged by the box. Multi-man stunned once again, but there comes Tank. The Slide Glide Emperor's Divide will set them up for a kill onto Beryl. Can they close it out? No, because Beryl's able to escape. He flashes out, and nobody goes down from DAMWON.
Canyon tries to get the style points there with the collateral damage over the wall. Doesn't find the kill, but DAMWON crushing the map, and this is the difference we talk about. DAMWON don't have to give PSG a team fight. A team fight is where PSG will thrive, but if you're just running PSG around the map, forcing 5 people to come top lane to kill a Kennen, and then he still trades 1 for 1, that's, it just feels terrible.
Tank tried to scoop up DAMWON under the tower, and it got so close, but they couldn't land that last hit, and DAMWON just extend further ahead. Nearly 4,000 gold with 50 seconds to go until the Cloud Drake spawns. And that will be the 3rd of the game for DAMWON. So on track for 26-27 minute soul points. And River may find himself in a little bit of trouble as Beryl and Canyon are waiting out. So Ender, looking at the minion waves, teleport coming in here into the mid lane from Showmaker. I believe you can see Naguri pushing out the bottom lane. So set up Dragon by the numbers, push the waves, and falter it.
Yeah, and we'll see a lot of mid laners use their teleport here just so they can fight over that mid wave right before the Dragon does end up spawning. Has the Spellbinder too, so a lot of burst damage. Nagri also holding on to an exhaust. And watch Nagri's positioning in these fights. If he can get into PSG's jungle, which he is now exiting, his flank with a flash is the deadly force that DAMWON need to crush the fight.
Got himself the flash exhaust as far as summoner spells go. Showmaker, 400 gold bounty, 0-0-0 on the scoreboard. It's time for him to show up and find the kills. The team has played exquisitely around the map. And PSG now looking for an opportunity to
watch the flank from Nagri. He's
Nagri
going all the way around the world.
It feels like Hanabi and Tank are aware of it. Inside the pit, picked up by PSG. That'll delay the soul. All of a sudden, Canyon forced to flash and to play defensively for his life.
For Nagri, he's waiting the whole time.
He's going to timeout, and here comes Nagri. Double kill for Showmaker. Nagri is going to use the exhaust onto River. He finds himself another, turns to Hanabi, and it's Showmaker that closes out the ace.
This is exactly why I believe Nagri is the best team-fighting top laner in the world. Look at the patience for him in that play. Playing Kennen against these champions looks impossible, but he waits for every single ultimate ability to fall. Then he comes in on the side, sets up the pins for Showmaker to knock him down.
The timing. The moment Lamb's Respite went down and Nagri had not entered the river, you knew it was coming. You knew he was going to wreck. Showmaker manages to pick up 3 kills and an assist. The Dragon did go the way of PSG, but the Baron goes the way of DAMWON.
Oh, it's just beautiful. The Nagri POV, he has the Cloud Rift to slingshot him around the blue buff, and then watch. Lamb's Respite goes down, the Azir ult is going to fall as Tank comes in, and then he sees his opening, gets everyone double stun onto Hanabi and River, and the rest of his team can show up to... I mean, he's just 1v2 right there. Nice. Repeated stuns, got multiple 2-mans before finishing off the enemy team.
And replay brought to you by Axe, and of course Nagri, he had the exhaust, he knew what was going to happen, he had the spellbook selection, kept him alive long enough to live to close out the team fight, 1v2. And DAMWON, now they've got all the tools they need, they've already been playing the map superior, they've already built up all the advantages, 4 towers to 0. And despite the fact that, you know, PSG found those kills, and I want to praise them for the decisions they made, you can clearly see the experience difference and the skill set difference in terms of how DAMWON play the map and how they utilize pressure. When PSG apply pressure on Nagri, well, then you cross map, play mid, play bot.
DAMWON's just pure class. This is very reminiscent to some of the dominance we have seen from some great LCK teams on the world stage in years past, and they have the individual talent to back it up. They have young blood. This is something that, you know, the LCK was waiting for last year. You know, DAMWON was one of the youngest teams they'd ever sent to Worlds, and they brought a new style. They played it quick, and they play it clean. That's the big thing.
Yeah. DAMWON on track to go 3-0. Close out the first round robin. Undefeated.
Nagri, you know there's a Baron buff, right? They can sort of tell you're there.
Maybe it's base. Maybe it's next level. I know you know. Therefore, nevertheless, the rest of the team comes up, and they just knock over the 6th tower. Only the base remaining here for PSG Talon. And this is going to be very difficult because PSG, ideally, they want people coming onto them and using the tools within their kit. But Nagri just waits for all those tools to be broken and then destroys them.
Yeah, and you don't want to be fighting in an open area either. That's where the flanks can be really, really difficult to work against. DAMWON just going to run it straight down middle lane. Sieges, that's just going to take everything down. PSG do not have the tools to fight, but the arrow does connect.
Does instantly.
Oh, beautiful Mikhail's.
Yep, Mikhail's
the pre-fire on it.
Exactly, and inhibitor number 1 is taken down. Inhibitor number 2 is about to be threatened. Still got 30 seconds left on this Baron buff. No Ash Arrow available. DAMWON will be very happy getting the double supers. 1 in top, 1 in middle. Well, 2 lanes of supers would be a better way of saying that. And they're going to back out. Spend all the gold that they've earned. Increase this item disparity between every single lane. 10,000 gold in the lead. And now it's just, you know, clean and easy. Push out the bottom wave, wait for supers to get in the base, and knock over the 3rd inhib.
Yeah, just take it down, easy peasy. Wow, the champion damage from Kennen, a lot coming in the last team fight. Yeah. You have to feel big work done by Nagri, who now has the teleport, but I don't think teleport is even really going to matter here. So you can probably just walk it into the base pretty easily. PSG are now looking at the level 16 Kennen. and that's a big problem. The amount of damage increase you get off of that ultimate is going to be really, really large. And now with like defensive itemization coming in, we're 26 minutes in. Unified only has one item, still trying to work on the Infinity Edge. The backline is not at a point yet in which they can actually contest DAMWON.
No, 1.5 items versus 3. Pretty difficult situation to be in. And it just fell apart in the mid game. And I think when you look at the experience of the players, when you look at number 2 from PCS up against DAMWON and how they're going to play the game, I'm trying to find a nice way of saying this. But basically, player difference, experience difference, right? And
look, DAMWON are really, really insanely good.
Yes.
This is, I think this is the highest skill level group at Worlds. I think between DAMWON, JDG, Rogue, the level they've showed as well, very, very high. That it's the most stacked group at Worlds, and DAMWON being so dominant is it's a tough showing here for PSG when the teams you have to play against are looking so on.
I am very happy to see River and Tank's performance this game as well, though, with Kaiwing and River, how they've shown up, how they did find kills, they did find impact, but just didn't have the macro, and the dredge line is interrupted by that death sentence. Gets rooted in place. Now Noguri waiting once again, a flank opportunity.
Every time.
Just swap to flash, so keep your eyes on the Emperor's Divide, keep your eyes on the Lamb's Respite. As soon as those are down, that's when Noguri goes in.
He may even be able to go in earlier. He has the zone, he has the hook lands.
Kaiwing's in trouble, Wild Growth.
That's one.
Lamb's Respite is down.
Here he comes.
Is available. Here comes Noguri. He's kicked backwards, but PSG are running into the slicing maelstrom. They're caught between a Kennen and a DAMWON team composition, and it all goes down. PSG put up a tough fight in the beginning, but DAMWON in the first round robin undefeated.
And they're gonna wait. They want all the kills they can get on top. Not gonna get it at the end. DAMWON looking real, real good here on the international stage. You know, in that game, we focused a lot on the Kennen. Noguri, his flanks were absolutely pristine, but the rest of his team just could not be matched either.
No, definitely not. We've had 3 very interesting games today. 3 very one-sided games today, as we're 1.5 days left before we round out the first half of groups. And I think for DAMWON going 3-0, not a surprise. I do think the way that they're playing, scary as hell. And all of the pre-tournament expectations are being delivered on. And it's going to be very, very interesting to see how this group progresses, because like you mentioned, JDG didn't quite show up in their first game, and they will get a rematch opportunity in a couple days' time.
Yeah, those will be the fun rematches to check out, of course. All the other teams hoping you don't come in second place in your group, because then you might have a chance of drawing DAMWON Gaming, and that is, if there was ever a reason to try and get first, it is just to avoid this team.
Now, PSG, on the other hand, of the 3 group stage games that we have seen, this was definitely the one I preferred the most, especially from the early game decision-making. I thought they had some, very proactive plays. We'll get to that in a moment. Let's check out DAMWON's Mercedes drive to victory. It was Noguri's Kennen flank. That'll not be a surprise to anyone. And yes, we have hyped him up a lot, but I think it's deservedly
Watch him go around the world on this one, too. First, he walks around, the bot lane. It might be hard to tell if that's the bot lane, but that's the bot lane right there. Then he's going to use the speed-up ramp around. Okay, we're going to change the camera angle real quick there. He sees him. They actually saw him on a ward. That surprised me. But he comes around, and he knows the control is in the bush. So he actually hides outside of the vision for a very long time, not revealing that he's going to show up until the very end. The first ult comes down, the second comes in, and goes past a little dragonfly. Not going to take him down, but he's going to take down all of PSG.
It's just the patience and the control, but then also put yourself in the shoes of everyone else on DAMWON in terms of communication. They were backing away, started to then funnel PSG into Noguri. It's just exquisite on so many levels, on an individual, but then also as a team playing towards that ability.
No, his Kennen is insane. And I'm telling you, I've seen a lot of his Kennen games. This happens in every game. The dragon fight on his Kennen, look out.
I was looking. It was terrifying. We'll soon hear from LPL expert Lyric before JD Gaming takes to the stage, along with Rogue.
I don't really consider it gear. It's an extension of who I am. It blurs the line between fantasy and reality. Sometimes, I can't tell myself from my machine. I think that's by design.
Born free as the wind blows, as free as the grass grows, born free to follow your heart. Live free and beauty surrounds you.
Axe. Smell ready.
To hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, oh, we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions of a world that we defy. A soul ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last line. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone, where I'm about to be joined by Lyric ahead of Rogue versus JDG. Hi, Lyric. How are you doing?
Hey, Shox, I'm doing great. Thanks for inviting me back on.
No problem. We were, really enthused by your interview we had a couple of days ago. First off, let me just put a general feeler out. How are you feeling about the LPL in general after the games we've seen?
I mean, after that Suning game earlier, how can you feel anything but great?
Yeah, I can see that. Now let's hone in on JDG, though. I talked to you, I said a couple of days ago. Now we have some more tape we've watched. But for me, it seems a bit difficult to kind of extrapolate exactly how strong they are, with the DAMWON game being quite the stomp, I'm sorry to say it. And then the PSG win, which is, not the caliber of opponent like a DAMWON. Where do you land?
So I definitely agree. I think it's kind of hard to judge where they stack up against the world's best. The DAMWON game was pretty much over at level 1. But the thing that was really cool seeing them against PSG was the strategy they brought out. They picked a bunch of champions that were great at diving side lanes, the Echo, the Sylas, the Pantheon. And that was a bit of a new strategy that we hadn't seen them do in the LPL. So I'm really excited to see JDG going forward.
Indeed, it was nice to see that. We've seen how important draft is and that you have to be inventive and be able to have different choices when your regular champions get banned out. What do you think about JDG's flexibility, especially in the top side of the map, and how they can adjust and improve as the tournament goes on?
So JDG were a bit lucky that they got to play the mid-season cup, because when they went there, they got a bit exposed. They actually got shut out by FPX 3-1, and they had to re-examine their picks. Zoom wasn't playing Renekton. He wasn't playing Wukong. Their bot lane wasn't playing Ashe. And that tournament showed, going into LPL Summer, that they were able to adapt, pick up new champions, and pick up new strategies. So I think at Worlds, it should be no problem.
That's great to hear for the LPL fans out there. Now we're about to jump into Rogue versus JDG. Stylistically, it's quite a similar matchup. You can both describe them as kind of the brain teams, right, who think about the game very strategically. How do you think this is going to play out?
Oh, I think this one's such a fun matchup. Like you just said, they're both a bit more controlled. They play for those later game team fights. The big difference for me, though, right, is both teams get pressure from different areas. We see Rogue look a lot towards their bot lane, which is why we've seen them playing a lot of Kalista. But for JDG, it's all about the top side, right? They've been putting so many resources into Zoom, and I think that's going to be a great place for them to take this matchup with Zoom going up against Finn.
Yeah, I mean, I like how you put that analytically, but let's call a spade a spade. What is Zoom going to do to Finn in that top lane?
I don't know if I feel comfortable saying it for all the EU fans out there.
It's fine.
I feel like Zoom's going to get his glass of wine and his nice steak that he's known for in the LPL.
I love it. I think maybe Finn can use some of those after the game as well. But we'll see. You know, I'm not throwing him under the bus just yet. Thank you so much, Lyric. Good luck in the matchup.
Yep, thanks for having me on.
I just said good luck in the matchup like he's playing, but I guess when you're a caster, you kind of have some skin in the game, am I right?
Yeah.
So very interesting there to hear about JDG. What are you laughing at?
He's going to have a steak in his wine. He's going to absolutely eat Finn.
Well, let's see what happens. Let's immediately then dive into Rogue. I think we got a lot of good insights there. And as said, stylistically, very similar, but Rogue's still underdogs, right, Cadril?
Definitely. I think it all comes down to top side for me, top jungle. I think that Nidalee needs to be taken away from Kanavi, Evelyn needs to be taken away from Inspired, and then it's down to them. What do they want to look for jungle? Is it going to be Graves? Is it going to be Lilia? We're going to see Lilia come back maybe. And then the top side, I think obviously you'd favor Zoom in this matchup, but where Finn has been struggling on the carries, but I think the Renekton, the GP, the Camille, I think you're going to see a lot of fighting in top
Maybe
side.
a Mal fight. Of course, Frost, yesterday we had the DAMWON game of Rogue, and on the one side you want to say, yes, you held the line, but on the other hand, of course, DAMWON was waiting to pull the trigger. But what did you take from that game?
I think it was kind of expected results given the compositions that were there. And while it didn't look as stompy as DAMWON versus JDG, which was flipped on level 1, it was still so suffocating. So while I think a lot of people are high on Rogue, and I am, like, I love the evolution that this team has made into Worlds, some of the fun things that they're doing with their plays, like that level 1 gank and then diving the mid lane tower, the fact that they're moving towards the Kalista, I still have them as pretty big underdogs here. And I think EU fans might be a little bit surprised by that because there is a lot of hope around Rogue right now that they've had a solid showing simply because there's not enough exposure of JDG and how dominant that team can be.
Yes, and let's look at kind of the challenges that Rogue is facing. And now I'm going to put your coach brain to work and your pro player brain to work because we know that there's a glaring issue in the top lane. We know that this might be very tricky for Finn. How do you work around that as Rogue?
I think Lyric said it properly. Rogue plays through bot a lot. They pick the Kalista. Although I do think that Loken and Lumao is a really strong bot lane. I think that if they pick the Kalista, maybe get Finn on a comfort tank top like they did throughout the playoffs in the EU and the LEC. Try to get him on a comfort champ. Yes, he's going to go down in CS. Yes, he might get dove, but you can't stop a tank from buying Ruby Crystals. Then Hansama pulls out the carry, and I think Larson is going to be their rock. If they can transfer mid-jungle pressure with a good draft into bot side, get hands ahead like they've shown, then it might not be the meta style of playing the game where you have the Camille or the Cannon, get them ahead, look for the team fights. It still works them, I think.
I think that DAMWON have created the blueprint on how to really deal with Rogue's top side of the map, which is the AP top laners, in that you can't really play a super safe tank up there if the Orns and the Shins are disabled from you. Like his other big go-to was either the Scion or the Malphite. And instead, because it's an AP champion that he's facing, Malphite loses a lot of value there. So you went towards the Gangplank and then you can set them up for potential dives. So I think if Zoom goes that route, that's the route to go for. If Zoom does a more traditional, you know, AD champion up into the top side, then hopefully, like Caedrel's saying, Finn can play weak side and grab one of these tanks that he's shown success with, like the Malphites, like the Scions. But I kind of feel like if people are paying attention, the draft has been set up there.
Yeah, and I think Finn will be fine in a way if Rogue play around it properly. I think the last time we saw it, there was a split map. He got Dove level 3, and then he was kind of out of it. So if Inspired can just use a little bit of mid-jungle pressure topside, get him some vision, yes, he'll get pushed in. Yes, he might lose a few plates and lose some CS, but if he's safe and their JDG's whole game plan into top side doesn't work out too well, they don't get too much of a gold advantage, he doesn't lose his tower, then I think just playing into bot side, get hands ahead, and then swapping him out into top side so that Finn is out of his lane. Maybe if he's playing GP, he can play weak side with his ult to catch waves, or if he's Scion, just maybe sit under the tower and die for the waves if you have to. But I think that swapping the bot to top side is one of the key things that Rogue needs to do.
Yeah, I actually really want Rogue to play a bit more of the early game with the Kalista that they've got, but more so in the jungle. They've had the Evelynn and the Hecarim picks, and those still need to have multiple rotations through your jungle before you can get the breakpoint of the itemization of either having the Death Cap or the Trinity Force, depending on what champion you're playing, obviously. But like, if the map is going to get split on Finn and they are going to set up a dive, Inspired needs to be on a champion that can play towards his Kalista, his Nautilus bot lane, and also try to counter that dive or answer, which is going to be tough against Loken and Lamau. There are no slouches in lane.
Yeah, because last time we saw he was playing the Hecarim Inspired. He couldn't cross map because there was too much bot and mid push. He couldn't get the jungle camp, so he fell so far behind. Then he saw later on his bot side jungle was dominated at level 4 by the enemy support jungle. So
slow loss, basically.
Exactly. Yeah, they were kind of bleeding out. So I think that cross mapping when you need to and dropping Finn when you have to, if they do play in top side, or giving him a little bit of vision, make him feel a bit comfortable. Maybe he has to use his TP to lane. I think if Zoom does get TP advantage, and then they get TP in the bot and Hans and Vander fall behind, it's going to be a horror.
Yeah, it's just a lot
if they're aware of it, I'm sure it'll be fine.
There's a lot of ifs and buts and maybes.
Like, it's a painful game for me right now because, like, now I finally have my LPL babies and my EU babies.
You gotta pick. You gotta choose. None more of this stuff.
But the thing is that, like, I want this game to be close, but I still feel like I really want JDG to show the world that they should be in the conversation of favorites, because right now DAMWON have just taken off. And we see TES and DRX at the back half of the day, and so people are all on them. But I really want JDG to make a statement with this game, but I also want Rogue just to survive.
Well, you know, no matter how he turned, this is going to be the most important game we can watch in terms of really seeing how it lies in this group and who is the strongest, or who are the strongest teams. And we'll see if Rogue can pull off a massive upset here on day 3 as they take on JDG. Okay, JDG after the break. It's all good. Nothing happens. I don't know what you're...
Caedrel's going backwards.
And what a dominant performance from JDG as well. Zero hesitation, constant aggression.
And Rogue have shown up to Worlds to dominate the competition. Congratulations on the win.
Welcome to the world, no heroes and villains. Welcome to the war, we've only begun. So pick up your weapon and face it. There's blood on the ground, go and take it. You get one shot to make it out alive. So higher and higher you chase it. It's deep in your bones, go and take it. This is your moment. Now is your time, so prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Rise, push through heaven. Rise, rise. They will remember you. Rise. Welcome to the climb up, reach for the summit. Visions brave, the one false step, lead the end. among the dust beneath the dirt. Or do you know yet? Or do you want it? And when the giants call to ask you what you're worth, or do you know yet? Win or die. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Make them remember you. Push through and rise, rise. They will remember you. Prove yourself and rise, rise. Pick up your weapon and face it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Worlds 2020 here at LOL Park. It's not the first time, of course, we did play-ins here a couple of years ago. It's so great to be here. LS, welcome, my friend. We're already most of the way into draft, by the way, guys, so just a bit of technical stuff that we have to deal with the fact that we are a few oceans away. But we'll get into that in a moment. LS, how you been doing, man? Are you already excited by what's happened here in the draft?
Oh, I'm extremely excited. We got Electric Bear and we got B1 Renekton coming out by JDG. And what an opening to come back to. It's been 4 years since I've been back at Worlds.
And actually, I think I was casting with you.
Yes.
2017 over in LA. That was a great time. And now we get to do it again, finally, reunited here on this desk. But let's just catch you back up real quick, guys. It is going to be the Aurelia, Akali, and Shen bans. Don't like ninjas very much. Onto the side of JDG, and that's going to be answered by the TF, the Lucian, and the Camille being taken off the board. Camille makes a lot of sense. Zoom is an absolute beast. And the Lilia is going to be locked in. And I was going to say that for a Worlds broadcast, for the very first game, if that was a Graves lock-in, I'd be but thankfully, we've saved it with a Lilia.
Lilia is going to be here, so this is going to mean it's going to be the Volibear in top lane with the Nidalee, and so that's going to be an interesting dynamic against the Renekton and the Lilia. Zoe coming in blind. Larson was hovering Echo for a little bit, but now they're going to pivot over to Ashe. And I feel like if Rogue are going to stand a chance in today's matchup, Inspired's going to have a better performance than he did earlier on, and Larson is going to need to show up big for Rogue here today.
I think it's really, really scary, especially considering what he's looking at over the other side of the Rift. Kanavi does almost the most damage on his team, even in just the games that we've seen here at Worlds, but we've seen it be even more prevalent over in the LPL, and he's back on Lilia again, a champion that he has been able to do a fair bit of work with already. So the Ashe locked in. We're going to save that mid pick for Larson for a little bit later. Looking to the bans here, and I do want to talk about that sort of mid-jungle discussion that's been very, very talked about all Worlds long. And we do have that double AP mid-jungle coming out of JDG, so we'll see whether it is just going to be a bit more topside focused, trying to set up for the Lilia.
Yeah, and well, we see the Syndra is being banned away, so they're giving some credit over to Larson. And we'll see if Rogue wants to continue to actually pinch away Marksman down there in the bottom lane to get a better matchup for Hansama on the Ashe. And I'm very curious to see how Finn is going to perform here against Zoom today, as I feel like that could also be a pretty big indicator of how Rogue will fare later on in their group stage matches.
That's real rough, though, because Zoom is an extraordinarily talented top laner and has proved it time and time again. Unfortunately, not able to against Noggery, but we saw the things that he's been capable of, and I think that DAMWON's a bit of a weird team. They just seem to be doing too much winning as Hansama hovering the Brad for Vander, but no, Set is going to be a consideration here.
Ooh, Alistar.
I feel like Alistar blind is so dangerous into an LPL team, but it is going to be the Azir taken away. So Emperor of Shurima for Larson, setting up for a bit more of a team fight based composition here with Poke mixed in with the Ashe and the Nidalee.
And the Azir worries me a little bit because even though it's going to be a very good champion for Larson, this is suggesting Rogue are going to try to go the distance against JDG. And that is... There's definitely some moxie coming out of them here inside of the draft phase. Caitlyn Lux now.
Oh, God.
Gonna be the hover for JDG.
And that's the complete opposite of what you were talking about. You're talking about going the distance. Let's scale it up, guys. No rush 20. Let's see what we can do with some late game team fights. And JDG, they want to go home before then.
Yeah.
That's their plan. As the Caitlyn and the Bard are going to be locked in. We get Lumau's Bard on our first Worlds broadcast. Thank you very much, JDG. That feels like a fantastic thank you present. That's just absolutely brilliant. Looking forward to it. It's Vander, an old favorite here in the Blitzcrank. And this is going to be an interesting lane.
Yeah.
One could say.
This is going to be very interesting with the Blitzcrank because that's the curveball that is going to have a lot of potency throughout the entirety of this game. Even in the late game standoffs, if it reaches that point, Blitzcrank is always a curveball that can always just turn something on a dime. Yeah. And Rogue, they definitely have a lot of scaling in their team composition. The scary thing is the Caitlyn on the enemy team if she ends up going the distance. And so JDG, they just have so much autonomy early on with this draft setup that I'm really curious to see how Rogue's going to try to juggle it, because even super late game, I don't think favors Rogue.
Yeah, I think it's actually really scary because, like you were saying, it doesn't necessarily favor them because Caitlyn scales extraordinarily well, and Lilia is probably one of the best scaling junglers in the game. And so there's a Renekton there, and we all know how we feel about Renekton. However, it doesn't matter. He's actually used as a legitimate bridge in this game because he's just pumping up Kanavi. He's just trying to get him as much gold as possible, and we'll see whether that is going to be what happens. Rogue, I don't mind the team comp as far as their engage options. You know, they've got Ash Arrows, they've got Rocket Grabs like you were talking about. They do have ways to get things going on, but you mix the Zoe in, and remember, guys, this is Yagao on the Zoe. He didn't lose on this champion during the summer regular season. He was on a 16 KDA or something like that. Also played a bunch of games of the champion in the playoffs. Haven't seen too much of her so far here at Worlds, but looking forward to seeing what Yagao can do because we know what a powerhouse he can be on his day.
Yeah, and I just feel like Atlas, today is the day. Last night, I slept great. Renekton,
yep,
winless at Worlds. But today...
Well, we have to remember, you're saying winless at Worlds. That's not entirely true because play-ins exist.
True,
and Longxing is... Yeah. He demonstrated that sometimes Renekton analysis doesn't matter because Chinese Renekton is more like Godzilla. Yes, we know that Godzilla originated in Japan, but I think the Chinese remake is coming out a little bit better here at Worlds, especially when you look at those play-ins. That was really part of the turnaround for LGD as well. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing what it can do in the hands of Zoom, especially when he's got Kanavi there to beef up on the way.
And this is such an important match for Rogue because this is pretty much the team for them to beat if they want to advance out of this group, because DAMWON is looking untouchable. It does not seem like anyone is going to contest them for first inside of the group. So this is really, really important for Rogue here.
And this is also one of those groups that you look at, and it could just be the three-way ties on 2-4. You know, this is one of those groups where, with DAMWON being so incredibly impressive, if they just go 6-0, then that second spot is definitely very up for grabs. And a lot of people have already said that Rogue did make DAMWON work for it, maybe a little bit more than JDG did. I think, you know, maybe PSG almost did a better job than JDG as well. So this is going to tell us a lot. And here we are onto the Rift for game number 4 of the day. JDG starting off on blue. And of course, Rogue here on the red side. Pegging some spears. Inspired just needs to add a little bit more oomph to that one. This Kanavi's going to go back. It is going to be the Dark Harvest on the Lilia this time around. Yagao opting for a spellbook that isn't very well sealed. And not too many other surprises. Conqueror on Renekton as opposed to the press the attack. Maybe just wanting to brawl up against the Electric Bear a little bit more. And what do you feel about this matchup, LS? The old Electric Bear into the Crocodile.
So Electric Bear versus Renekton, is Volibear favored in isolation? But we'll see how Finn manages to pilot it here in the openings of this laning phase. And like you said, going to be the Conqueror on the Renekton. We saw how Finn performed against Nuggery, and now the real test is going to be a matchup that his champion's favored in what should probably be a pretty isolated top lane, at least early on.
Yeah, And I feel like the top lane does favor Rogue early on because of the added presence that you have with Nidalee. So we'll see whether Inspired, like you were talking about, we're expecting a lot out of Inspired this game. And we're hoping that he can sort of upgrade the performance from previous games here at Worlds. So far, just Blast Coning his way around. It's going to be blue towards top side. We'll see whether he heads into the enemy jungle to try and ruin Kanavi's time there, who's already a camp in the lead.
And Inspired just doing a very safe opening route here with the blue into red. You can see that on the flip side, Kanavi, he knows that all of his laners...
Oh, the cheekiest
of sidesteps. Nice sidestep right there. And Kanavi's just going to go for the FLICKR. He knows that all of his laners are able to do everything on their own. There's no real danger for them, early on at least. Finn's going to come down here.
Yep, the bear's going to find the deer. Slaps her there just a little bit, but these Qs starting to hurt a little bit. As Kanavi chases the bear out of her jungle. Not something you'd expect in the Animal Kingdom, but here on Summoner's Rift, things are different. Gonna have to start that one up again, though. So all the time that Finn can buy for Inspired is good.
Yeah. And that was a nice utilization of pushing that second wave in and getting a lot of intel for his team, because now Nidalee has confirmation. Okay, Lily is full cleared. Azir has priority in mid lane. This should mean Inspired gets left side Scuttle Crab. And then we'll have to see what happens bot lane to tell if Inspired can maybe actually just double crab Kanavi. Ooh. And sometimes this is an opening that takes place. You end up getting full cleared against, but then you gain control of both the crabs. Now Kanavi is rushing most likely to that right side crab.
Going to be taking his puppies first. As we're going to see Finn with a slight push and Hellfleet up here towards the top side. Inspired will finish this one off. So the jungle is converging now on the Rift Scuttler on the bottom side. You can see Yagao actually teleporting back is a big deal. Larson's completely and this will mean that Kanavi can have priority on the bottom scuttle.
And so this is a pretty big win for JDG, even though not a whole lot has happened yet. JDG were able to get the priority in bottom lane. The teleport came in from Yagao early on. Larson completely doesn't have any ability to help out Nidalee. And so now Inspired, his Gromp's level 1, his Wolves are level 1, and Kanavi just gets the better end of the opening jungle.
Yeah, and I think that's we've heard this so many times, especially last night. Thank you very much, Kobe. The jungling is a team game, and this was another perfect example of that. As the bottom lane moves up, just demonstrating what priority does give you as far as your jungling prowess. So you go back here in this mid lane. He's picked up a ghost. So many different summoner spells for this guy, and we'll just see what kind of a Zoe he is, because us here in the LCK, we like to define a Zoe player by the amount of redemptions they get and the earliest that they get them. And so far, level 5, Yagao a step below some of our Zoes, but otherwise is performing very well.
And now we're just going to have a little bit of vision shenanigans going on here. Lumao is coming into mid lane looking for something, but he is sitting on top of a ward.
And a trap.
Yeah.
He's going to give everything away there. As Yagao just clears out the minion wave, drinks himself a cup of cocoa, of course. Lumao is an absolute savant when it comes to playing the Bard, and picks the correct skin. And you just need the hot cocoa, man. It is my all-time favorite. I know that the astronaut skin is really cool, but I don't really mind. I just need that hot cocoa in my life.
And it looks like Kanavi is actually going to skip eating his wolf camp. That would have put him 2 camps up. He's going to make his way to top lane, and now they know that Nidalee must be on the right-hand side.
Ooh, Zoom with a bit of a struggle here, but does pop the Dominus. There's the ulti. Takes a big chunk of damage there as Kanavi makes his way forward. And the Renekton is going to be absolutely fine. Thankfully, the Empowered Q helping him out there. Finn not looking too meek in this matchup, but did still have to flash to get out to safety.
And the thing about this is that he misses the cannon wave, which is super big to just have that bounce into the turret, especially because now Zoom escorted the next wave into the turret, and so this means that the next couple of waves bounce back into Renekton, which, with Inspired having just recently cleared his left side camps, is a little bit uncomfortable because it means you know the Nidalee is not going to be making her way up to top lane in order to help you out. And now you're in an isolated matchup against the Renekton. Like that he went the Bramble Vest, like that he has the cloth armor as well. So he should be somewhat okay, and Kanavi is returning to just power farming up his jungle.
Oh, this is so cheap. Look at the little takeaway Cocos that are being left around by Lumao to make sure that Kanavi can stay as topped up as possible in this jungle as well. I think that's super cute. Just some of the cool things that you can do with Brad, and of course you'd expect it out of Lumao as well, because he is the premier Bard player. We've got a lot of Bard players actually around us at the moment. Of course, Wadid is currently casting the Korean broadcast of Worlds. He's another one of those Bard enthusiasts.
We'll see how the Bard manages to do in the later stages of the game. We saw Mickey X have one of the best performances probably ever on the champion earlier on in this tournament. Kanavi, now he is level 6. He's also very healthy right now.
Larson just ulting the wave, because sometimes you need to sweep away the minions. Teach them a lesson with your Sand Soldiers. And Yagao's going to pick up that wave pretty comfortably. Misses one, but shouldn't miss another. So no worries there at all. It's been a very quiet early game. And this feels, it's so funny because we're watching EU versus China, right? And so you'd expect that it's going to be more speedy on the China side. However, it's Rogue that are known more for early aggression than JDG, because JDG are sort of the LCK team of old of the LPL, or at least were in spring. Towards the end of spring anyway.
I love what's happening right now inside of the jungle. They have the vision on Inspired. They know that he's resetting. And the bounce back on top wave is lining up with Kanavi's reset and pathing towards the left-hand side. So they have multiple options. Renekton playing center lane right now. They're starting the Rift Herald. They know that Italy is going to be late to this, and we'll see what the response is going to be out of Rogue. It seems like they're going to rotate for it, but it's going to be too late. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the response. Try and take something elsewhere because it looks like this isn't necessarily going to work. Arrow just going to be avoided by Lumao as Kanavi's spinning around. They don't necessarily have a massive amount of damage, but they will be able to take this one down. Great rocket grab from Vander as Kanavi's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way, but multiple sleeps. That's a big battle star as well. And a sleepy bear here does find the brush, however. Zoom trying to dash around, and here's the Chinese Renekton we've been looking for. First blood comes down, and he's not done yet. Finn's going to turn up, but maybe you don't want to be here, buddy, as Hans Sama comes through from the top side. The Crocodile eventually falls down, as now it's Larson's turn to try and chase this one down. And damn, it was going slowly before, but that was some exciting stuff.
And one of the things to mention while all this chaos is unfolding around the Rift Herald, hold on, it's not done yet.
Okay, he does manage to land the paddle star, but is he going to be able to keep himself alive? As okay, Bubble not going to connect, shorts a little bit there as the Hawk shot does come in. Lumao scooped up and handed over to Hans Sama. JDG, what was that?
I'm not totally sure what JDG are doing right there, but Loken was down in bottom, getting all the free waves, getting free turret plates this entire time. He got 2 turret plates in 2 waves, which has to be remembered while all of this is unfolding, because Caitlyn's getting a lot of value that Ashe wasn't getting here. So, Sleep goes out, didn't quite get Lilia. Vander flashes the wall, Godzilla chases after, gets the Nidalee, and I thought right here, okay, Zoom's gonna take the Blast Cone, he's gonna exit the fight, they already got the win, and Caitlyn is just, she's in heaven down in bot lane.
Yeah. And I mean, this is very similar to the play from Gen G we saw yesterday, right? Where they're fighting 4v5 for a Rift Herald, and yes, they lose a death, but in the meantime, you've got Ruler hoovering up the minions. The only difference is that JDG just kept going in. And unfortunately, that didn't work out for them, as they did lose out on that fight just a little bit further. But as you can see, teleport here towards the bottom side, and JDG just doing Caitlyn things here. Smashing down turrets, perfect timing there on the Rift Herald to make sure that those plates are gobbled up. And Zoom also going to be a benefactor of that one, as Loken gets that 410 gold. And so the early game working out very well outside of that Rift Herald issue.
And the really scary thing is the Caitlyn. Once she starts moving around the map, she's the one that Rogue's team composition outside of an Enchanted Crystal Arrow or Blitzcrank Pole, they have no real way to get her. And so that's going to be very difficult, because Azir does not want to run head first into Bard or Lilia or Renekton that just point and click stuns him if he tries to go for a Shurima Shuffle. So things are looking very rough right now for Rogue.
But another decent rocket grab. Zoom's going to call that a gap close, As the stun comes down, Vander in a little bit of trouble. That's a fantastic Cosmic Binding, but the Emperor's Divide not going to be enough, and now Larson caught out with a Tempered Fade. He's underneath the turret, but this is JDG. I don't know whether that's going to be safety. As the arrow comes down from Han Summer, it looks like the pincer move is on. Is Lumao going to flash himself to try and get out of the way? As he does pick up the kill onto the bear, 1-for-1 so far in this small skirmish, but Lumao in between two turrets because that out hasn't been taken yet. And now Zoom and Yagao trying to get their way out of here. Good sidestep. Don't know how Yagao knew that. It's just a great reaction time there as the... Okay, Zoom underneath the turret trying to get the execution, and he does so. The teleport out from Yagao works out for him also.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Loken yet again.
He's playing a different game. He's playing like this...
He's playing Farmville.
Yeah, exactly. He's Farmville in the mid lane, in the bottom lane. I don't know. Is there like a demolition game that you can play? Because that's what he's doing.
That is indeed what he's doing. He's getting so big on his own. Even though Hansama has 4 kills, Loken has been doing so much. He's level 9 right now. He's gotten so much solo EXP, so much farm, and so many turret plates inside of him right now. So this Caitlyn's going to be very scary, even though she hasn't entered any of the action yet. So 2,500 gold lead right now for LGD, or JDG. And Zoom, you can see he goes in here. Battlestar doesn't end up quite connecting, and there's something about Renekton. Every time he gets a kill, he gets knocked up.
Yeah.
He's on a roller coaster. Larson flashed out of the way. They didn't quite have the damage to bring down Larson there, and then everyone converged in. Finn flashed forward, but didn't actually go through.
I mean, it was actually a pretty decently executed pincer move, to be honest, because they're really, really hard to make work. And Finn might have been a little bit early, but they were still able to feed more kills into Hansama. Hansama's now 4-0, has got all of the kills on his team. Yes, they're 3,000 gold behind, well, close to. And Loken has the most money, but Hansama's pretty close. 0-0-0 has more money than 4-0-0, by the way.
Yeah.
It's just League of Legends things, I guess.
Power plates.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, JDG, I mean, they're sitting very comfortable. They have the first Ocean Dragon. Infernal is coming up next. You can also see Lilia. She already has the Haunting guys. Going to start moving towards that Leandris.
Gonna get there pretty soon as well, but you can see Inspired actually farming very nicely this game. See where he goes to as far as item build. We did see the Rod of Ages come through earlier in the day. This might not be a game for it, as Inspired does have the Amp Tome in his back pocket. And so looking like a little bit more of the supportive Nidalee this game.
And right now, there's not a whole lot to really fight over. You can see Inspired, he was looking for something by shadowing Larson, but a little too optimistic. Now, Roger trying to invade, it seems, the blue side jungle. Zoom already crashed the wave into bottom, and Finn, I mean, he's running around at level 9 with 91 CS, and he's really living up to the Build-A-Bear workshop.
Yeah.
With his inventory.
That's a lot of different items. Yep, it's just a lot of blue, some brown, and some gray. But we're not really completing anything at this particular point in time. It's a fair bit of armor that he has against Zoom, so that's decent. Rainbow Vest is a brilliant choice. But it's odd. We have seen a few of these Iceborne Gauntlet volley bears. It's not going to be more of that aggressive Trinity Force style, and I don't mind that out of Rogue as well. As we've got the second Rift Herald, Shirley, going to be taken down. As Rogue knows exactly what's going on, but they've got a bear on the bottom side, so it's probably not going to be any sort of contest. As Van is just walking around trying to keep everyone concerned about this rocket grab.
And even a little bit of good RNG for JDG as the Scuttle Crab,
Tempered Fate. He's not going to save the turret, though, which he could have tried to do. As Zoom flashes on forward, Vander lands the rocket grab. There's a lot of CC now onto the Crocodile, but it doesn't matter. It's just a dead Blitzcrank, and now Kanavi's flashing forward. Watch out, indeed, as Hansama's going to be taken down as well. And now JDG are going to push towards this outer turret in the mid lane and continue that great work that they're doing. Have Shirley there to join them at the same time. Everything's coming up JDG.
Well, Rogue with the TSM Classic grouping in mid for just an isolated turret would have only given 113 gold to each champion that was in proximity, which you're not going to win or lose the game over. But in doing so, they're overextended against a Bard, and JDG, they tell him to straighten up really quick.
Oh man, that's going to be out of turret in mid lane. A second charge into the inner turret in mid as well. Straight into a dragon after getting the Rift Herald. And yes, there was a bit of damage done to the outer turret in the mid lane, but that is all that Rogue can really say about this particular fight. So such an early flash from Zoom, it just straight up didn't matter. He just soaked everything. And then it's all about JDG.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very easy collapse by JDG. They say thank you. They almost have a 4,000 gold lead right now in this game, and things are only going to get worse. It's a Mountain Dragon that's coming up for them. And these champions that JDG have outside of Renekton, normally they don't get a whole lot of tankiness. So being that much harder to kill is going to make it that much more difficult for Nidalee and Volibear to conduct themselves in the team fight. Volibear building pure tank, I mean, he's not going to do anything. It's just going to be a utility bot.
Yeah. And I don't know whether building damage would have been a better idea. Feels a little bit stuck between a rock and a hard place here for Finn as far as that build is concerned. Because he does need to survive as well. You know, Volibear's got a fair bit of staying power in these fights and can be a nuisance. But you're right, it is. This is just a part of the game where JDG are very strong. A lot of it has to do with Yagao, especially now that the map has been opened up so far. We have to go back to our Zoe playbook and be like, well, there's not a lot of vision options for Rogue, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Inspired is able to at least still lock down blue buffs, still have some control of his jungle. But when things start to get dark, that's when Zoe really starts to shine. And Yagao is a fantastic Zoe player. We remember from MSC.
Yeah.
That was where we suffered the wrath of his particular Zoe.
Yagao up here currently in top lane, looking to get the tier 1 turret. The game's going to enter into what we assume to be a little bit of a lull state. Everyone's just going to continue to farm up into their items. Rapid fire cannon on the Caitlyn so that she's able to be that much safer. Finn's coming down here, though.
Yeah, Empress Divide's going to pull back Zoom. Dominus is going to be popped here as he uses the Cultivate to try and get some health back. The ulti through from Finn. He doesn't do a lot of damage, but finally Inspired comes down with the kill onto the Crocodile. Didn't think that Cats versus Crocodiles was going to work out like that, but Rogue are going to transition also into a red buff. So chaining a few of these kills and steals into one another. Arrow also going to land as Vander flashes with the grab. And you ain't getting out of that one, Lumao, especially not with the ulti from the Blitzcrank. Very nicely done from Rogue, who do manage to get themselves a kill lead, even if it's not a gold lead yet.
Yeah, and I mean, these are the things that Rogue needs if they want to come back into the game. They're going to need Miracle Blitzcrank pulls. They're going to need pickoffs on stray members of JDG prior to objectives coming up. And they need this to keep happening if they're going to have any hope as the game does draw on. The Mountain Dragon fight, I think Rogue is going to be forced to just concede it. They might end up trying to take it, but it's going to be really hard for them to get position. And it's going to come down to Vander to land some sort of a pull. But with Bard there, Bard can just stifle it really hard, even if Vander would land a Marigold grab.
Well, we'll see exactly how Lumao is going to play that one out. You'd expect that JDG are going to be there immediately, but that's still a minute and a half's time. So, still some options here for JDG as far as what they want to do next. You've got to push out of the top wave here for Finn, who's now going for a reset. But Zoom is nowhere in sight, so it's just JDG walking around as a 4-man squad, seeing what they can get done. 2,000 gold is the lead, though, and Rogue pushing back a little bit there with that last little skirmish. And Vander goes on over with the rocket grab, actually finds the Caitlyn somehow. Loken uses everything, manages to escape as now Zoom. He's come forward yet again, does have the flash available very, very soon, but it's not here just yet as the Drowsy comes through onto the Blitzcrank. Unfortunately, going to be taken down there by a well-placed paddle start from Yagao, and it was so close to being so good, but unfortunately not quite able to secure the kill onto Loken.
And that's just going to be JDG getting complete control now over the blue side jungle of Rogue. And this is going to be very scary for Rogue to try to crack into the river.
We were talking about vision control and playing around. Zoe's also playing around the Lilia as well. I mean, she throws a bowling ball and then you could be asleep as well. I mean, this is a very, you know, it's not exactly an insomnia composition, as everyone's just able to sleep. It's no worries there at all. As Rogue do need to be very, very careful about which brushes they're going to be face checking. As Yagao comes through, gets a Drowsy somehow. How the heck did that work? You got Sleeps laid upon Sleeps, as that's going to be a gap close from Vander. As there's the flash forward, the slice, the dice spin going to be taken down. It's a double kill before the Crocodile falls. The flash forward from Lumao, but the flash in response there from Impaired as Lumao, that was very cute, manages to get out of his own magical journey. Seemed to have done something very strange. As now Logan, he's got his eyes on the prize. He wants objectives and objectives only, and he's walking immediately to this Mountain Drake. It's Kanavi prancing around. A very happy Bambi in the jungle here.
And JDG, they're going to pick this one up for free. And that's going to bring them to Soul Point, Atlas, for a Mountain Soul, which is going to be pretty impossible for Rogue's team composition to beat in a straight-up team fight.
Yeah.
And so this is really match point at this moment.
The thing that's really scary is that they couldn't kill Logan in that moment, right? Where it was this amazing hook onto a Caitlyn that I don't even know whether Vander knew was there, but he still managed to grab the hook. As we're gonna have a look at Zoom and this extraordinary play. Has an extra dash because of the rocket grab. As, oh, just beautiful stuff out of the top laner from JDG.
Now they're going to go back to farming. 4.5 minutes is the ticking time bomb that now exists. That Rogue, they have to find some sort of an answer to it. And love the Void Staff out of the Zoe second. Boris is crying somewhere right now, that's for damn sure. As there is quite a bit of magic resist on the side of Rogue. Caitlyn continuing on into powering her AD stat up.
Yep, gonna go for the Storm Razor as the third item. It's not exactly going to make Freak happy, but it will still get to the same 3 items in the mid-game anyway. As you've got Hansama for the biggest 3-item power spike on the Ashe that you can get to with the Essence Reaver.
Yeah.
And the Runan's Hurricane, he'll have the IE coming through pretty soon as there's the sleep. But it's a bait out of Rogue. I love this. Kanavi going to flash out of the way. The Tempered Fate is just extraordinary out of Lumao's. I don't know how he threaded that needle, but he did. And now it's a dead Hansama. The spear is going to go wide, and Vander stuck against the wall. There's a blast cone, but it's going to be taken by Kanavi after the watch out Eve. But oh no, we're going to sleep yet again, and the Caitlyn with that ace in the hole is going to be able to take down Inspired. And now Finn, he's ulting to get himself out of the way, and that might just be a sign of more things to come here for Rogue, as you can see JDG with their eyes on the Baron.
Oh man, I am really looking forward to that replay. JDG, they're gonna get this Baron. This Baron will persist into just before the Mountain Drake basically spawns Rogue.
Lawson.
This is disastrous.
Well, Empress Divide onto 3, but he falls asleep afterwards. It made him tired, and now he's trying to run away. Finn gonna be the first target. He'll be taken down as Zoom grabs that kill. And now Larson, he's gonna get flashed on here by Yagao, who's picked up a couple of them. The Trouble Bubble not going to land, but there's the flash forward of the Paddle Star. Will do it after traveling all that way. My God, this guy Zoe is just disgusting.
JDG are really putting on a clinic here as the game continues to unfold. Now, the Baron was stopped, so that's the upside. And right here, take a look at what Lumao says. He says Lumao to Vander's pull.
This setup was so cool too. Oh man.
Yagao with the Paddle Star. Electric Bear tries to come in. Magical Journey. Vander's not really having a very good time against Brad.
Oh man. This Bambi does not like trampolines, I'm telling you that much. But still, didn't really matter that Kanavi fell down. Oh man, Zoom just really took hold of this early game, carried it through, and now the rest of JDG are coming alive to make up for it. 6,000 gold is now the lead. 1.5 minutes on that Mountain Soul for JDG. They are looking like the team we were expecting coming into Worlds. I think that their game against DAMWON, that could have been closer. They did give DAMWON exactly what they wanted in a lot of instances. I think the second matchup between the two is going to be different. This is what we expected out of JDG, is that is going to be a very sleepy tower. Only a Sun Disc, as we've got drowsiness just everywhere.
I mean, we have the Sleep Sisters.
Yeah, exactly.
Lilia and Zoe. And their poke is quite obnoxious to try to juggle and deal with, especially in closed corridors. So, Rogue, they're between a rock and a hard place right now, As that Dragon, 45 seconds until it's going to come up.
Yeah, 3-item spike now done for Loken as well. 2-0-6 on this. Caitlyn has just been quietly sitting back and auto-attacking people. I was so jealous, actually, when JDG got Loken. I was looking at Loken for a possible AD carry that we could have had here in the LCK. Of course, he is Korean. But such a great pickup. He is a very, very stable AD carry. Certainly showed a lot of really good stuff elsewhere before joining JDG, but has fit in so well onto this roster alongside Kanavi, the other Korean on this team. As Rogue looking for some sort of trade opportunity. That's their way of trying to deny this soul, as they do have some vision control here towards the Baron area, but now they're getting corralled. Lumao flashing forward, doesn't get the stun, as in goes Zoom, just trying to choose his targets. Only half health now as in goes Spin. It says that he's unstoppable, but you stop him by killing him, and that's exactly what JDG will do. Emperor's Divide is dividing absolutely nothing, and JDG say, all right, well, I guess we won't get the Dragon Soul. We'll take the Baron instead.
They're going to get the Baron, and then immediately after this, you know they're just going to run over to the Soul. Baron is just the closest one
yeah,
to
may as well
them.
get what's in front of you.
In the Rogue graveyard that is left side river right now. And you can see Larson, I mean, he's trying to go over there with Vander. They're hoping to maybe make a pick in the event that JDG would just send one member to get the Dragon.
Well, Vander's definitely dead. The Aftershock wears off, and probably didn't even really matter there as the drowsiness continues. That's an ultimate used. So a bit of respect given over to Larson there, but that's the ace. So 11,000 gold now the lead. You've got Mountain Soul, you've got Baron buff. I don't think JDG could really get anything more at this particular point in time.
This game really just busted wide open yet again. And take a look at the flank by Zoom here. He gets right into the heart of the fight. Caitlyn, no one can stop her. No one can touch her. She's getting free deal the entire time. And JDG are just way too strong at this point, and Rogue are so completely uncoordinated. In that fight, there was nothing realistically that they could do.
Well, they were panicking, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this is 5 people that are just caught in the river with absolutely nowhere that they could go. And the Crocodile was coming down from the top side. This is the late game scaling version of Renekton, by the way. Seems to just be able to get to exactly where he wants to be and take down the priority targets. They make them different in the LPL when it comes to Renekton. Just beautiful to see. And it's just a coming together of this draft that has looked really, really nice, because sometimes you think that maybe there's not enough scaling options, maybe you're not going to be able to get things done, but this is one of those comps that bridges just so nicely while still retaining relevance for a lot of these other units, as the arrow isn't going to find the Lilia, and Inspired goes to sleep. Yagao says, all right, stay asleep, my friend, as the Nidalee's taken down. That's going to spell the inhibitor turret as well, as another sleep comes forward. Larson flashes to try and get as much distance. Is it enough as the 10-foot bait will catch him out, and JDG going to close the gap. Lilia will pick up that kill. And now JDG probably just going to say goodnight to this particular game and take it all the way up this mid lane. Not a lot of summoner spells remaining, but there's also not a lot of towers left remaining on Rogue's side. As Finn doesn't have an ultimate, they don't really have too much hope at all, as JDG will answer us and say that they may yet be able to get to the top of this group.
And what a fantastic performance by JDG here against Rogue. As soon as the mid game hit, it just became very one-sided, complete destruction with the way that they team fought and did everything, and even the early game as well. The transition, their team fighting very, very clean. Loken just getting to play basically by himself as well.
It was absolutely amazing. I absolutely love watching how this team plays around where their power is allocated, right? Yeah. It felt like that early game, it was all about Zoom. He's the Renekton, he's the early game powerhouse, let's play around him. They did that, they grouped, they picked up Heralds, but after that, it was just objective after objective. They knew exactly where to be. And yes, Zoom was like absolutely huge, but Lumao is just so damn good on Bard. Oh, amazing. And then, you know, in the meantime, Loken's just hoovering up every single structure on the map.
Well,
I don't know, man. It's going to be a very exciting rematch between DAMWON and JDG. Both of the, I don't think JDG got enough out in their first match. It felt like draft certainly suited DAMWON very, very much. But the second time around, I think the Camille and TF might be banned.
Yeah. Well, it's going to be interesting to see how they are when they collide again, because that'll also give us a much better idea of DAMWON as well. It'll sort of probably reinforce something, though.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But we're stepping away. Shox and friends will look closer at JDG's win in just a few minutes, so do not go anywhere.
Hey Mercedes, legends run wild, each one unique, with astonishing power, unstoppable, master warriors, ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it, we have each other's back. Together, we become legends, icons of a new generation.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Safe Farm Analyst Escort. We are taking a closer look at JDG versus Rogue. The JDG, rather, went into the game as favorites, and they came out as favorites, I would say. Was a very... Listen, I can't take this anymore. You can't root for two teams at the same time and two regions at the same time. You can't be double dipping, Frosk. Pick one. No, I'm kidding.
No, it felt good. This one felt really good. Because the only thing that I really wanted out of this, like if Rogue were going to go down, JDG needed to look powerful here. Yeah. They needed to say that there's more than just one favorite in this competition, and JDG's name is now stamped onto that list. You already heard it from Atlas and LS. Great cast on the day, guys. Can't wait to hear more. But like the next matchup that they'll have against DAMWON, I think that these two teams, for me right now, are the favorites.
Do you agree, Kadril?
Yeah, and just looking at the draft that's on the screen, I mean, you know, Rogue got counterpick in every lane. They counterpicked the Renekton with Volibear, they counterpicked the Zoe this year, they counterpicked the support matchup with the Blitzcrank at the Bard, but they just couldn't make much out of it. I mean, the proactivity with the Blitzcrank, Vander was landing some pretty good hooks, but it just never really turned into a good team fight for them. I felt like JDG was always ready to respond, and to me, Yagao on the Zoe was hitting so many insane skill shots, and Zoom on the Renekton was just basically 1v3ing the backline half the time.
And the thing is we had so much discussion at the top of the day about having engage tools, about having ease of execution. Now, JDG's composition does have engage tools, but it's not the traditional ones that you can see, like the Orns and the Ash arrows. But the thing is to excel at this type of composition, you have to be good. You have to hit those skill shots. If you're missing things as a Zoe, you're missing all of your damage. If you don't play Bard like Lamau and Mickey played Bard, then you are not relevant in the game. JDG showed why teams probably keep trying to play these types of comps. These comps are harder to execute on, but when you can do it, you absolutely style on kids, and that's what JDG did.
Yeah, and JDG have so many micro things that you wouldn't really take into account sometimes to get the engage going, whether they hit the Lilia E to get the sleep, the Bard ult into the Caitlyn trap to get the engage going, Zoom flashing in on the bubbles and stuff like this. So they had loads of micro things that kind of came together to form some sort of engage, along with loads of poke, which I think Rogue just didn't have an answer to.
Didn't have an answer to. As a fun fact, Lamau over in the LPL, he put Bard on the map. He also famously picked it in Game 5 in the Spring Finals versus TES and styled on them, and we saw a lot of that here as well. We're going to take a look at a couple of replays, because then we can see these drafts and kind of the issues and the positives in action, starting with this Herald fight, Frost.
So we already kind of complimented how mechanically gifted JDG are, but now I want to talk about how they turn their mechanics into their brain. So they get tempo reset faster to the Herald, and Rogue decide that they're going to buckle down and they're going to try to fight them. Now, the fight does go over to JDG, but Zoom pops the dominance here because he's like, I'm going in, guys. I got to get this Herald. We came here for a purpose, while Rogue were just trying to hold them off. He then goes over the wall. He's like, reminder, guys, you can think that Renekton falls off, but Renekton in the early game, especially as soon as he gets that ultimate, is really strong.
Yeah, and just in general, it felt like JDG had like they were first to every objective. They got 2 Heralds, they cracked open 2 towers bot, they cracked open the mid tower. So the early game neutral objective control was just so favored for JDG, and I think that comes down to the Bard being there first, Zoom having the lane pressure, and then them collapsing onto the objective really well with Yagao and setting it up. They walk in, they can hit the bubbles, and I just think that on top of the Heralds, they got the Drakes, so they knew that they could get the Mountain Soul later on into the game. And I just felt like the setup over the objectives was just so good, and the only way Rogue could find ways into it was hitting hooks. And every time they hit a hook, it started a fight, and JDG won the fight. So everything kind of fell over for Rogue.
It was like Rogue was JDG's engage.
Yeah, basically, in a sense.
Yes, when they came into them. Talking about the Herald going down and the fact that you just talked about how they pushed through the bot towers, like, think about that. As soon as I saw the Herald, I was like, that needs to go into Caitlyn's hands, because they need to do what TL couldn't do when they had a Caitlyn, which is you funnel plates onto her, you move her around, and she's the little cannon, and you start funneling so much gold into her. But Zoom is the guy who has to pick up the Herald. I'm like, no. JDG, they're going to be in a position where the Herald will have to be used top lane. No, instead, they TP the Renekton bot lane, give Caitlyn the Herald anyway, and push all the way through. So it's still that adaptation to make sure that they stick to the game plan, and they really know how to execute on these compositions.
And it's just those small things. When Zoom realizes he's in tempo heaven, he looks at top wave, oh, well, it's crashing into their tower, and my bot wave's crashing, so I can just TP in, pop the Herald. Hans is on top wave trying to crash the wave as well, and by the time they take the bot tier 2, Hans is finally getting 1 plate in topside. All that gold goes to the Caitlyn Renekton, and you saw even in this Herald fight, the first replay we saw, Loken was just sitting in bot hitting the tower at the time. Hans was trying to join the fight, he got 2 plates before the Herald even went down, so in terms of net gold worth, it's always worth for JDG, even if they go 1 for 1.
I'm just mesmerized by kind of the level of insight I'm getting here into the game and how that all happened. You guys explained that perfectly. I do want to take a look at some of the later game fights back-to-back, in fact, because, you know, Rogue did try, you know, as said, with the Blitzcrank hook and trying to make things happen, the Hex Flash here, but it never really worked out.
And this is the thing, they're playing Caitlyn Zoe, so if you allow them to crash the wave into the tier 2, they're going to siege the tower. So Vander kind of identifies that pretty well. He looks for the hooks, tries to get some kind of setup, but JDG, they have such good chase potential. They have the Zoe bubbles, they have the Bard ults, the traps, the sleeps, so they have so much to work with to chase you down, because the second that the Blitzcrank hook misses or hits a target that it shouldn't hit, they can always walk forward. So you can see them just poking and prodding at them throughout the fights. Zoom's always there to respond as the frontline initiation, and I just think that the comp is really good, the micro spells that land together are really good, and Rogue, like we said, the hooks kind of need to land, and the second they don't, they can just step forward.
The thing is that there's really talented Zoe players in the LPL. Zoe never really fell out of fashion. I still think that Scout is probably the best Zoe that I've seen in the LPL, but you can throw names like Yagao, like Knight onto that list as well. Of course, they have legendary mid laners. So to have Larson, you know, he sees the Zoe, he decides to match into the Azir. You have not faced any Zoes in Europe like this. Like maybe Cap Zoe on his best day. Like I'm gonna say it hands down, I think the best Zoe players are in the LPL, and if this champion gets to be played, you get to see them style on opponents, and that's exactly what Yagao did.
We saw it there. Just to button things up, where does this leave us with our thoughts about this group? We said this was going to be the one that was going to tell us a lot. Frost? Cajal?
Well, to me, DAMWON is still the best team in this group.
Yes.
But JDG stomping Rogue does kind of give you the idea that, well, JDG looked like the second best team. But it all comes down to the second round robin and best of ones. If Rogue can beat them and force a tiebreaker, then it's going to be a lot closer. I think if Rogue can kind of take this loss on the chin, try to kind of adapt in draft, try and get some, not cheese picks, but like better synergizing champs that can engage well, not just rely on the Ashe going in and throwing a volley bear and then maybe a hook. Just better, well-rounded comps. Maybe look for some kind of lane swap like they did.
I think the question is that if you gave Rogue's composition to DAMWON, could they have pulled out a win? Because you said that there were tools that they had, but Rogue were unable to break. Because I think that, frankly, they got skill checked in several positions and then also lost to the comp. And that's why I'm kind of like, yeah, I think DAMWON would win that game, because when they're given the better jungle matchup, they seem to be much more oppressive. So that's why I still have DAMWON right there, but I am glad to see JDG start hitting up, and I don't think JDG will lose to DAMWON in the same way that they did the first time.
I agree.
They won't flip it on the level 1. They'll have a much better draft. I still give the LCK that edge, though.
But Zoom right now, he's having his he's having a steak and his red wine, right? A connoisseur he is. When we return, though, Power of Evil faces his old team in the Unicorns of Love with the coach who gave him a shot in the EULCS 5 years ago.
FlyQuest had some decent looks, they had some good moments. I was still kind of pleasantly surprised by FlyQuest's willingness to still fight and find individual moments. They are here, Unicorns of Love, this 5-man roster are here, ready to rock.
to Worlds 2020, where we're going to North America's FlyQuest versus the LCL champs Unicorns of Love. This LS is going to be where your co-streaming really comes to the fore. As you are a bit of a North American savant, you can tell me exactly how FlyQuest are going to be able to do this and save North America here today.
I even co-streamed LCL.
Oh,
so I
there
you
we
know,
go.
got it all. Now, one of the things I really want to talk about is Unicorns of Love. Through all their play-ins, they've impressed me so much with their drafting ability. I feel like they seem to actually have a lot of awareness in the draft phase and just the way that they approach it and the edges that they end up getting it inside of this phase is really nice for them. FlyQuest, this is going to be a very telling game for them. Can they bring North America its first win?
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot on their shoulders, and it's not just for North America. This is for FlyQuest as well, right? They need to try and get a win here in order to have any chance of getting out of this group. It's going to be a tough one, and both of these teams are looking at each other as their opportunity to try and turn things around. Of course, wanting to turn that 0-1 into a 1-1. We are already in the draft here with Camille and the Swain being taken off the board, and over the other side, the Shen and Ash going to be denied and augmented further by that Caitlyn. You're well getting rid of those. I love the Swain bands. Absolutely brilliant. Gadget is basically Inspector Gadget there towards the bottom side of the map. He just does all sorts of stuff. And it is very, very fun to see as another first pick Renekton.
They waited for me.
They did. Now we're getting flooded. Absolutely flooded.
Well, here we go. B1. Renekton going to be locked in. Let's see how Unicorns of Love want to respond to this. They do a lot of tricky things inside of the draft, and I'm looking forward to seeing if any of that happens here today. Power of Evil is going to pull out anything super interesting. It's another big question mark.
Yep.
All right, Orianna going to be the first lock-in.
Yeah, Ari certainly very high priority, especially in the play-ins. We've seen her be less of that that first pick or ban type champion here in the group stage, but still definitely very, very strong. And taking it away from Power of Evil makes some sense. This guy did like to do some pretty crazy stuff with the old Orianna, probably closer to when he was actually a part of Unicorns of Love himself. Power of Evil been playing for a very, very long time. In fact, my very first cast overseas was Unicorns of Love in a promotion tournament. It was back with, Vizicachi on the squad, Power of Evil there in the mid lane, Spawn and I in a different country. And now we've come a very, very long way. And he is on the other side of the coin. Nanasik is going to be locking in the Graves as the Ornn is taken away as well. UOL are getting basically everything that they want. And there's an Electric Bear, Crocodile, and Syndra combination on the side of FlyQuest. LS, I know that you've been wanting to talk for a little while, but I didn't know how many good things that you'd have to say. So let's focus on UOL's side of the draft.
Well, I like how you already know, Atlas. As the amount of scaling on Unicorns of Love is very scary right now, and Ornn very good against breaking Syndra if she's going to be the only isolated long-range champion that FlyQuest are going to have on their team. The other thing that is perplexing me is Renekton just got counterpicked. We'll see if Solo can manage to overcome the matchup or just win it. As later in the mid-game, late-game, Ornn is just going to be a complete monster. He's not going to be movable. Graves is a vacuum answer to Volibear, so it's interesting to see that Santorin wanted the matchup. Syndra coming in as well, knowing that it's Orianna, but Orianna could be pivoted away somewhere. Yeah. We've seen Unicorns of Love do some crazy stuff. Twitch and Ezreal now.
Well, so far at Worlds, I mean, Orianna's lost games in the mid lane. She hasn't lost in the bottom lane. She is 100% win rate, LS. Bottom lane, Orianna, I believe it was Gadget that did it as well, because he is, of course, the guy that does like the awesome dudes there towards the bottom side of the map. Shout out for Papa for coining that particular title. As Twitch going to be banned away, of course. Very, very powerful here. See exactly where the minds of FlyQuest are going to be going for this final ban. Both Jhin, Caitlyn, and Ezreal, and Ashe taken away from Wild Turtle. As the Lucian also going to be off the board. That could have been one that no man's played, but I personally like him on the Vayne. That one's a lot of fun, as Gadget is going to take away the center, so no fun stuff. Just going to be a pretty standard one here towards the bottom side, unless it's going to be Heimerdinger center. which could have been really fun.
So this is really interesting because right now you're looking for long-range marksmen to counter Senna, or you're looking for a mage. Obviously, Varus not very popular anymore. Misfortune, one of the original answers to Senna and Aphelios from a long time ago. She wasn't quite a part of the trinity that was Aphelios, Senna, Varus, but she was a disruptor to the original Big Two when she had her rise to power, and there's the Lux coming in. So they're trying to offset and abuse some of the weakness that is present of Senna. But the scaling on the side of Unicorns of Love is absolutely massive. Garen being hovered, not entirely sure as to why. They're going to go with Rakan, and that perplexes me a little bit now. It is one of Ignar's premier champions.
Absolutely.
But thematically, he's running in headfirst with Volibear and Renekton into Ornn, Graves, Senna, Orianna. So there's a little bit of theme discrepancy.
Yeah, just a little bit. This is definitely a composition that wants to win pretty dang early. Otherwise, everything is going to hell in a handbasket. And you can see UOL, they're recognizing that just a little bit, just trying to play some triage there towards the bottom side, as it is going to be Senna Tahm Kench down there.
And this is what I was talking about Unicorns of Love's drafting, is they seem to be aware throughout the draft phase of what the opponents are trying to do, and then just layering it pretty consistently. And I feel like they exit the draft phase with a pretty comfortable edge. It's going to be very easy for them to play. Mid-game and late-game need no introduction with Ornn on the team, and just the cohesion that their team comp has. So FlyQuest, what they're really going to need to do, Syndra is going to have control over Orianna early on. That's going to be necessary to relieve Volibear of some of the pressure that he can have being exerted on him by the Graves. And then they need to try to establish some footing in the early and mid-game and rely on dragons to sort of bring this game home.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to have to be a lot of acceleration. I think so much of it comes down to the top lane. We've seen some of our Korean representatives show that Ornn is actually just a great matchup into Renekton. During the play-ins, though, it wasn't necessarily the way that that matchup went. So boss versus solo here is going to be absolutely pivotal in figuring it out. Shout out to Sheepy, looking absolutely fantastic in that jacket. Oh man, I need to find out where he got that one. That is absolutely gorgeous. It's like a Neo look right there. And maybe he is the one, because the drafts that they've been coming out with are extraordinary. And once again, they have done it. They have so much flexibility with the players that they have on their team as well. It's just whether they can bring that to the Rift, which is going to be the question. And now eyes are going to be on FlyQuest. Every single time North America has hit the Rift, everyone's hearts prepare to dip a little lower.
Yeah.
We'll see whether FlyQuest can bring them back up again. It's in their dang name. They've got to be able to do it for us here.
Well, the world stage does look like it's in the clouds.
It does?
Atlas. However, the
We're
pink
at the top
hue,
of a really big building.
It reminds me of the Unicorns of Love logo, so I don't know.
Oh, that is danger. That is a lot of danger.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe there's going to be an answer in Power of Evil, because this guy, he's on Syndra. There's a lot of agency that you do have to carry on this champion. We've seen what she can do time and time again here at Worlds. And Power of Evil, he knows Sheepy. He knows how he thinks. And we'll see how it is going to work out. As Unicorns, on paper, looks like they have one out in the draft, but this does need to be proven on the Rift as well.
Well, see what happens once the game unfolds. This is going to be pretty interesting because, again, onus on FlyQuest to try to do things in the early and mid-game. A lot of that is, like you said, going to be initiated through Power of Evil. He's the one that needs to get things going. If Solo can get some sort of an advantage early on, that's going to be pretty big as well, because it's not something that you would entirely expect.
No, and that's part of the worry here. We'll see whether he can do his best zoom or Longshing impression on this Renekton to just utterly dominate this Ornn, because you really need to put him down, and put him down extraordinarily early if you are Renekton in this matchup. Otherwise, it just gets more and more dicey as the time goes on. Electrocute taken here by Power of Evil. He was listening. He knows he just needs that all of the oomph that he can possibly get, so that his gameplay button, his R button, is going to work.
Well, Nothing too chaotic unfolding super early on by either party.
No, a little bit calm. Ignar, of course, he's no stranger to us. Of course, played in the LCK for quite some time on a team that you're quite familiar with, LS, while he was over here. But he loves Engage. We saw him hovering the Lux, and I actually don't mind that he switched over to the Rakan, even if it's thematically wrong. I just feel like Ignar, like Mark, is one of those let's go in type players, and if he's not on one of those, does look a little bit worse for wear. So see what he's going to be able to do here with Wild Turtle on his Misfortune. They are going to have some control if they can set things up for Santorin. But man, there is just... Fly needs to do so many things, and they need to do them so quickly here in this game.
And, I mean, Power of Evil's doing a really good job so far. Here in mid lane, quite a very large HP difference, and also Noman's, he's already chewed through 2 of his corrupting potions.
Yeah, and the health lead is still just as high, so absolutely fantastic stuff here from PoE. As Solo just shoving in. And Boss, you know, is down a little bit on health, but we'll just have to see how this lane is going to continue to develop. Because we've seen it go completely wrong for Renekton's and the other way around, if you're talking about play-ins, so just have to bide our time, see how this one's going to go as Santorin. On his red buff here, he'll clear that one out and get to work on the rest of the map.
And Graves just going on for the full clear. He knows that Volibear can't really compete with him. In the early stages, nothing to really be afraid of. Santorin, he's looking for some sort of a gank here, and No Man doesn't have teleport. If he dies, this is bad.
This might be the cheese we're looking for. The stun comes down after the flash, as that was just the edge of the orb. Scat of the week working out very, very nicely here for Power of Evil, who's now going to position himself well past his minions and try and deny No Man's. Now an Orianna without a flash, that is bad for but Ananasik comes on in. There are a lot of minions here, but Ananasik's going to flash immediately after Power of Evil. Great Scat of the week, not going to get a stun. But Graves doesn't have quick draw and isn't going to be able to continue that one. But there are no summoner spells here in this mid lane that are going to do anything in a fight.
And this is actually disastrous for Unicorn's Love because Volibear was able to get the left side Scuttle Crab, and then because of the priority down in bottom lane, given the nature of the Rakana Misfortune versus Senatom Kenj matchup, they're able to rotate and deny the right side Scuttle Capture. And so, even though Graves had gone for a full clear, and Volibear didn't get all of his camps, picks up the 2 Scuttle Crabs, and that offsets everything and actually puts Santorin ahead.
Yeah. Speaking of being ahead, Boss is doing a great job here towards this top side as Ananasik is going to turn up, see what he can get done on his phase rush Graves. It's going to be spotted pretty quickly as Solo now might be in trouble. There's the flash, but it's not going to get him far enough, and First Blood is so easily gifted over to the Pineapple.
And Boss getting an assist early on, getting that kind of pressure relief, it's really big for him. And Solo, I mean, his lane was in a bit of an awkward spot.
Yeah, it felt like a little bit of desperation, right? Wanting to try and get that wave crashed in so that he can continue trying to deny as much as possible against Boss. But you can see in those CS numbers, it did not work out. You got a teleport advantage now for Boss. He's got 4 minions in the lead, and he'll get back to lane with some decent stuff here as well. Remember, no flashes here in this mid lane as No Man's chasing after Santorin here as Ananasik going to come in. That's a great smoke screen, but Power of Evil just says goodbye to Orianna. And that's going to be a kill back here for FlyQuest. They're still in the game.
Yeah, that's a very important kill as well. Power of Evil now puts himself on the board. His lane was in a fantastic position. He had so much CS coming in. And No Man's, he's going for the Tear of the Goddess. So it's going to be the Seraph's Embrace most likely into the Rabadon's Death Cap so that he can get the Death Crown from Ornn.
Well, Ananasik is going to continue his assault on the map. As, it's a great double up there on the Gadget. Does do a fair bit of damage out of Wild Turtle. Ananasik decides he's not going to be able to quite make it in there, but now Santos does get the tongue lash, but otherwise not too much more is going to come out, and it's just another 6 saying, give me some of that experience. This Gadget does land a decent snare. Good knockup from Ignar, though. Does do a bit of a chunk over to Gadget.
Manages to actually buy a lot of time, though, because now the next bot wave is already here, and this isn't a cannon. So in Gadget and Santa's recall, You can see Santas, he switches to teleport because he needs to TP down back into bottom to try to maintain the freeze. Otherwise, Wild Turtle and Ignar, they would crash this wave and then pull it. Here we go.
Yeah, boss, gonna have to flash to get out of the way, and he is going to keep himself alive. Santas is in here. And he's got the unsealed spellbook. He'll be absolutely fine. As now Solo just gonna be taken out. Didn't really want to be there. He was in between the wrong turrets. And Santos just going to get himself back down towards that bottom side, just going to waddle his way down there, and that's why you take Unsealed Spellbook, because it means the frog is well and truly unclogged.
Yeah, and meanwhile, Graves, he's just getting to invade Santorin's red side jungle. Ignar going to try to interrupt it a little bit.
Yeah, it's a really good quick draw to get Nanasik out of the way. He focuses on the monsters. Doesn't want to be killing Rakans here at this point in time. Now some Honey Fruit going to be taken down as well. It's all about PvE here as Power of Evil gets a fair bit of damage there onto No Man's. 1-0-0 now for the Syndra. Is North America's hope in a European mid laner once again here in this game, as his Syndra is going to have so much stacked on her shoulders.
And Wild Turtle and Ignar right now, they do have a pretty comfortable CS advantage.
Oh, God.
Down in bottom.
So Solo's ahead in farm.
Yes.
That is definitely good news, but he's not winning trades anymore on this Renekton.
And it's probably all over. I would be very surprised to see if he ever regains footing in this game.
Wild Turtle going to get exhausted. That's very important, as that bullet time would have killed. Santos once again going to be able to survive, gets himself out of the way. Gadget now safely underneath his turret. And does have the heals here for the Tahm Kench.
And Gadget just trying to get as much farm as he possibly can down here in bottom. Doesn't quite have his Tear of the Goddess yet.
All right.
No Man's.
Yeah, gets electrocuted. Does a fair bit more. As we mostly see the phase rush, so you're not going to have those little electrocute procs coming out. Does mean that Power of Evil might be able to surprise with some of these kills, the amount of burst damage that will be able to come out. His Lost Chapter is now completed. Let's see where he's going to go next. That Luden's probably in the cards.
And so right now, even though the gold is pretty much completely even all across the board, this is a bit worrisome for FlyQuest because it just means that everything is going to keep gravitating towards a stable mid-game. And if that happens, very beneficial for Unicorns of Love. No dragons taken for either team yet, which means that if we do have a soul, it's going to happen very late into the game, which means ornaments are going to be online by that time. No Man's, he might get completely
trouble. The quickness comes down. There's the grand entrance. Power of Evil says goodbye to the Orianna. The Clockwork Orb Smith is taken off the Rift. And FlyQuest will now back away, looking for even more as Ananasik through here, just clearing out vision where he can, but not going to be able to grab that ward, and it looks like Shelly's going to be next on the menu.
Santorin going to pick up the Herald with his teammates, it seems. No one's really rotating. I'm actually a little surprised that Wild Turtle's coming over here.
Yeah. Well, they just want to try and get as many kills as they can. As in goes Ignar, good knock up there, but the Devour is in. Santos might have actually stepped a little bit too far forward, though, as there's the on. Gets a decent knock up there, but only onto Solo, as Santos has made it completely out, and Ananasik gets it with the collateral damage. Goodbye, Bear. And it is going to be FlyQuest taking down the Rift Herald, so there's at least that. They'll get some plate gold for it, but I don't know whether Santorin needed to die there.
So the thing about this as well is that it's not just that Unicorns of Love gets the kill, they also get 2 minion waves on Gadget that Wild Turtle misses out on, and Gadget's going to get a turret plate. One of these minion waves is a cannon. This is an enormous amount of experience and gold that is just lost out on. So even though they get the Rift Herald, they get the 100 gold there, it's going to convert into some turret plates. It's not just a 1-for-1 or a 1-for-0-0 trade. Unicorns of Love actually make out better.
Well, Ignar looking to try and even it out there as No Man's chunked to about half. No grand entrance targets there with Santos turning up. Orb on the floor, but Ignar is just going to wander around it. Good sidestepping. Stun onto No Man's, and damn, Power of Evil does a fair bit of damage, guys.
Yeah.
This is only a lost chapter, PS. He's going to be very scary after his next back, which is probably due pretty soon. I do want to check in on some items here as Wild Turtle. He's had had a bit of a different idea. Spoke to Boris a little bit here, and they didn't really come to terms with one another, as he's going to be going back to the lethality. And this is something that used to be the absolute build that you'd go for, is I'll have to hold that thought as Abyssal Voyage comes in, and Unasik gets the smoke screen down. Slowed is Wild Turtle, but he's got a W, as he's trying to prestige his way out of here. And whilst looking good, he's also going to stay alive. As Shelly turns up to the mid lane, and FlyQuest know that it's about Power of Evil and getting him ahead.
Yeah.
They will funnel this gold into him.
Syndra is the only champion that can save them in the later stages. The scariest thing, though, is that Ornn can reliably reach her without FlyQuest being able to have a say about it.
And also, UOL just got a dragon, so the sole win condition is looking very grim for FlyQuest.
Even further delayed. The other thing about Ornn is the ability to interrupt the bullet time from a distance is another pretty big factor that's going on there. Power of Evil now, he does recall, he picks up the Luden's Echo, also gets the Sork Pen boots, so he's going to be hitting pretty hard.
Yeah, that's actually a huge power spike here for Power of Evil. So 12 minutes in, this is where the Syndra's going to start getting work done. But speaking of work, I mean, Boss is absolutely that right now. Grabbing himself turret plates, just demolishing these towers. And a minute and a half left on those turret plates as well, so he has a chance to grab even more up there. Still, he's down by 12 CS, so we still have to mention that. As collateral damage, just try and clear out the minion wave. Power of Evil does still have his R button, and there are some spheres on the ground.
And they're trying to just defend that last turret plate and the first blood turret from just solo going over to Syndra.
Yeah.
That is why he ults the wave and just tries to guarantee that it is still standing. Meanwhile, though, Solo, even though he's died twice, one of which in very unfortunate circumstances, the call is almost complete, so that's going to help offset things, and his CS has been doing... His CSing has been really good. He might die again, though.
Yeah, the Slice the Dice does not have Flash, as an Unasik would have probably liked to have a collateral damage, but after that minion wave, not going to have it available to him. The Santorin's going to turn up. Sky Strike just to try and do some minion damage, but Solo, he can't follow up to anything. As FlyQuest lose yet another one, as... Oh no, they predicted the charge! Oh, sorry, the Slice. Oh, that's just... Yeah, hate to see it. As Nanasik will grab yet another plate, most likely. No, not going to be able to get there. We've got about 20 seconds. Is that another ult for the minion?
Another ult!
God.
Syndra is... She's not happy. I wonder if the turret can just be autoed. I'm really curious what the HP on it is, because it might just be worth taking 2 turret shots to get it.
Yeah, I mean, there's only 3 seconds left.
Oh, it looks like...
I don't think he's going to be able to get it. We didn't...
No!
He wasn't able to grab it.
And that's actually a pretty important defense by Unicorns of Love.
That's a denial of 200 gold. You'll take that any day of the week.
And, oh, Boris is seething. I see the Serrated Dirk in Graves' inventory. Hopefully that's going to be the Yumu's Wraithblade.
Yeah.
That ends up getting upgraded by Graves. If anyone's going to build Black Cleaver this game, it should be the Senna.
And she's already most of the way there.
Already going that way, so she'll get the Obsidian Cleaver later on in the game, so I really like the itemization coming out by Unicorns of Love here.
Yeah, I think Sheepy and Boris, they've got some deals. Boris doesn't sell UOL the bad stuff.
Boris can't corrupt the Unicorns of Love.
It's just, that's just not how it's going to go.
That's how it is, Atlas.
Well, Boss up here towards the top side, demonstrating that Ornn does indeed do very, very well into Renekton yet again. Finally has a CS advantage for himself as well, as a Nanasik going to turn up and try and defend. But Boss is just going to be diving turrets and putting crocodiles in the sky. This is not great for Solo.
He's going to be forced to reset. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, but MF?
Yeah, okay. Let's see what Wild Turtle can get done. Collateral damage avoided completely. And bullet time, okay. Well, you may as well press the button if you've got it available. But it is not required, as Boss going to have to try and get out of there. Sky Strike coming on in. Santorin gets on around. I don't think they're going to be able to dive him, though. As now even Ignar is here. If Boss keeps moving, it might be an opportunity for Ignar to get through. There's the stun. Is Ignar going to be able to get the knock-up? Do they have any damage is the question. It looks like they may, as the Ignite was ticking down. It's not going to be enough to flash forward. Ignar is also going to fall, though, as that's going to be the electrocute blow. I think picking up the kill onto Nomad. That's why you take the Keystone, ladies and gentlemen. As now Wild Turtle's going to take down this outer turret, and they're like, Solo, it's fine. We will win this game for you.
And this game is, it's going back and forth. Power of Evil is keeping them really in this game right now. And also the big shutdown, it helps propel Renekton back to a point where he's somewhat stable.
Yeah.
He almost has his call complete. He's 3 CS away from it. Just dinged it right now. Black Cleaver is going to be the next item of choice for him. And so given that Misfortune picks up a little bit of lethality, Black Cleaver will have a little bit more value in amplifying Wild Turtle's damage.
Yep, also now going into the Essence Reaver, so it is going to be a crit build as the game goes on. Because now you are lying in wait. I believe that was Gadget and Ananasik there in that brush, as you can see now, as we toggle the vision back on again. No Man's caught out of position once again. And the Orianas here at Worlds have actually been doing very, very well. But this is a 0-3, and we know that Oriana that doesn't get any gold at all is super duper useless. No. As, okay, goodbye, Mr. Crocodile. Yeah, not sure what that one was about. 30 seconds now in the Death Realm.
They gotta be careful with the Rift Herald. They don't want it to charge onto the inhibitor, so they should just let it crash into the mid-tier 3 turret and then have that, call it a day.
Yeah, well, actually Shirley gets a bit of a love tap onto the inhibitor turret as well. Doesn't want to be taking down any inhibitors at this particular point in time. My friend LS told me about that. Had something to do with freezing minion waves. I don't know, I didn't pay too much attention. As Boss just charging his way towards the bottom side of the map, try and get things done. And so let's have a look at this again. Let's see whether it is. Oh, there it is. Thank you very much. Our Axe replay there showing the power of electrocution.
Well, it does seem like Unicorns of Love are just going to be trying to stabilize. They did pick up the Cloud Dragon. Infernal Soul is going to be the Drake this game, and that's a pretty big dragon for both of these parties. A little bit more so for Unicorns of Love because they're going to get the amp coming in from the ornaments, but also if Oriana gets extra AP, it actually converts to EHP, given that she shields her teammates and whatnot. Yep. Senna as well, things of that nature. Going to be pretty good. FlyQuest, they're up right now just under 2,000 gold. But Unicorns of Love are the ones that are still in the lead, but Power of Evil has the chance to change
that. We're looking for the fight. There's the Devour already on cooldown. Santos is probably going to fall down, and he is, as Wild Turtle grabs that one. The Shockwave does basically no damage, as now No Man's forced to run away. Wild Turtle will get to work on the inhibitor turret, perhaps, as Solo trying to fight Boss yet again. Does get the Cull the Meek. You're down to 100 health, Mr. Crocodile. Don't go back in. Oh, he's looking for it, but he just gets fire breathed on him. I have no idea why he decided to go back for that one. That was definitely very aggressive, and I appreciate that part of it, but otherwise not too much, as now Boss definitely going to be dead as Wild Turtle helps clear that one up. It's Power of Evil that somehow collects the kill. No idea how. FlyQuest will get to work on this turret, so it doesn't matter. Solo seems to just be dying over and over again, but FlyQuest are grabbing the things that they need to put themselves in a position to win.
Yeah. Now they're up 3,500 gold, so a very big swing.
Yeah.
In the last minute and a half.
Can we get a counter on ults used on minion waves this game, by the way?
That would be pretty good.
I think we're going to need one of those eventually. We'll put that together for the next time. Something like that, guys. There's been a lot of them.
And it looks like Oriana, this is a very interesting thing. No Man seems like he is aware, I'm actually not going to make it to Death Cap without trolling. And so he's building Aether Wisp so that he can still have presence in the next dragon fight and in the mid to late game transition, because he's very starved right now. He has a very little amount of gold. We'll see what he can end up doing with it, but now it's a 4,000 gold lead for FlyQuest. This is about where they would need to be against this Unicorns of Love team composition, because once Orin starts bestowing ornaments, that's a lot of unseen gold that is going to be given over.
Oh no, did Boris get into the ear of an Ananasik? He's got that ruby crystal, and I'm a bit nervous.
Edge of Night. Edge of Night.
Oh, okay, thank God. Okay.
Yeah, edge of your seat, I understand, but...
Oh, I don't know, man. Ugh, scary. Very scary stuff. However, if that is the case, that's going to be absolutely fine. Power of Evil. Just very, very close to his third item. And second item, Void Staff as well, showing the power of that one in the last couple of ults that he's thrown out. Just a sliver left on this outer turret on the top side of the map that Solo is desperately trying to keep alive. as No Man's looking to try and clockwork wind up that one to death, and he's going to be able to do so. It's a bit of extra money into the back pockets of UOL.
And this is a very strong timing for FlyQuest. They should be able to get this Infernal Dragon. And I say that because Boss, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to complete Infernal Mask and get it. Edge of Night was completed for the Graves.
Boss, very, very close to dying there as the bullet time careens forward. That's going to be the inner turret taken down, but Ignar doesn't get any of the knockups. It's the ult defensively there from Santorin, who flashes out of the Dawning Shadow. Oh, power of evil! He gets exhausted and shut down by Anonasik. And oh no, Solo slowed down so early there, but flashes on forward. The Devour denies the Renekton, and more fire being breathed forward. The flash on top of him by Boss. That's why I chose this name, I guess, ladies and gentlemen. Extraordinary stuff from the top laner of UOL. And FlyQuest, team fights are getting more and more difficult.
And they did all of this over the 500 gold tier 2 turret down in bottom lane and then just trying to push around it. So now things are just looking really doomed because Unicorns Love, they're going to pick up the Infernal Dragon, I assume. Power of Evil, he does have teleport and his death timer lines up. So they're shoving right around here. Ultimate comes out, Santorin trying to disengage. Power of Evil, no flash. They get onto him with the exhaust, so the unleashed power not able to do enough. Renekton comes in.
Santos is an absolute god, by the way. Just saving everyone at every turn. Oh. Exactly right, LS. It's feeling like we're getting towards the end times. Even if FlyQuest still have a gold lead, that'll fib to you. Because you can see these ornaments. I believe Captain Flowers stated the statistical advantage that you pick up in terms of gold lead with the 2 items that have been upgraded on Boss, and it's to the tune of approximately 5,000. So there's your gold lead right there, ladies and gentlemen. Bramblevest also fantastic on this on.
Boss, level 14 now, so he's able to start bestowing items, and so probably going to be the Obsidian Cleaver first on Senna to get upgraded. We do see that Graves is also going for the Black Cleaver. He has that Phage, and he also has Edge of Night already. So it's not going to be the Yumu's Wraithblade that gets picked up, even though there's no armor on the enemy team. And so that's not there, not present.
Yeah, so the Edge of Night was there, so that was a thumbs up.
Yep.
And the Black Cleaver comes in immediately afterwards, so that's a bit of a thumb.
No, resist Boris for so long.
I mean, at least the thumb is halfway in between or something like that, so that's better than very.
It will make him beefier. It'll make it harder for Syndra to get the threshold and execute him.
Yep.
It'll give him a little bit more survivability, and that does help against a very stifled Renekton, who is just so far behind this game. And again, as we mentioned earlier on, thematically has a really hard time conducting himself against this UOL team comp.
Well, Santorin taking a bit of damage here as the Piercing Darkness does take him down to about half, but he will make it out of there. The Volley Bear not going to be dying just yet. As Spellbinder comes in for No Man's, I think I started talking about this before, but I'm going to have to stop talking about it yet again as Power of Evil going to have to flash to get on out of the way. There's the Shockwave to pick up the Syndra. He just wants to throw down an ultimate, and the Devourer is going to deny it entirely as Ignar dancing around but unable to actually lock anyone down. Now FlyQuest just back the heck out, and they're asking themselves, what the heck are we supposed to do here? 2,500 gold in the lead is FlyQuest, but as you can see, on the Rift right now, it just does not feel like they have any advantage. And the Baron is being started here. Ignar, he can do some fancy stuff here on the Rakan. Right now, UOL seem to just be ignoring him as Santorin does have ult available. No flash. As Ignar down to half. Over goes Anonasik as the Ornhorn comes down. Not going to get the knockout. Oh, does find Santorin actually. As in goes Solo. Can he take down No Man's? Remember, this Orianna is also very, very low, but he just gets kited. It's exactly late game Renekton, ladies and gentlemen. That's what he does. Unfortunately, unable to get too much done. And does stop the Baron, so I told a lie. He did get that one done. But it's a little bit sad there, Solo not quite able to get enough damage down fast enough to take out No Man's.
And in 2 minutes, we're probably going to see the last stand that FlyQuest can make here. They need to win the fight. Death Cap is completed on Syndra, and so that'll be a pretty big item completion for Power of Evil here. But Boss, probably about to ding 15 soon. He still hasn't bestowed any of the items yet. Senna, 40 souls, 55% crit right now.
It's getting scary.
Or Gadget.
The scaling really starting to come in.
Yeah.
Here for UOL. Sort of all at once, right? Because we are going to have those upgrades start coming out as well. There was a point that I was trying to make before, which was the fact that this Spellbinder is now on No Man's. That involves a needlessly large rod.
Yes.
And that needlessly large rod could have been a death cap, which I think would have been better, even if you had to wait a little bit for it. Because UOL do have that luxury, right? They're on Soul Point, and they're not at any risk of losing the game anytime soon.
So
could have been a good idea.
I think what he's feeling right now is that, yes, he could wait, but if he completes Spellbinder right now, he's going to get the most power and utility that he can for Infernal Soul, and they might just consider, if we get this, we win anyway. So that might be No Man's thought process right now. Boss, probably very close to Locket of the Iron Solari, and that is so much EHP that he's going to be able to give over to his teammates in the fight. It's actually probably just going to outright invalidate Renekton and Santorin on this Volibear.
It's one of the first times I've seen Locket third item for On. It's just a great day, isn't it? As,
the sun's shining.
It is. It is. Especially if you're a UOL fan. As they are skirting the area, looking for their opportunity to come forward. Wait for that On to throw out that call to the Forge Guard. Ignar taking the front line, does have Battle Dance, of course, so can be very slippery in these fights. As FlyQuest, I think they've got one more chance to try and find a team fight that's actually going to work out for them. As the vision is going to get cleared here by UOL.
Syndra needs to show up solo. You can see he's looking for the flank. Here we go.
The Dominus has been popped. Oh, that's a great knock-up there from Ignar as they get it towards the backline. The Tahm Kench already taken down. Gadget destroyed. No, he's going to survive. Solo's taken out, but it is going to be Santorin that locks down the Dragon. They deny the soul, and they win the fight in the end. It is 3-for-1. Only the Crocodile's dead, and FlyQuest, they're used to that this game.
And you know what? I mean, it was a worthy sacrifice there. In order to make this whole situation unfold. Now they're going to be the ones that go over to the Baron. Death timer's way too long on Gadget. Santa's and Graves is not going to be able to get there as well. As he is dead, he does not have Teleport Alice. As
Thank you very much for pointing that out. I'm glad that we just didn't plonk him down in the middle of the Baron pit just to try and make things a little bit more exciting. But it's going to be this Red Bull Baron power play that's going to show us so much about whether or not FlyQuest can get themselves a victory. Because this is going to have to spell something like 6,000 and a dead Nexus.
Yes.
Because they're still on a clock. Look at Wild Turtle, untouched. Just so much damage with that bullet time.
This is all a byproduct of them not having vision to the south and not knowing that Renekton was coming from the flank. If they had that angle and made it so that Solo couldn't get onto anyone and that Gadget and No Man's couldn't be reached, they would have had a much easier time. Ornn would have had a completely free ultimate onto everyone as if it was a runway and a plane was about to take off, but they didn't get that. And so now the game is going to persist on. Very surprised by No Man's. He picks up the Void Staff. So no ornaments going to be given over to him. Santa's on the Tahm Kench, not going to have any for himself either.
Oh my god. That's a lot of Ornn damage.
Yeah.
We mentioned that Boss had been doing pretty well. That's a pretty decent demonstration of it, and despite Solo has died 8 times, still managed to put down 14k, so maybe we should be a little bit nicer to him. He's still at least able to get in there and cause a ruckus as Gadget. Bit of poke there onto Ignar. FlyQuest, you can see them pushing forward. They do have pressure in a couple of lanes. Santorin up here towards the top side, making sure his double siege minions stay okay. The Bear Croc combo. Sounds like a meal deal at a fast food restaurant. As Santorin wants to try and take down this bevy of wards he does have available to him. And Nanasik not able to actually grab any sort of kill onto Solar here towards the top side. And FlyQuest are going to use that in order to take down this inhibitor turret in the mid lane. It had regened itself quite a lot, but not going to be regenning anything now that it is lying as rubble on the floor. And Solo going to utilize that one by taking down this inner turret. Okay, that's an Abyssal Voyage, and oh no, Solo in a bit of a rough spot, but does slice and dice, and FlyQuest get here to save their Crocodile. And Solo's just standing. Look, he looks bewildered. It's like, oh, wait, guys, I'm still here.
Feels offended by their attempts. And just a slow and steady advancement here by FlyQuest.
They've played this last section of time, though, extraordinarily well.
Yes.
All of the pressure continues mounting. We mentioned the Red Bull Baron power play. That number needs to get high. It is currently at about 3,000. They want to break open this base. Great double stun there from Power of Evil. And they will take down this inhibitor. Well, feels like they're sweating for almost the first time this game, honestly.
Yeah. This is probably the most stressful of a situation that they have been in. 1 minute's going to be that Infernal Dragon. Unicorns will up. I mean, they're not out of it yet. We're at 32 minutes. It's going to be 33 by the time that Dragon comes up. They have an Infernal themselves. Their champions are very, very strong. I'm not sure if Santorin is going to be able to get to that Locket of the Iron Solari by the time that fight takes place. So Graves going to be quite massive. I think he's going for Death Stance next. No, he picks up a stopwatch. So they're all in on this team fight. If they get the Infernal Soul, they will probably win. It's going to come down to Ornn versus Syndra.
And it's going to be about who Power of Evil decides to remove from the Rift. It can be basically anyone.
There's a 3-level gap, by the way, between the Marksman. Gadget down 3 levels.
Wild Turtle.
Against
and he's
Wild
Flame
Turtle.
Horizon.
Flame Horizon, yeah.
We've been too busy concentrating on the solo lanes that we missed the fact that Wild Turtle has been killing a lot of minions. Like a lot of minions. As he's got an Edge of Night, actually turning that Serrated Dirk into something very valuable here for the Misfortune. It's going to be more difficult for Boss to be able to break through that one in time.
Here we go.
Push out the minion wave. Power of Evil. No shield anymore as Make It Rain comes down and Anasik out of position. They pile on top of him. But the Devour's there. Santos keeps him alive. Wild Turtle in there. And Boss just soaks the entire bullet time. And FlyQuest unable to actually grab themselves a pick. Some abilities on some pretty long cooldowns.
Yeah.
As Wild Turtle. Oh my god, look at the stats. Gadget in so much trouble. But the snares come down. Santorin is able to get in there, but the shutdown onto Wild Turtle. He wanted to take matters into his own hands. Power of Evil is still alive. In goes Solo, as it is going to be Power of Evil grabbing the kill onto Gadget. Both teams without their marksman. And Ignat tries to get in, but the battle dance is going to be for naught as Power of Evil against the world. We thought it might be that, but he still had the ultimate. The spears are coming down. Boss is trying to get the hell out of there. This guy is the whole team. They're running away from just the Syndra.
I do not know exactly what's going on here right now.
Oh, that was so close.
This is pretty insane.
He's going to swing around.
Yep.
He's almost in the Chovy position, LS. You know exactly what I'm talking about. That's a great stun onto Santos.
Oh, I mean, no matter who wins this game, Chovy's MVP.
We knew that.
That's always how it is.
Yeah. Going to be a little bit more awkward in our next game if Top Esports are able to take it. Is not going to be able to grab that stun. Power of Evil, he's still at full health. Santorin's even getting some poke in there as Boss throws out the Ornn. Not going to land it the first time. There's the Shockwave. Power of Evil might be out of position, but the Scatter the Weak is so damn good. No Man's gets himself the Protect Shield, though. The teleport is going to come through. It's Solo to the rescue. But the double kill is going to still be there for No Man's. He's the one trying to get himself some redemption as well. And Santos will make his way out, but it is going to be denied. It's 2 Infernal Drakes for FlyQuest. And this game is just out of control.
And this is so chaotic between these two teams. And this is going to be yet another song and a dance. That is a lot of free gold in stats given over to FlyQuest by winning that Infernal 2. It's going to make them that much stronger for the next team fight. And also, the stopwatches have been used now by the carries on Unicorns of Love. They're not going to have that for the next team fight. But 10 stacks on the Darkseal. No Man's might have Mage Eyes by the next team fight if he elects to purchase that. They're going to go for Baron. And I think they're going to be able to get it. 7 seconds on Syndra.
Yep. Second Baron in the game, but the first one for UOL. Let's see whether they can lock this one down as FlyQuest. We've got teleports coming in, Abyssal Voyage to get Santos into position. And Ignat, he's going to go golden. There's the Dawning Shadow to try and deny the bullet time as the Baron is so incredibly low. Oh, the snipe from No Man's! Santos is very low as well, and the Orianna has been taken out of this fight. Oh my god, the Scatter the Weak
secures the Baron, and Honestink is going to be taken off the board, and FlyQuest, they are so close to an ace. Only the bottom lane exists for UOL.
And I think they did it. Atlas, I think Power of Evil enough. Syndra's range against Senna, I'm pretty sure FlyQuest have just secured the first win for North America, and they keep their hopes alive in this group with a miracle comeback here.
And against all odds as well. I mean, this composition wasn't supposed to be able to do this, as Santos is trying to round up these minions, but it does not matter. The last remaining Nexus turret will fall down, and North America is still alive at Worlds.
Power of Evil on the Syndra. We outlined it in the champ select. That would be the only champion that could really stand against everything with her long range. And honestly, in so many of the team fights, it was like Scarlet Witch versus Thanos on Ornn, as it was really a long battle. Solo, even though he had a very poor stat line, he actually played a pretty integral part in a lot of the key swinging fights inside of this game. He got the one flank at the first Infernal Soul fight, and then he provided more than enough control. He managed to bring down Gadgets as well, who misclicked on the Blast Cone right behind the blue buff. Ended up dying there to the Renekton. Really close battle. I'm excited for when these two teams play again.
Yeah, the second match is going to be very, very exciting. And I'm glad you bring up Solo, because he demonstrated exactly what the power is of not tilting.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people that can't go down that far and keep their head in the game. Solo was 100% still there. He did not care what his scoreline said. He just said, I have a stun on my W. I'm going to find a good person to put that on, and we're going to win the game. And that's exactly what happened. Oh my God. What an extraordinary game out of FlyQuest. And this is how we're going to be able to get North America their first victory. Like,
I mean, Atlas, it was Chovy was MVP in this game. We'll see if he can be MVP in the next game, by the way.
Well, I actually do have the Oppo player of the game, and unfortunately, it's not Chovy this time. It is, of course, Power of Evil on his extraordinary Syndra. He picked Electrocute, he got kills with Electrocute, and he was just absolutely fantastic to watch, often just taking the whole game into his own hands.
Yeah, he put a clinic on, and he needed to do it. He showed up, and he delivered.
Yeah, absolutely extraordinary stuff out of the FlyQuest mid laner. I don't know. We were talking about, you know, first pick Renekton's, them not working out.
I mean,
it didn't work out.
The laning phase
was terrible, right? It did not work at all. The Ornn was fantastic, and we get into a state of mind which is, well, I mean, this game should be in UOL's hands in the late game. And then there's just some North American magic that comes out towards the later stages with this extraordinary Syndra doing so much damage. And these last team fights, even especially Santorin, like, who was so quiet for most of the game, comes in, denies a Baron. Oh my goodness, it was just amazing.
I really underestimated their ability to come back inside of that game, but it was very nice to watch.
It was absolutely extraordinary, but ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a quick commercial break. When we return, we have the big one. It is Top versus DRX. Do not go anywhere.
and welcome back to the interview booth. Laure here, joined by Power of Evil. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on the first win in the world stage. And I mean, welcome back to World Championship also. It didn't look like an easy victory for you guys, so talk me through what went wrong here and the takeaways from this game.
Well, I think we snowballed mid lane really well. We got a lot of kills. We got 5 blades, the first turret really early, so I think that went really well for us. We decided to give up the first 2 dragons just to generate a bigger gold lead. But we fell quite far behind on the top side by Graves ganking Val and I guess us maybe not protecting him enough. So we decided to try to take the game a little bit more slow. We wanted to start contesting the dragon at the 3rd one, but I don't really remember what exactly happened because there were so many fights and so many crazy, I remember there was 1 dragon fight. I had 2 or 3 ultimates, and I don't know, it was a hell of a game.
Yeah, you made it work in the end, and that's what counts. You grant NA their first win here at Worlds. And I mean, I listened to an interview from you 2 days ago. You were saying that you understood some of the LPL team's weaknesses when it comes to warding patterns, jungle routes, and stuff like that. Looking ahead at the rest of group stage and the team you still have to face, what did you understand about DragonX?
Well, I think the LPL teams are really, really strong mechanically. They normally get huge advantages from laning phase and early tower dives, so you need to respect that a lot, and you need to not underestimate that at all. And I think against top esports, we just fell too far behind early game. But you could see that they don't take every fight that is in their favor. They just take every fight kind of like KO style, I feel like, where we're 5 to 8k gold down, but we managed to 2-for-2 trade or 3-for-3 trade in the mid game. So maybe if we have a more stable game, a more stable early game, we can actually pull off a win. But obviously that requires us to have good preparation, be ready in the early game, and I guess be on our toes, you know?
We'll see about that for the next game you will have against them in the 2nd round robin. But I mean, last question I have for you here. You get your first win against Unicorns of Love and Shippy. You made your debuts with this team, I remember, 5 years ago in the ULCS. How was it for you facing them today?
For me, it obviously meant a little bit more, I think, than for the other guys, because I made my career pretty much with Unicorns of Love and qualified myself to the LCS. And so I tried my hardest today. I really wanted to beat them, especially since NA doesn't have had a single win before. So trying to, just give everything 120%. And it was a fight, but we managed to get it. And I'm really happy. But we shouldn't be underestimating them for the 2nd round robin because I feel like both teams learned a lot from this game.
I agree, and Shippy must be very proud of you right now. But POE, thank you so much for the interview, and I wish you the best of luck for the next game.
Thank you.
And we're going to take one last break, and we'll come back for the last game of the day, DragonX versus Top Esports. Yeah, see you soon.
It's time for Top Esports to close this game out the way people expected. A commanding victory over FlyQuest. Top Esports, the tournament favorites. Top Esports start the World Championship group stage with a dominating win over FlyQuest. Upsets not to be had today, at least not in this group. This is going to be the Nexus falling. DRX going to start Worlds 2020 with a shutdown on Pyosik, but a 19 KDA still counts. Congratulations, DRX, for the win. That was a slam. This group is going the way people expected.
想要把自己的实力展现出来吧，就会在这次世界赛上去好好打，想让他们记住我的高光时刻。我觉得第一次进入世界赛打入4强就算成功，打出自己赛区的分赛吧，就把自己的实力发挥出来。 如果夺冠的话，可能就看比赛吧，比赛什么能赢就看情况吧。
Welcome back to the State Farm Analyst Zone, everyone. Ahead of Top Esports versus DRX. Honestly, at the beginning of the day, I thought this was going to be the pinnacle of League of Legends, but after that last game, it still is. This matchup has some of the best players on the planet facing off as the teams are looking to take control over Group D. I know it's Worlds, I'm serious, but you gotta sneak in a joke here or there, guys.
Get them while they're hot. This is the only time.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, super excited for this matchup, though. Two of the best teams in the tournament, of course, a big title favorite with Top Esports. And, you know, a lot can go into this win in terms of making yourself a tournament favorite in the minds of everyone when you're Top Esports, or even DRX.
Yeah, it's an absolute screamer of a game. Both these teams look so strong, and we saw earlier in the tournament, we saw the #1 seed from LCK take down the second seed from China, and now we're looking at the #1 seed from China against the second seed of the LCK. So if they do manage to pick up this W, and TES does take down DRX, then it all leaves a lot of questions versus TES versus DAMWON, I think.
And imagine how hype this gets if TES versus DRX is actually a banger, because we already have JDG and DAMWON sitting in the other group. If we can add 2 more teams to that list, then suddenly this World's competition is actually stacked.
That would be great. We don't have that much time, and there are so many hype matchups. First off, Knight versus Chovy is... I mean, everyone will be thinking about that one. What do you have to say about that matchup?
It's the best mid matchup in the tournament, arguably. I think these are the 2 best mid laners, maybe barring Caps, that you can actually get against each other. So, I don't know. I'm so excited. It's going to be crazy.
Listen, throw a rock into this matchup. You're probably going to hit something really hype. And we all know the TLDR is it's Knight versus Chovy. But before we even go to the mid laners, I don't think it's going to be a true 1v1, because it never is. You have to include the junglers, and in this meta right now, the jungle and the support specifically. And so I want to talk about kind of the different elements that we've seen of how these supports are used by both teams. DRX, usually the support does stay a little bit more in the lane versus what's happening over at TES, where the support is leaving the lane a little bit to roam around. And what's happening is with these farming junglers like the Lilias, like the Graves, the support is responsible for being the ganker. You know, it's him who's running into the lane and trying to have setup for his team. And so I expect both these supports, if Deft wants to keep his support locked into the lane, he has to absolutely smash it. Or maybe we see that Pantheon flying around and getting involved more so with the mid lane, and suddenly Chovy is teaming up with his support, with his jungle, and it's more of a 3v3 in the mid lane.
Yeah, Carry has definitely been a lot more with Deft than Yuanja has been. I think that in general, if you look at the support champions that they've played, Pantheon and Set, I think that kind of says enough. They like to roam around, they like to start fights, and I think that Yuanja does play a lot more with Karsa. I think he does like to go away from bot lane, help out Karsa, get a kill here and there, or get some camps. But I think Carry has a bit more towards the laning phase, make sure Deft is safe first, and then I'm going to roam. Rather than like leave him under tower 1v2, I'm going to roam first and kind of let him push in, and then I'm going to roam first. Sorry.
Don't have a lot of time. I just got the cue, but I still got to get the lowdown on the junglers from you, Kadril. First up, Karsa.
Karsa, Karsa's not going to be the guy that's going to be ganking you or getting your flash early. We've said it before, he's more of a counter jungle player. He's got such strong lanes that he wants to hover around the lanes, make sure they can get the push, make sure they get good trades, and he's there if any other jungler shows up or any support. He puts some vision down for them, they get the push, and then he can either use that for dives or neutral objectives.
And Pioshik, in a couple of words?
Pioshik's a farming guy.
He's also very strong in this current meta right now. He looks really good on the current champions. His Nilly performance was strong, but I think that Pioshik's job is super easy when you have laners that DRX have.
Yeah, well, basically, Pioshik, he has the lowest jungle proximity. I think that says enough. He's the one farming, whereas Karsa's going to be the one counter.
Okay, I feel like we talked about a lot, but we didn't. So quick prediction.
I think TES.
Top. Okay, twice for top. Sorry, this was a little messy. We didn't have a lot of time, and there were too many hype matchups, but we're going to hand it back over to our friends in Seoul for Game 6.
Good luck, guys!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Lowell Park. I know you can't see that you're in Lowell Park, but you are. You're here with us as we are straight into the draft already. There are bans that have come through as we see Lilia taken off the board alongside the Graves. 2 of those powerhouse junglers no longer available here. Top Esports don't want to see them in the hands of Pioshik, as Caitlyn also off the board. Ash, Lucian, and Syndra taken away by DRX, and of course, Nidalee has to be the first pick, and it will be locked away. What does CV Max have for us here today, LS? That is going to be my big question.
This is going to be a pretty interesting one indeed. This is a super big matchup for these two teams. Lots of people favoring Top Esports coming into this, but DRX, we'll see if they can find a way to surprise a lot of people.
Yeah, and they wouldn't surprise me, of course, if you had a look at my predictions. I was the only person today that predicted that DRX were going to win. I then tweeted that I assume I'm going to be 5 out of 6, and I am currently 4 out of 5. So let's see whether it is going to work out here, as DRX do take away the Twisted Fate for Chovy. He is a very, very good Twisted Fate player, does like to facilitate for his team. That's why you see him playing tanks a lot and why we're not too worried about it. As Pioshik's going to take away the Lee Sin, and I was expecting the other side of this matchup, LS, because Casa is so damn good at Lee Sin, but no, he gets his hands on the fantastic Nidalee, denies it from Pioshik at the same time, as Nidalee Renekton from China is a very, very scary prospect.
And we'll see what the final pick is going to be here for the first pick phase by Top Esports. They know, I mean, they know that Chovy on Twisted Fate, they know how he's going to try to play. I'm curious what Knight wants to take into this. But no, he's not going to actually choose it just yet. They want to get their hands on Senna. Now, this is interesting because Deft is one of the players that can actually play some mages that are good against Senna, like Ziggs.
Yep.
Down in the bot lane. And so that would be a pretty interesting dynamic. But, okay, Quinn, insta-locked.
All right, well, Doran is going to be picking that one up, taking that one into the Renekton. This is a matchup that has been very, very strange globally. In China, Quinn into Renekton is hard counter insta-win. What we experienced in the LCK is sometimes the Renekton wins that matchup. So I'm not entirely sure how this one is going to go. But this is a game that the Des was talking about, right? There are some matchups that are just so incredibly exciting.
Yes.
Knight versus Chovy is probably what everyone's eyes are glued to. Jackie Love versus Deft is another incredibly hype matchup. We all remember the semifinal, I believe it was, in 2018. Where KT took on IG. That was the Deft versus Jackie Love matchup, and we now get to see it once again. And speaking of Deft, he's going to have 2 of his champions taken away. Probably is 2 of his most famous, as the Ezreal and Kalista are taken off the board. And Knight is going to be focused here with the Orianna and the Galio taken away.
Yeah, and they're pinching Marksman, and this is a little bit surprising because... Whoa!
What? Okay, guys, so Deft not necessarily a Draven player in the LCK. He does like to play it on his stream sometimes, but we'll have to see whether it's going to be Draven or Praven here, because we know Prey, phenomenal AD carry. His Draven never really managed to get off the ground, as that's a Nocturne. Is that mid-Nocturne into the Twisted Fate? That could be. That sounds like a thing Knight would do.
Yeah, we might be seeing Nocturne. Wow.
And that's what they needed. They needed AD in the mid lane, and they needed something that could actually lane pretty effectively into the Twisted Fate. And with Twisted Fate having such a longer cooldown on the picker card, you're not going to really get stunned because you have that shield on your W. I quite like it.
I really wonder how much Chovy has played against mid Nocturne. There is a Nocturne one trick in Korean Challenger that plays mid and top Nocturne, so maybe Chovy's run into him
It was also
a couple of times
in the Kesper Cup at the beginning of the year.
Yes.
So certainly something that Chovy has dealt with. Probably also listens to a lot of Vedius's casting.
Oh, absolutely.
Probably knows all about the Nocturne.
Listen, Vedius isn't here to cast mid Nocturne, but I'm here to guarantee Renekton wins. So, if I've learned anything today.
Well, he was 0-5, and now he's 2-0 on the day. So he's also in this game, and Top Esports are an extraordinarily good team against our eclectic DRX, might I say. However, they have put themselves together a pretty exciting composition, one that can get around the map extraordinarily easily and quickly, and they do have a lot of early game prowess, plus CV Max is in a suit. So guys, that is saying a lot here and showing that he's definitely getting serious. because it is Worlds, and this is exactly where you need to. But now the players have to do the talking. So the coaches are going to go in for a fist bump, and we'll have to get this one underway. Oh man, so this is the title match of the day.
Yes.
I feel like, in actuality, we had that in our last match. FlyQuest versus UOL was so incredibly exciting. But both of these teams, and with these compositions, now have an opportunity to do some even more crazy stuff. Shenanigans could be afoot here in this particular game, especially on the DRX side. They've got the Quinn that could be split pushing, could be anywhere on the map. Then they have to play around it with the Twisted Fate there, offering vision, but then you've got Paranoia to deny it immediately. Oh man, this is very, very exciting. And we used to see this all the time. Twisted Fate being picked up, and then immediately it's Jungle Nocturne picked into it to deny that Destiny Gate combo.
Yeah. And I'm curious to see how DRX are going to manage to juggle this. Their team composition is all about getting ahead early. It's all about accelerating. They have the 2 gold passive users on one team. You have Twisted Fate, you have Draven.
Yep.
And if they start snowballing, TES have nothing in their team composition to stabilize. So this is really going to be an all eyes on the early mid-game transition kind of a game. And if DRX don't manage to get ahead, for them, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily out. Draven can cash in at any point.
Yep.
They do have a very beefy squad at fighting on 2 and 3 items, respectively, as well. And Nocturne, he can definitely be causing some problems for them.
He certainly can, and I think that most people's eyes were going to be on Knight anyway, but now he's playing mid-Nocturne, so even more, that's going to be where we're looking. But I want to take those eyes away just for a moment and have a focus on a couple of the lanes that I think are going to be very, very important here and are going to show just how favored top esports are in this matchup. And that is just the extreme amount of experience difference between Karsa and Pioshik. And then top side of the map, 369 has been doing amazing things on the world stage multiple years in a row, and Doran hasn't really been able to. Of course, was on the Griffin squad that went to Worlds last year, but wasn't actually able to play, much to a lot of people's dismay. To be perfectly honest, we actually felt he deserved to go, but didn't get to play there, so he's now going to be here, seeing what he can do on the Quinn in theoretically a good matchup. This is 369. What's going to happen?
Yeah, he has the cleanse up there in top lane. Press the attack versus press the attack. Dark Harvest on Karsa, on the Nidalee. And I'm expecting a glass cannon Nidalee this game. No supportive Athenes or Mikhail's going to be being purchased by Karsa. The Cold Start by Doran as well is definitely going to be good. Chovy has the Unsealed Spellbook, and Knight with a bit of an interesting itemization. He's going refillable with Longsword. I wonder if he's anticipating trying to cheat a recall on Chovy.
He might be. See whether he's going to be able to get that one off. Of course, not going to have as much sustain as he would have liked, or at least stat efficiency in that Doran's blade that he would have otherwise liked to pick up. The TF doesn't put down a whole lot of pressure on you in the earlier stages, as now we're checking in on the bottom side as Deft with his fancy new Draven skin, seeing what he can get done as Doran's vaulting on in onto 369 and already pressing the attack on this Renekton. 369 shouting out to Marin, I believe, who is the owner of that particular Renekton skin.
Meanwhile, here in mid lane, Chovy has a little bit of control over the lane, and this should be expected, obviously, in the early stages. Eyes definitely need to be on Draven in the bot lane. That skin looks pretty cool.
Yeah, I know, right? It's a cool one.
The Axe logo is pretty interesting as well. Top Esports, they're just taking the lane a little bit slow as they're trying to crash it in.
It reminds me of the Mechonis people from the Xenoblade series. If anyone knows, that's what that Draven skin feels like to me, is Doran is going to proc that Harrier, and 369 is doing his best to try and pick up as many minions as possible, but there's a large wave stacked up, so you can see that currently it's double in favor of Doran. It doesn't necessarily spell exactly that. This cast is moving over to the bottom side of his jungle. Pioshik as well here on his Lee Sin. This was definitely one of his comfort picks. He loved this one, but had ups and downs on this champion, definitely. As Hook is going to land there. That's a great double play to come through from Carrier as Jackie Love a little bit out of position. They get double wards down into this brush as Yu Yanja has to get the hell out of there. Tahm Kench, of course, pretty difficult to lock down and murder straight away, but that's Exhaust now on cooldown, traded for that Ignite. It was already picked up, and Casa is in the area if TES get in trouble again.
Yeah, and I mean, making use of that sweeper lens as well. They get 2 wards for free.
Yeah, there we go.
Which is definitely a nice little bit of free gold. Oh, man.
Yep, stand aside is going to come through. There is a very good Devour from Yanja. Does mean that top esports are a little bit more vulnerable for the next few seconds. Of course, a lot of seconds now, considering the amount of nerfs that ability's taken. Is now Deft going to utilize it, trying to get as much damage down. Clicks on the lantern at the last second. Doesn't have a whole lot of mana remaining as Piercing Darkness does come in. And now Pyosik looking for his gank opportunity. He's very well aware of this control ward that's in this position. And there's the vault forward. 369 taking a lot of damage. And there's the flash out for Pyosik. They're still looking for it. The Q is going to miss. The flash forward and still gets the first blood. DRX are on the board.
And that is a very big kill for them because look at the size of this minion wave. So many minions. And 369 already teleported.
Yeah, that is
all of this into the void.
I was looking over at you. I was thinking, oh no, but he just teleports back, right? He's going to be okay. But no, Doran had put on so much pressure. He already had to use it.
Yeah.
Disaster.
And that is a very big edge up in top lane on one of the primary carry champions that DRX have inside of their team composition. If Quinn, she's going to reset right now. Renekton, I don't know what he's supposed to do. Vampiric Scepter, Dagger, picked up by Doran.
Yeah,
369's out of this lane without any aid from Karsa.
And that was with a cull start as well. It's all going to get even worse as those numbers start ticking down. Doran will be theoretically on a kill and an assist when that one's completed, even if Pyosik doesn't come up and kill 369 again. And now without his flash, he might be able to. They did have to invest both of their flashes though, so an opportunity for Karsa to maybe pounce. No pun intended, of course.
And we'll see what he can do. So far, it's just been power farming. Pyosik gonna take the Wolf Camp, get the Raptors, and by that time, his bot lane's almost returned down to bot, and Italy resetting. And so Scuttle Crab spawning on the right-hand side. This is actually pretty good RNG for DRX. Things are definitely working out for them. Yep. Knight with the Tiamat versus the Catalyst. Currently in mid lane, Chovy has Destiny Gate available. Knight, obviously, with Paranoia there to follow.
Yeah, and this is where we need to go back in time and talk about the old Nocturne, but no, we're not going to be able to. Yanja is going to face check Pyosik, who just safeguards his way out. Carrier lying in wait. Put some T-Towels on him. That's Chovy. Cycling through some cards, but that's a really nice shield there from Knight, and a good spear from Karsa as well to put some damage down onto the Twisted Fate. Gotta make sure we keep our eye out for exactly when this Destiny Gate is going to be utilized for the first time, because of course the Paranoia is going to be very important. It's weird calling it a counter, right? Because you can still use the gate.
Yes.
You just don't know where the opponents are until you get there. So it's just going to mean very clear, crisp communication out of DRX to make sure they can get that one working. Speaking of communicating things, they've told Pyosik to go and get a dragon, and he's going to get to work on that right now. Karsa just putting some traps down, but they have no idea that this is being taken. And when the dragon starts yelling, that's when they'll know. As Paranoia comes in, flash out immediately, but the follow flash comes in. Knight, no mana actually, so not going to be able to Dusk Bring, but all cards are immediately exhausted. And that's going to keep Chovy alive really quick on the fingers. Somehow that Q landed onto Knight, no idea. But Pyosik not going to get the Lee Syndrome this time. And will just help clear out this minion wave for Chovy. I don't know how Chovy survived that. I feel like he shouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, and he manages to live, and this is pretty big for DRX because now Knight very low on mana. He doesn't have the team out, so he can wave clear really fast, but Chovy's getting a pretty nice reset off here. He's gonna pick up the Seeker's Arm Guard, so not powering straight into the Rod of Ages.
And also, I feel like Flash is far more valuable on the Nocturne than it is on the Twisted Fate, right? Because Twisted Fate's going to be, you know, running around. He does have range. He can always just search for those gold cards without having to necessarily flash for them. But Knight, if he's going to stick on someone, he needs to be able to flash after them in order to lock down a lot of these kills. Thankfully for him, he's up against, you know, things like Draven and Thresh that aren't necessarily super mobile, as Doran is going to get himself a bit of a vault there. Onto 369, down some autos. You can see the Renekton not out of the game levels of behind in this matchup, and now at least has the Ninja Tabi complete.
Yep. Meanwhile, down in bottom lane, Jacula very far ahead in the CS department against Deft. About to get himself a plate as well. Deft very low on mana yet again.
Yeah, it's not really working out here towards the bottom side of the map.
Didn't quite see Karsa, who's been pretty invisible so far this game. And Pioshik coming in here, he might just start. Rift Herald, no, he's gonna get the Scuttle Crab first, I assume. He's waiting to see if anyone's gonna come over and try to, ooh. Destiny Gate available.
Yeah, he's going to come in. There's the Destiny Gate. No paranoia up. There's a good fear, but gold card's going to come through, and there are just not quite enough shields available for this Nocturne, and Knight is going to be taken down. Great patience there from Pioshik. Lying in wait, thinking that maybe there was something afoot. As that spear steal was just god tier. And we're expecting some exciting things. So far, the draft has been exciting, and also that spear is incredibly exciting. And it just continues on from there. Top lane gank, fantastic work from Pioshik to try and lock that one down. The DRX are 2-0, not out of the woods just yet as Karsa. These spears coming on in, he's trying to steal this one away. Not entirely sure who took it, and Pioshik is going to show us that it was DRX. That spear's going to miss as Carrier finally just going to try and flash his way out. He's going to be the sacrificial Thresh, and Jackie Love is going to get some revenge, some law revenge against that gentleman. Not going back into his lantern today.
Yeah. And TES, they are bouncing back so far. 2 kills are on the Lee Sin as well. Chovy probably going to reset here shortly. Don't think he has enough gold yet for the Rod of Ages outright. Maybe he'll try to stay inside of the lane a little bit longer. He does still have another corrupting potion, so he can sustain a little bit, but he's not moving over to get the blue buff.
Yeah.
Or, no, okay.
Have some range, so Pioshik's just like, come on, dude.
Oh yeah, the cannon is gonna buy enough time. Yeah. So it looks like Chovy wanted to get the melees because the melee would die into the turret, so truly trying to min-max there.
Sounds like a Chovy thing to do.
Yeah.
If you guys didn't know, Chovy is known for being ahead by about 20 CS against literally everyone, ever. In lane, so for Knight to be behind 30 CS in a melee versus range matchup that can be very difficult early on until you can start insta-clearing those waves with the Umbral Blades and the, of course, the Duskbringer and your Tiamat. It can be very difficult, so this is absolutely fine. For Top Esports, they are 2,000 gold behind as Jackie Love is not going to push for that last plate that could have been possible. Still 3 minutes before they do drop. As now you've got Karsa and Knight making their way down towards the bottom side.
Oh, nice.
Is going to connect. Vox comes down as well. Yuyanja. The Whirling Death comes in. There's the Paranoia. Explosion of damage, but the heal is going to keep Carrier alive. Dawning Shadow says no, however. And the Thresh will bite the dust. 2-2 the kill score now, but Deft might just be the third one here for Top. Picking up these axes. And there isn't a minion wave. He's trying to play the Dance Dance Revolution where he can. And it's working out pretty well so far. As I say it, he will be taken down, but it took 5 people. So pretty well done there from Deft to dodge away from as many things as possible. In the meantime, DRX are taking down inner turret, mid turret and top lane turret as well, with a fair bit of damage as the Rift Herald is going to get summoned, and that's going to lock down these last couple of plates. So if I was a DRX fan, and I am, I'd probably say that this was...
Well, they are still very far ahead in the gold lead, but Infernal Dragon's going to be picked up by Top Esports. They also took a lot of stacks off the Draven, set him behind, so he's not going to have as big of a cash-in the event that Deft does end up getting a kill. And there it is, Blade of the Ruin King completed there on Doron, and 369 is freezing, it seems. A little bit of a savant, it seems like.
This game's got it all.
Antarctica up in the top lane. As we take a look, Paranoia comes in, gets on to Carrier, the heal comes out, and honestly, Deft with some phenomenal footwork.
He did buy like a crazy amount of time that he probably shouldn't have been able to buy here. He was definitely going to die, right? But this is definitely pretty cute.
Well, we can definitely see here DRX are still in the driver's seat, and we mentioned early on, if their team composition gets ahead, it's very hard for TS to actually stabilize because of the nature of their champions also rely on being ahead.
apart from Senna, I feel like Jackie Love is playing extraordinarily well. A 24 CS lead against Draven, especially, you know, Draven Thresh. This is one of the best early game lanes that you can have. And Jackie Love's been playing it out very well. One of the answers that you can have to that situation is the fact that DRX are playing around their top side far more than they are their bottom lane. They're leaving it on an island and not really giving too many resources. But still, that is not something that's normal. Jackie Love playing very, very well. And has all year. You know, he transformed this top esports team into the team that they are today.
And I really like this. You see the question mark things. Renekton just keeps freezing to try to hold Quinn at this uncomfortable position. Because this means that Doran, he has to play way further up. So anytime Nocturne disappears to the left-hand side, Doran has to be very respectful. He needs to back up. And this also, yeah, I mean, he can't get the wave. And now 369 can continue just holding it there on the left-hand side if he chooses to, but he might insta-shove the wave because he has a black... He does, okay. So he's going to recall.
We saw him slice and dice in that mini-map. As Pyosik goes in at the last second, lands another Q on the Yanja, but he's going to make it to his Pixel Brush and he'll be absolutely fine. As Chovy coming on over, looking to try and clear out vision where he can. He has done a lot of damage to this turret, and that's a lot of where DRX's lead are. It's in, of course, Twisted Fate, just being Twisted Fate, but also in the amount of plays that they were able to gather for themselves in mid and top lane. Deft back down towards the bottom side of the map, and he's trying to catch up to the lead that Jackie Love does have. Of course, has the most gold on his team, but that's not the most in the game, as Chovy, Doran, and Pyosik doing pretty well for themselves monetarily. 369 going to come back. Let's see how... Oh, it's not. It's warmed up. You know, where... It's... Yeah.
And check the forecast.
Yeah, I was going to say winter is over. Well and truly.
Well, 2 minutes until that Mountain Dragon comes up. Pretty big Drake for both of these parties. And I like all the Ninja Tab Eyes that are coming out across the entire board. The only thing that's a little surprising, the Ionian Boots on Nocturne. Not having it on himself, valuing the reduced Summoner spell cooldown, as well as just getting the CDR for himself.
Chovy ghosted. Just wants to go fast. Value it, as Doran's going to turn up. Spear is going to give away Cars's position, as does his W. Pretty dang good for that. And that's going to be double Heralds going over to DRX in this early game. They still hold on to a lead. If you're a DRX fan, don't rest on your laurels just yet. This is a mid-game comp out of TES that can really get some work done when they're able to get around the map. Let's see whether 369 does it again. What's the season cycle? Oh no, we're still in summer.
He's going pretty slow. You know, I mean, he could have held it a little longer. It would have been...
Spring? Are we in maybe fall?
Yeah, maybe fall. That's actually what it seemed like. It seemed like the leaves were falling off that lane.
Yep, got it.
And had he just held it there, I guess Chovy would Destiny Gate in, but Nocturne would have been able to be in pretty close proximity. But they could have maybe looked for a pick on Doran before the mountain. But seems like they don't want to risk anything. And they're just choosing to err on the side of caution. 20 seconds until that dragon is going to come up. And by the way, as a byproduct of all of this lane ping pong, and the way that the waves have constantly just been locked by Renekton, he's ahead in XP. Doran justing 12. 369 has been 12 for a little while.
Yeah. He's played it out really well so far. Shirley going to turn up here in this mid lane. That's going to say goodnight to this outer turret. It's Jackie Love. He's got his Ghost Blade complete as well as his Manamune. Muramana on its way. Not quite here just yet. Deft with a similar item build, but only a Vamp Scepter. Jackie's very, very big at this point in time. Hook goes out, doesn't find anyone. The box was already placed down as the teleport comes forward. Pyosik not going to be able to secure the dragon. It's going to be the second for TS, and now the fight is on. The stand aside comes out, Dawning Shadow, a fair bit of damage now as DRX are on the run, but the Paranoia says no. That's going to be a dead Quinn. The hook is going to connect here, but Devour exists and will deny any pick potential. Speaking of denial, Carrier is going to deny the death of his AD carry, and DRX walk away without the dragon and without their top lane.
And that's a lot of just free stats given over to TES by getting that Mountain Dragon, which is so obnoxious against this DRX team composition. So, things are looking pretty good for them. as they just bought themselves a lot more time.
I love Jagulo. Emote spamming in the middle of the lane by himself. Certainly showing some confidence here. Let's have a look at the Axe replay.
Keria whiffs the death sentence, and then right here, Pioshek barely misses the Smite Fight Karsa, securing it for his team. A really big victory. Dawning Shadow comes out, gets so much value. Paranoia there for the follow-up, and then they're lined up like ants, ready to get roasted as DRX, it's a full-on retreat deft. Can't really do anything this game. He's so far behind on Draven.
Yeah, no, it's... The Adoration stacks need to be stacked back up again after his earlier death, so they are going to be at a decent number now, so we can start looking at the Draven to get a bit of a cash in. But he is really, really far behind, and that's not what you expect in against a center lane. As another Paranoia coming through here as Knight showing his prowess. It is 2 versus 1, and Pioshek's going to come forward, make that a 3. As Doran over to the side, he does press W to see that there are 4 people after him, and he gets the bad news. A 1-for-1 trade in the end, as DRX get themselves back to the safety of their bottom lane in a turret. Blow for blow between these 2 teams.
And the 1-for-1 isn't a totally even 1-for-1. It's a kill on Lee Sin versus a kill on Senna. And anytime Senna's getting the gold at this stage of the game, it's a lot more worthwhile than the jungler.
Okay, bit of an engagement here as Keria. No flash available. He's going to land the hook onto the Renekton. Box goes down for the extra slow. Tempest through as well to try and cripple the Renekton, but he's pretty tanky right now. Warden's Mail on top of everything else, and he will be absolutely fine. Backs away. 2.5 minutes on this Mountain Drake will be the second one of those for top esports, and we'll get them to Soul Point as well. As DRX still clinging to this 2,000 gold lead, but you can feel the momentum of the game shifting over to TES. 369, this looks like he's out of position. Can't really riddle a way out of that one, as Doran's going to be able to lock down that kill pretty comfortably. Chovy very close to having his teleport back available if he wants to defend mid.
Well, still a 2,000 gold lead right now for DRX. A lot of that is inside of Twisted Fate's passive, as Chovy's at 225 farm right now, and in this game at 20 minutes.
Oh, Chovy's booking it towards the top side. He presses his R button in order to do so. He's going to spot everyone out, know exactly what's going on here as the split pushing continues for Doran on the bottom side. Wants to go up towards the sky as Knight is lurking, but you can see Doran. Yeah. Oh no, he was spotted, and that is going to be that. That's a decent vault to try and get out of the way, but the fear is too strong, and Knight locks down yet another kill on the Quinn.
And just really, really sad right now for Quinn. Can't really go into the side lane against this Nocturne.
Yeah, we're going to start calling the side lanes the hen house, and we'll call the Nocturne the wolf at this point. Because I feel like Doran, whenever he's there, he's just free food for Knight.
And top esports there, slowly but surely clawing their way back into the game. Not that they've ever really lost control, but the gold lead.
Yeah, right. This gold lead has not changed, really, until now. That turret being taken does give them a bit extra back as Yacha grabs himself a blue buff as he tried to spit it on his teammates. Still having a bit of fun here, top.
35 seconds until that Mountain Dragon comes up. I like that Renekton is not continuing to power into any sort of physical damage items. He's just going down to the tank route, and with Mountain Dragons constantly coming up, it's really good. He's getting the Ronduin. It's going to be super effective against all of the members on DRX. And Nidalee actually did go for the utility build. So, not going for Glass Cannon. I wonder if this is a pivot because Karsa wasn't getting accelerated early on.
I actually really like that. Going utility if you aren't able to get that snowball. If you're able to get a bit of a snowball, you go Rod of Ages. And if you get a mega snowball, you just go Lich Bane and kill everyone. It's sort of how it feels to me.
Oh,
DRX,
man.
They walk past a ward and start smacking a Baron. They notice that the rest of top esports are going to move on back here. That's going to be a free soul point in trade for potentially this Baron. As the Dragon was actually disengaged from, so DRX going to be happy that that's not going to be taken down, as top do manage to come through and stop the Baron.
And we are beginning to see some of the same problems that plagued DRX in the LCK. where their macro in mid to late game is very non-existent if Chovy isn't the one who's able to facilitate things and really get the ball rolling. And TES are just slowly breaking them apart at pretty much every stage. Second Mountain Dragon picked up.
Well, you've got a potential kill on a 369, but Knight's trying to say no as that's the flash out. Quinn has to get out of there, knows exactly how that one works as the Lee Sin's just going to get bopped. Knight going to survive on the back end, and now Chovy having to deal with 3 other people. The Devour there for fun from Yuyanja as the Zhonya's comes in. Oof. And that is a very dead Twisted Fate. Doran trying to keep himself alive as the Sphere is not going to quite go far enough to take down Doran, but I really feel like DRX have ran out of gas right now.
Yeah, I really feel like they're out of fuel. 12% armor and MR amplification is not present, obviously, on the gold board, but TS are just so far ahead now at this point. The Quinn is in shambles. The itemization out of TS is really, really good. They're going to get themselves the Baron, and let's see what they can do with this Red Bull Baron power play.
Indeed. It is going to be taken very, very easily. No Whirling Death even to try and fish for a potential Miracle Steal. Let's have a look at the Axe replay. See where it all went wrong. I think everyone going underneath against a full tank Renekton was probably the beginning of the problem.
And there was the Paranoia collapse that came from Knight. Chovy trying to run, obviously doesn't know how close in proximity Jackie Love is. And Jackie Love, yet again, by the way, one to get the shutdown. The Senna is massive, almost at 4 items.
Yeah, well, the Baron now going to be encircling top esports for the next 2.5 minutes, and let's see what they can do with it already. They've got themselves into the lead, and I have a feeling it's only going to balloon further forward. 3 minutes until the Mountain Soul will be available for them. Knight up here towards the top side is an absolute menace. Chovy has a lot of money, as now Knight might find himself in the wrong spot. He's going to flash, Paranoia comes through as well, but unfortunately, that's most of his mobility now done, especially with Duskbringer no longer there. The rest of top esports turn up, but it's a little bit too late. It's going to be a 4 versus 5. Chovy going to get turned on here by 369. Doesn't quite do enough damage with Pyojik. Going to kick the cross. Oh! 3 people. That was extraordinary. Chovy grabs the kill onto the shutdown. The cash in for Deft, and they wipe the 4. There goes your Baron power play. It's 1.4 in the hole.
And Chovy instantly goes bot lane, not wanting to miss a beat right now. And DRX, they bring the game back right now. We're going to have a little bit of a reset. When all is said and done, DRX now, they're going to have at least one more song and a dance. Knight was a little bit too far extended up here in top lane. And I was very surprised. Top Esports wanted to handshake this fight 5v4. They went on to Chovy. He's so tanky as Twisted Fate. He's a very misleading mage. And then right here, Dev, off the back of that Lee Sin kick, able to Hulk smash his way into a shutdown on Draven.
That was a triple play into a triple kick knocker. Like, with the highest health target. Just incredible. Out of Pyojik and Carrier. Of course, the 2 carries for DRX's first match. You have to remember that nobody else on the team got kills for the majority of that game. That was all about these 2 young rookies. That it was Carrier that stole our hearts during the regular season of the LCK, but it's Pyojik that's really started to come alive here in the World Championship now. 3-1-5. But DRX, they still have an uphill battle. Spear not going to connect. There's the hook onto Yuyanja, but he does have that QSS. The Quinn is going to get out, but the Lee Sin not so lucky. And look, anything you can do, I can do better, says DRX as they throw this advantage away.
Well, DRX, even at the end of the Baron thing, it reset the game, but when you factor in the Dragons and everything else, they're still slightly behind, but they would have had one more chance to come back. But now, they're at a pretty big deficit. 50 seconds until that Mountain Soul comes up. And this is going to be really scary. I don't think they're going to be able to win it.
I don't know. I mean, DRX do have a composition that plays 1-3-1 very, very effectively. Maybe not necessarily in the 3, but Quinn and TF are pretty known for being able to get around the map and being frustrating in side lanes. And so that is a way that they could potentially try and throw away some smoke and mirrors as 369 possibly caught out of position, but they have good vision here for TES around this area. 15 seconds on the Mountain Drake. And this is Mountain Soul. This means team fighting is basically off the table entirely for DRX. They will really need to turn the tables in their favor.
Well,
there is the Dragon. Knight coming from base, but he does have max rank now on the Paranoia. That range is extraordinarily high. As Destiny comes in, spots that Top Esports have just started off this Mountain Soul potential. As Destiny is going to put Chovy in position, gold card at the ready. Who's going to start the fight though? Oh, that's a decent stun there, but they've got heals galore. And Chovy able to get himself out of the way. Down at half health now though, as Pioshik landing the Q, but is he going to be able to deny this Drake? He is. Actually, no, it's Doran, but whatever. DRX got it. That's absolutely fine. Top Esports still looking for a fight, though. As you can see, Jackie Love going down very, very low. The damage registers before the Devour, and Yuyanja not going to be able to save that chunking. However, Top Esports will save their AD carry. And that is not going to be the Mountain Soul, but is definitely not the end of the world here for Top. DRX, they're going to have to do more than that to get themselves into a comfortable position in this game.
And right now, I mean, TS, they get themselves a little bit more time. Lee Sin should be able to complete his next core item as well before that fight takes place. I'm not sure where 369 is going to actually go with his itemization with that Aegis. It could be Solari, it could just be Death Stance.
I don't mind Death Stance because of the bursty nature of DRX, and he wants to be able to go in and kill people.
That's true.
I would like it. However, Pocket of the Iron Solari is an item that we don't see enough of as LCK commentators, so I always like it when I see that one.
And it does seem like, yeah, we got a little bit of a downtime. Boris is here.
But Boris has given Chovy the good books, man. He is, that's the right one. 6 stacks now on the Magi Soul Stealer.
Ooh, Solari!
And Solari was completed, so 369 going for more of the teamwork croc. I don't know whether Marin would be proud of that, as 369 is, of course, rocking his skin right now. As there's the Destiny. No mysteries here for DRX, but they're still going to lose their inner turret. It's Chovy wondering where he wants to go. And he is looking for a potential fight. Okay, the flash out. Abyssal Voyage comes on forward. Carrier doesn't find the hook. It is going to be able to get out of the way as the box did basically nothing. Now, a few cooldowns unable to be used. Okay, Jacula frontlining right now. Deft as well, though, is in trouble. Has to use the heal. Whirling Death comes through.
Solari!
All of the healing. Chovy goes golden at just the right time. Casa doing exactly the same thing, but there is the Nocturne, taking down the Twisted Fate, and now things are starting to fall apart. The DRX Carrier also taking to the Death Realm as Deft going down so incredibly low. And ladies and gentlemen, I think this might just be the end of the game, as Top Esports do finally find potentially the killing blow if they find a minion wave.
And I think, Atlas, this probably is it. The death timers are way too long. Dragon Kick is available. I don't think it's going to be able to buy enough time. This is 5 champions.
Yeah.
All still alive. Lee can't even 1v1 the Tom Kench.
Carrier's going to be up in 4 seconds time, but I don't know what a Little Thresh is going to be able to do in this moment. The 2 rookies on DRX are going to try as they might to get this one done, but the last Nexus turret is going to be taken down. 5 members of Top Esports make a statement against DRX in their second game. They will remain undefeated in this group and stop Korea's dominant run at Worlds 2020.
And DRX, they had some moments of life inside of this game. The early game was pretty nice for them. Pioshik on Lee Sin was the one getting all the kills. His champion is not the primary carry. He's meant to get the carries, all the kills. He wasn't able to convert it into anything meaningful. The Dragons were all going TS's way. They were very important and integral, and DRX just weren't able to really do anything. Bot lane Kingdom for Top Esports as well. Deft looking very off.
He was. I feel like, you know, this goes back to Deft that we saw more at the end of the season of Summer, but I don't want to take anything away from Jackie-Love. I think Jackie-Love has just been absolutely extraordinary for Top Esports for this entire year. Really did breathe new life into the squad. So looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do moving further forward in this tournament. And with Top's win here, I feel like this is... Well, everyone's talking about DAMWON, right?
Yeah.
But Top Esports exist, guys. They play mid-Nocturne and stuff like that. So this is a really exciting team to watch and finally able to make people look up to a team other than DAMWON.
Well, Atlas, this was a pretty exciting game because I think that it really gives us a look into what we can expect when the two teams collide yet again.
Yeah.
And what it could mean because Top Esports, they strategically outplayed DRX inside of this game. They came back from deficits. 369, even though he got pulverized in laning phase and fell down, brought himself back into it and managed to actually be much more useful than Doron was.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you mentioned that this is a team... This is a composition, sorry, that is very difficult to stabilize.
Yes.
They stabilize through the entire game. And so that's just testament to how good they are. But let's check out Top's Mercedes drive to victory. And it was, of course, the final fight. In the mid lane, they just decimated DRX that really were struggling to get their ducks in a row.
Yeah. Things were definitely pretty rough for them. And DRX, we'll see what they can do when they manage to recoup and come back with perhaps a little bit of a different approach.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that, look, this was rough for DRX, but they had one of their weird and wacky comps right here. I mean, there was absolutely no frontline unless you call Thresh a frontline. They had a Quinn that has historically not worked in our region. It just hasn't really been one that's been able to get stuff done. So I'm still thinking that DRX can turn around a performance like this. Whether they can do it against Top is going to be the big question, though, because when these teams rematch, I have a feeling that it's going to be a Top that still hasn't lost a game when they're up against each other yet again.
And I predict that DRX is probably just going to be the only team in this group that can give them a run for their money and actually make them play like they had to in this game in order to come back. But Atlas, where were you when Renekton got his first 3 wins?
I can't believe he went from 0-5 to 3-0 today, just from good old Lost Shopkeeper. Maybe you were just selling
Lizard
the right
supremacy, actually, is, you know, that's where we're going.
Oh my God. Do you know, I think we probably should go to a break, but we'll get more takeaways on day 3 right after this.
Hey, I didn't order any pizza.
Jake from State Farm. After you saved me so much dough on insurance with that Parker promo, I devised a promo for you.
Here's the deal, Parker. State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
Yeah, right. Pepperoni pockets, an atomic brownie, cuckoo crusties.
There's no promo, it's just great rates.
And a cider ranch. You're the man, man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Hey, Mercedes. Legends run wild. Each one unique. With astonishing power. Unstoppable. Master warriors. Ready to compete. Seeking glory. We live it, we breathe it. We have each other's back. Together, we become legends. Icons of a new generation.
Greatness accepts no lag, no delay, no excuses. It lives in the tiny space between milliseconds and nanoseconds, between memes and legends, between tears and tears. And when margins that small make an impact this big, nothing less than the speed and dependability of the Cisco network will do.
Welcome back, everyone, to the State Farm Analyst Zone for the last time today, where we're looking at that final game of the day between the LPL and the LCK. And as we said before, we would be able to extrapolate a lot from that game just because it is the two best teams perceived in the group. I mean, I don't even need the air quotes, I think, Cadril. So what is your verdict?
Well, it was a game of globals, basically. A bit different to the meta than team fights. You had one side, you had the Nocturne, you had the Senna, and you had the Tamkenschul. The other side, you had the TF, who was going into the Renekton. So you saw, bar in the early game, which was lots of just neutral objective fights with swaps based on tempo. I think the games were basically playing overside, trying to catch Quinn with the Nocturnal, trying to use the Tamkenschul to play overside. So you saw the majority of these fights, apart from that last ARAM they had in mid, was we go side lane, we try to catch him out. Everyone collapse as fast as you can, use every global we can to get there first, and then whoever got there first kind of won. So you could see even when DRX was behind in this fight, they did manage to take down the Nocturne, and then obviously it was a 4v5. They re-engaged it thinking they could win because of the gold lead, but most of these fights were based on side lane.
And really just a different change of pace and a breath of fresh air, as Kidjo was talking about, that we're not just waiting for Dragon Souls and Baron fights, that you can play a completely different type of pressure game and make these champions and these types of compositions work. And now we've got a race. Now we have at least 4 teams that people can be hyped up. If the EU faithful want to, oh, but what about G2? Or maybe the LPL fans like,
like you've never said that.
But Suning would have a good fight too. The fact of the matter is I saw a really cool sentiment on social media, and just like echo it here, because I am starting to feel it, that any other year, you take some of these top teams and you put them in a world championship, and they're also in the conversation for favorites to win. And so that feels really cool that you have, you know, JDG and DAMWON and TES and DRX, and if you want a G2, throw in a Suning in there, like suddenly it's a jam-packed tournament.
Do you? Yeah, I agree with you because all of these teams looked really good, but I'm just thinking about kind of how Top Esports picked some interesting things in that game. They overcame a big comeback by DRX as well, who seemed like they were definitively back in that game, and still it seemed like in the end quite easily team fought their way out of there, and that just makes me think, is there more of a discrepancy here than how you're seeing things right now?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I still think that TES, DAMWON are kind of on a different tier. I would put JDG up there, but I think some people might argue that JDG are underneath, and then you kind of have the DRXs. But, you know, there's a very clear black and white, almost meta difference in terms of how people are using picks, what the priority picks are between those 4 teams that we talked about and kind of everyone else left at the tournament.
Yeah, and I think it's hard to take away too much from that game because one team was running, they were both running globals, they both lacked engage, and the only real engage was the Nocturne ult in general, the TF ult. So there was lots of showcasing mechanics. I think they played the fight so well individually. I just think that if you look into the game in deep, you can't really come to a conclusion as to which team was better, because one team has like a TF, the only AP on one side with Lee Sin, Quinn, and there wasn't enough for me. The Draven, too much Ninja Tabis, I don't know.
Fair.
I didn't like the draft too much.
I'm just traumatized by the LPL. I don't know what to tell you. Let's take a look at the groups then. You know, we've had some very telling games across the groups. I think we got more definitive answers out of DAMWON Gaming, JDG in Group B. JDG really showing up against Rogue today might indicate that it's a 2-horse race, and it'd be very difficult for those other 2.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely will come down to the second round robin for Rogue against JDG. If they can pull up the win, maybe force a tiebreak or something like that. But yeah, Top and DAMWON look like they're dominating right now, in my opinion.
I think some of these groups might come down to the wire. You know, I think Group A looks maybe decided, even if the scoreboard doesn't reflect it. I feel like people are very strongly G2 Suning. Group B, you just talked about how it's decided, but Group C, I feel like anyone could still kind of pop out. So there's still hope or chances, even though TSM are sitting like 0-2, because those teams, it does look like a bit of a circus sometimes, the Group C.
I mean, we're sounding a little bit deflated. Maybe it's because we've had 3 days of groups and they've been long days, but it's just because
spoiled by
yeah,
DRX
we've been very, very
TES.
spoiled. But you're seeing the lines in the sand, right? But I love that you called that out, because in the group stage, I don't think we really have seen that many huge upsets, really, when it comes down to the buyer. Really, this humongous favorite being taken down by an underdog. And I would be very surprised if that didn't happen out of all the games we're going to see in this group stage. And that is usually what, you know, messes up these groups and doesn't have them set in stone immediately. But hey, maybe everything goes according to plan.
Maybe it does for once.
Yeah,
for once in world history. Maybe things will go according to the script, but
It never does.
Never does.
It never does.
Indeed. So we will be jumping over to cooldown after the next break. They'll be having DAMWON as a guest there and talking about the teams that are undefeated so far, as well as FlyQuest netting the first win for the LCS. But that'll do from us here. I think we ran out of energy a bit at the end, but we'll be back with fresh energy tomorrow, so don't worry. So we're going to be right back with World's Cooldown with Dash, Crumbs, DAMWON, and Kobe.
See ya.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to World's Cooldown presented by State Farm, your one-stop wrap-up for all things Worlds. I'm Dash, joined by Crumbs, DAMWON, and Kobe. Gents, North America, we got our first win tonight. Let's take a moment to celebrate, shall we?
Oh, yeah.
All right, cool. Moment's over. DAMWON, thank you so much for lending us your time here. I want to come to you as we pull up the standings of all 4 of our groups so far. What's been your take 3 days into the group stage here of Worlds 2020?
FlyQuest is gonna win Worlds. We're on the board, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
There it is. There it is.
But real talk though, I think we're seeing some amazing games out of the Chinese teams, and it's something that is just so exciting to watch, and it's so much fun to watch too.
Yeah. Another takeaway for me though is that Korea is freaking back. These teams are really not messing around. DAMWON and Gen G have been crushing it, and yeah, DRX has dropped some games, but they're competing with what we thought was the tournament favorite.
Yeah, they dropped a game, as we just saw, to Top Esports, another contender to win the entire tournament, and it was a banger of a game as well.
Yeah, to say the least. I love you calling out the LCK teams there, Crumbs. It is kind of feeling like a two-horse race right now at the World Championship when it comes to the regions competing at the top of the table, the LPL and the old kings in the LCK. Let's start, though, with one of the most anticipated matchups of these group stages, and it's that one you just mentioned, Top Esports versus DRX, and we just saw it conclude.
Yeah, I mean, this is an awesome little bit of a replay here from the DRX one, where we do have Top Esports diving on bottom side. Deft goes down 4 people. This was the moment, though, where they overdive. Up until this point, DRX had a lead, and they try and get the extra kill here onto Nocturne. He's so close to going down, but they can't finish the kill. Then Lee Sin goes down. That's a big shutdown for Nocturne. They also were able to get Chovy after that. And from there, it was a big backswing in the gold, and they were able to fight it right back.
I think something go ahead.
I just want to say, how cool is it that we get to see a Nocturne in the game, and then it goes in the mid lane, and then it's also played by Knight. Like, that is one of the coolest things I've ever seen.
Yeah,
that made Bettius the happiest man in the world.
You got Quinn as well. Quinn versus the Renekton. You've got Draven in the bot lane. It seems like it's a janky draft, but when you look at who the players are behind these champions and how they can actually coordinate around making the most of what the champions provide, you can start to see why they are allowed to draft this way and still win.
What do you mean janky? That was full of counter picks. This is full of high explosive champions. This is what I want to see, right? Because if you go down the list, you're like, okay, you open up with Twisted Fate, super highly prized in the meta right now, you know, for roaming across the rest of the map. They counter it with the Nocturne, who can follow plus W shield the point and click stuns, and a Tom Kench, who can also travel long distances, bring players to the 1-3-1 game when you have this split pushing Quinn that you're going to have to deal with, and can devour people also out of the point and click stuns. It just, these are rarely seen because so few players have the confidence to play skill matchups, and all these champions are highly variable because they're low health, high damage, and high skill cap.
If you had to pinpoint where the jank is, though, the mid 2v2 Quinn Lee Sin, not ideal.
Yeah, Crumbs, point me in the direction of the jank. No, but what I love about this, what I love about this is that it is our best teams, or our perceived best teams at the World Championship, that are kind of breaking some of those meta molds. I think so often when we're at international tournaments, we look towards the teams at the bottom of the table to say they're the ones who are going to have to find that unique pocket pick or a way to kind of mess things up when it comes to the draft. But when you see some of these players who are, you know, number 1, number 2, number 3 in their role in the world, and they're bringing out things that no one yet has looked at or approached here at the World Championship, it just makes it all that much more interesting, especially when you consider how things evolve, typically second week of groups and then into the knockouts, Kobe.
Yeah, this is why I'm so happy, James, because when I see the highest level of play, when I see the best players in the game, Knight, Chovy, top 2 mid laners, I want to see them pushing the limits, taking chances, playing risky comps, playing risky combinations. I don't want to see boring, sit back, you know, quote unquote perfect League of Legends with no kills where you're only objective focused. I want them to get in there. I want them to try and create leads, and they did just that.
Okay, let's be real though, DeMonte, those stats on the left side of the graphic there, those aren't the prettiest looking stats for a mid laner in a game.
Yeah, this definitely does not paint the picture all that well. I think Nocturne is definitely a champion that is not going to sit here and pump out stats in the same way that a range champion would. But definitely Knight did not play too well in that game early, and even in the mid game he was getting caught a little bit. But I don't think it's anything that Top Esports should be scared of or worried about.
Yeah, to say the least. I mean, they now sit at 2-0, so able to scrape through on that victory. Crumbs, just coming back to you as a final point on this matchup. Again, a lot of people looking at Top Esports as a tournament favorite. But DRX, in your case for the LCK teams, I mean, how is it all shaping up now 3 days in with some of the, now seeing some of these, you know, more high-profile matchups and your kind of pinpointing of regional strength?
I think DRX in particular just has a really high chance of making it out of the group. And if you see just the groups in general, it seems like LCK is just going to make it out. They're just better than the teams that are in third and fourth in their respective groups. And they improve in the best of series, right? So I think that the fact that LCK is back in group stage should be a really scary thing coming into a best of, because preparation has always been one of the LCK's biggest strengths.
Yeah, without a doubt, without a doubt. I do want to hear from the man himself who piloted the Nocturne in the mid lane there. So we're going to head on over to Lore, who caught up with Top Esports Night.
Thank you very much, Dash. Laure here for the last interview of the day with Knight. TS is on 2-0 here in the World Championship, but I want to ask about the pick you chose here, because I don't know if you know that, but we have a caster. He's a very huge fanboy of Nocturne, especially in the mid lane. So talk me through this pick and why you thought it was a good decision to pick the champion here.
那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利，然后你们现在也是2-0的一个积分。那说到今天的比赛，你们也是非常果断的选择了一个梦魇的中单。然后能问一下，为什么会在这种情况下选择这个英雄吗？
就主要是他们先把我4个中单把英雄池被针对了。如果我又是那种英雄池比较深的选手吧，就有一种大招就可以用。
So actually, in the ban pick phase, the opponent's team have banned out 4 mid champions, but actually, I have a very deep champion pool, so that's why I've just pick up my secret weapon.
Wow, and it was a very good secret weapon here. But tell me more about the meta mid lane, because we've been used to seeing kind of the same champions every time. So what do you think about the meta mid lane right now, and how deep can it get?
那我们说一下，就这个版本的一个中单的英雄选择，因为其实好像大家感觉现在世界赛版本就那么几个中单英雄出场，那你会怎么样去看待现在的一个中单呢？
这版本强势中单是比较固定吧，但是强势中单被ban的话，可能就有一些新的东西。
Actually, I think in current meta, there's a couple of champions that are very strong, that's suitable to this meta. But if those champions are banned out, I think it's a good time to pick out some new stuffs.
Oh, which is good. You always have opportunities here. But now, talking about Top Esports, you are still undefeated here in the World Championship, and so is DAMWON. You guys look to be the 2 strongest team in the tournament. So what do you think about DAMWON, and why do they look so strong?
那么其实你们现在也是未尝一败嘛。那与此同时，像 DWG 他们也是保持一个全胜的一个战绩。那你们去怎么样去看待这支队伍呢？因为好像大家都认为滔博和 DWG 像是就是非常强的队伍。
就感觉 DWG 也是支就比较全面的队伍吧，就他们实力也特别强。
I feel like DWG is an all-round team. They're very strong in every single aspects.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when watching them, it gets very crazy here. But here against the RX, it looks like you had the situation in your hands. You took the Baron, but then afterwards, a fight happened top lane and you all died. Did you think that DRX, I'm sorry, could come back at this point in the game?
那其实你们中期是拿到大龙以后，但是很不幸是被对面有团灭一波。那当时你们会不会有点慌，就觉得哎，那个 Dragon X 会不会打一个翻盘呢？
就当时就因为我们的一个判断失误吧，就没算他们有多少人。但其实我们这种后期还是优势的，就也没特别慌。
Actually, at that point, we made a wrong decision. We are not sure about the number of the opponents at that time, but I think we are not that worried about it because our comps is very strong in the late phase.
I agree with you. Well, very convincing victory here, Knight. Thank you very much for the interview. And Wendy, thank you so much for the translation as always. And back to you, Dash.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Laura. Great to hear from Knight after that victory out of Top Esports over DRX. Again, 2 tournament favorites, a lot of people citing as 2 of the teams that could go quite deep into the tournament. And so great to hear from him on his thoughts around mid lane meta, the team and their synergy and ability to bounce back from even some of those losing team fights that we saw within that game. I do want to rewind, though, all the way back to the first game of the evening as we roll through a couple more of our recaps. G2 versus Machi, the European squad taking the victory in this one to move to 2-0. Crumbs, your thoughts here?
that I don't think G2 should be slept on. Yeah, DRX and DAMWON, or sorry, Top Esports and DAMWON looked great, but I thought G2 had a really solid game plan, and a lot of it was Wonder. They set up a really good level 1 for him to get some kills, and then he ends up collapsing here to kill the Grey, so now you already have 2 kills. But at this point, his kill participation is really high, and they just continue to play around Wonder, who is probably, or maybe definitively, Europe's best top laner right now, which shows that at the very least, G2 is competing with what these other 2 teams are bringing to the table, which is really capable top laners.
Yeah, top lane is definitely going to be a big topic, for the World's meta, as everyone was expecting coming into it. And with the Camille pick, plus the early kills that he was able to acquire, them combining that with a Galio. Camille Galio, one of the best, easiest to execute combinations for pushing a lead ahead, really set them up for success. We saw here earlier in the highlight reel how Jankos got chased down and he got killed early. After that, though, they were able to aggressively help him with a lot of these invades. He started to step it up a lot. I was a huge fan of Mickey's Hail of Blades, Tom Kench.
Oh my goodness.
On them, getting solo kills even for the team, and as well as being able to save people later on. G2 are a team that have a lot of style in addition to some very strong players. They have had to, take a little bit more time to ramp up through summer, but that does make the story super exciting.
Yeah, go ahead, just jump in.
One thing I want to mention is this mid-jungle combo that we're seeing from G2 this game. It's not the first time we've seen it, and it's definitely not going to be the last time we're seeing it. And it's the Nidalee and the Galio combined. And a big reason that the teams are opting into this is Galio is a very selfless champion. It's a champion that doesn't really require help from his jungler, but where like you'll see a champion like Syndra or Orianna where it requires a lot of assistance to make it strong. Galio doesn't need any of that, and I think that combo together fits really, really well.
So I think
my kind of mid laner.
I think you've played that with Closer. Like when you have that combination, is the Galio looking to be the shot caller, or is it just like users following Nidalee no matter what she wants to do?
I would think about it in a different way, where actually the Nidalee would be following the Galio, and a big strength of the Galio is that it's able to go first a lot of the time, and when the mid laner is suddenly going first and not the jungler going first, it makes it a lot easier for the jungler to play.
Tanner, I also want to get your opinion on Wonder as an individual, because we talk all throughout this tournament about the importance of the top side of the map. G2 Wonder pulling out the Camille in this one, and when we look at a lot of those top LPL teams and what makes them so great, or top LCK teams, we're looking at players like Nuguri. Can he hold a candle to these other top laners?
I think so. I think he can. I think Wonder, he's already showing it in this tournament that he's definitely a force to be reckoned with, and the fact that he's able to play Camille at a high level and just pick it into any matchup, I think is a great sign for G2, and I think it's something to look out for as the tournament progresses.
Can I direct your attention to the bottom stat there? Gold difference at 15 was almost 2,000. We see so many teams not able to get a 2,000 gold lead. That's one player, one matchup with a 2,000 gold lead, and a champion that scales incredibly well too. Obviously, Camille scales really well with items.
Yeah, you love to see it. I think for me, especially as a Western fan, I like to see G2 putting up numbers like that, especially off the back end of the performance that we saw just yesterday from G2. You heard Shox at the top of the day citing those statistics around Caps' TF performance and the damage that he was able to output in that one alongside Perks as well. Setting records, exactly right. But then, in just a day's time for kind of the script to flip and the carry comes out of the top laner for this squad. I think that instills a lot of confidence in me that this is one of the Western teams that might really be able to stack up here at the throughout the remainder of the group stages and into the knockouts.
And the returning finalists.
Finalists? You say, are they going to run it back, Crumbs? Is that what you're saying?
I said returning finalists. I said they're returning finalists. They have the same roster. I think they're really, really good. I think G2 actually has a pretty good chance of making it.
I think I didn't hear the returning, so I just heard finalists. Like you were calling it like they were going again. I was like, I like that call, but it's a bold one, my friend.
That one win's got into my head, Dash. I don't know what to say.
We should also call out Jankos. While we're talking about top performers, it wasn't just Wonder in this one. I think Jankos, similar to some of his previous games, didn't have the hottest start, but had a significant recovery within this game.
And definitely highlighting like how he bounced back in this game was really, really good. He died on a silly invade, and then after that, he didn't die for 30 minutes straight. There was even a time in the game where he was up there trying to help Wonder, and Wonder just ran it down, and he just watched him and was like, well, I'm not going to die with you, bro.
You love to see that. You love to see that. Alrighty. Well, from there, we do need to step away for just a quick commercial break. On the other side, though, we've got Lyric, who will be joining us to break down the LPL matchups of the evening. Don't you worry. More Worlds Cooldown is coming at you after this. Welcome back to Worlds Cooldown, where Crumbs is out, Lyric is in to help us break down the LPL matchups from this evening, and it's going well for the LPL, my friend. We are going to kick things off with TL versus Suning, where Suning made every second count, putting immense pressure on the TL bot lane. Made possible, of course, by the Cisco network. How'd you feel about this play down here in the bot lane, Lyric?
This play was absolutely amazing. I love that we finally saw the Twitch Rakan bot lane get punished. Huanfeng is a famous Draven player. He actually used to be the understudy of Jackie Love, so it makes a lot of sense. And in this play, it was just really hard for TL to even punish on the opposite side of the map. And from here, it was really just Suning's game to snowball and close out.
Yeah, I was just in love with this because it was so powerful. They did this with the Nidalee already in their control too, so huge winning bottom lane, and they use this for constant invades. Yes, the bottom lane is a tragedy for Team Liquid. You know, Twitch gets super far behind, getting zoned from experience and stuff, but this is at the same time. Nidalee has Flame Horizon Broxus Lee Sin. So it translates into complete map control, not just one little area here. And that was one of the biggest parts. Like Suning just completely dominated from the get-go. For TL's side, I know I saw tweets coming out from the players. They felt like they had no tools to work with right from the preparation and the planning from Suning, and they just executed on it just as well.
I mean, DeMonte, Kobe was making a big deal about the individual gold lead that Wonder had built in his lane. Take a look at that graphic there on the bottom of our screen. It's not a 1900, it's a 2600 for a Draven at 15 minutes.
Absolutely insane. I would love to have this guy on my solo queue team any day of the week.
Yeah.
Another thing I do want to highlight this game is another game where we see Nidalee Galio, and I think this is almost an even better scenario than before where G2 had it. This time they have full counter pick on bot side, and on top side it's like a pure 50-50 matchup, and you saw Galio was able to maintain priority, and he was able to run down to bot lane anytime he wanted. This is not saying that Jensen had a bad game by any means, but I just want to highlight the fact that Nidalee Galio was played again, and I think it's just going to keep going.
Yeah, in fact, this game, it did feel like Jensen recovered a bit from the poor performance that he had in yesterday's game, whereas the rest of Team Liquid, it did seem, fell down just a little bit in this series here. But Lyric, I want to come back to you specifically, not only on this game, but kind of the way that Group A is shaking out, because this one still feels to me like one of the most undecided of the groups.
Yeah, it's a bit weird because, I mean, even when we look back to Suning's match against G2, it felt like it was in Suning's favor for a lot of that game. Exactly. It does look like a bit of a two-horse race, unless Liquid can start getting it together, but Machi's been a decent surprise, and I think this group has been defined by a lot of, let's say, like cheeky plays in the mid game, being able to surprise and outmaneuver your opponents through side lanes. I think G2's been doing that a lot. And I still feel like it's a bit up in the air if Machi can kind of like throw their hat in and shake things up a bit between G2 and Suning.
Yeah, with that too, Kobe, I think though does come rather some continued questions around the drafting for Team Liquid. It just feels as though they're left without a couple tools that they need in their toolbox right now at Worlds 2020.
Yeah, I mean, people have really been highlighting the preparation, and we just talked about for Suning how good their game plan was. Felt like they had the plan from Champ Select and executing all the way through their level 1, through the focus throughout the game. Those are the types of things that are going to be a big difference, and those are the things that, TL or Machi, if they're going to get wins versus, G2 or Suning, who are heavily favored in this group, it has to come from a ton of preparation, a really well laid out game plan, to get one of those best of one wins.
Yeah, now Lyric Grass has been popping off about SOFM all tournament long, but as the LPL representative, I wanted to give you the same opportunity to pop off about this guy because he's been impressing me personally.
The thing I love about this guy is just how unique he thinks about the jungle role. He has a lot of like really strange pathings where he ends up in the enemy jungle when you don't think he should be able to. His builds are insane. I swear this man builds Warmogs every single game. Maybe not the most efficient, but hey, it's getting Suning wins. And I feel like his efficiency and creativity are one of the strongest points for Suning, not only in this group, but in the World Championship.
Going to need continued creativity out of them if they want to challenge, I think, especially in the knockout stages. But things are looking good so far now at 1-1 after a close loss to G2 earlier in the group stages. Let's now flip the script over to JDG versus Rogue. They got the win here today, so now in second place in that Group B, 2-1. How are you feeling about the way that JD showed up today?
So the thing I loved was their very early game, how they chained small sequences together, starting from Yagao's TP where he helped force Bryo to guarantee Kanavi Scuttle, transitioning that into the top gank, which allowed them then to get the wave bounce back, and they coordinated it so well with Lumao's roam topside to set up for that big Herald play.
I'm so glad we got to see Lumao Bard as well. A couple of these plays setting up for the rest of the team, some of the picks they got, the way that they use their range. This was a JDG that I wanted to see. And after their first loss, people started to lose a little bit of confidence. Going up against another one of the tournament favorites, this thing, I feel like this game's got to give a lot of it back. And one of the things that was really highlighted to me in this one was the speed of their macro and the decisions that they forced on their opponents. I really, really loved how they were willing to sacrifice very small objectives, like a couple couple turret plates on top side to make a big bottom side play. I just wanted to pull an extra replay from when they pick up this Rift Herald, they put it in the hands of Zoom. And Zoom says, all right, we're teleporting bottom with the Caitlyn that's been pushing on this turret for multiple fights where they let Caitlyn push down the first plates by herself. And then, yes, you are going to leave topside open for a couple of turret plates pushed there, but you get first tower, you get second tower, and you get the dragon all at the same time. And JDG, they just force the other teams to try and catch up to their game plan rather than, you know, going 50-50 or making even trades or anything like that.
DeMonte, help me. Yeah, just help me understand why this works. What's going on here?
Well, I think what you see JDG do a lot, it's something that I felt that FunPlus Phoenix did a lot last year, where they just don't ever react to the enemy team. They will always make their own play, and they'll always force enemies to react to them. And that's what we just watched in that play there. The Renekton knows that he can't farm the top wave anymore. He knows that he can't farm the jungle camps on the top side. So he just TP's bot. He's like, hey man, you're gonna share this tower gold with me. I'm not gonna just be weak this entire game. And then they're just strong. They just get 2 towers, like you said.
Lyric, what's your assessment of that? I mean, is this a given when it comes to the LPL teams, or where does this come from? This idea that, you know, it's less about responding to the opponent and more about finding the better answer in any given moment.
It's a bit weird because I feel like LPL teams, for some reason, over the years have developed into more of, I'll kind of call them like specialist teams. Like teams will all in on like their strong points, and they don't care about meta. They don't care what anyone else is doing. They're just going to play for that. And again, however it's developed over the years, it's just what LPL's been so good at. But kind of honing in on JDG, it's also so interesting to me that when they make these plays, it seems like everyone's watching like the wave states of the other laners because they just always sync these plays at the most perfect time.
I love that call out. I mean, the idea that they're working in perfect synergy at any moment, and that's, I guess, really what it feels like. Is so often I think we're caught off guard. I say we, the royal we. I'm caught off guard by the decision that the team is making and how ingenious it is in the moment. So the foresight that they must have to be able to link up and make those kind of macro plays that you called out there, Kobe, is just massive. Lyric, just final thoughts on the LPL's performance so far through 3 days. How are you feeling confident? Is this going to chalk? Were you expecting more or less at this point?
Man, it has been great. I mean, especially after today, right? We just went 3-0 today, like the LPL as a whole. So it's looking good. LGD obviously won the other day as well. I'm really excited to see their matchup against TSM, which obviously is a throwback to 2015. So I think LPL's feeling great, especially after play-ins where people were down on LGD, but now they're looking better. Like, things are only going up from here.
Sweet, sweet. Well, that TSM LGD matchup is the 6th game of the day tomorrow, so make sure you tune in for that one. Lyric, again, thank you so much for joining us. As always, we'll catch up with you on future days.
Yep, thanks, guys.
All right, we're going to step away. On the other side, there's more World's Cooldown coming at you.
Looking for a place to hide. It seems we're crossing a line. My love for you is making me blind. But I want you, oh I want you. I think we're out of control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh I'm chasing. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are, even if I'm miles apart. You are the light in my dark. You are the light in my dark. control. It feels like I'm losing ground. I know we had it all. Now I'm chasing, oh, I'm chasing. We both know that our path is ended. It's time to say goodbye. Even if you're far away, we should give it another try. No, I ain't going too far. I will love you wherever you are. Even if we're miles apart, you are the light in my dark.
Welcome back to World's Cool Down, presented by State Farm. Crumbs is back in, and Crumbs, I'm coming straight to you on DAMWON Gaming versus PSG. DAMWON 3-0. This is the team that has impressed me the most so far with the dominance in which they've been winning.
Rightfully so. In the race for the Summoners Cup, DAMWON Gaming is gaining a lot of ground on a lot of teams, and the big thing for this team for me right now has been Naguri, the top laner. I mean, this guy's already had 2 games that are entirely deathless. Here, he gets hard camped. If you remember PSG from the play-ins, you see that this team can be very explosive. Different players now, but they're still pushing their advantage wherever they can. They have something in the top lane, but what ends up happening is that DAMWON Gaming just has better players. This is just what it looks like. They are out-CSing PSG in every category. And here, this is the second dive against the Kennen, but the first time they tried this 3-man dive, he traded 1 kill. And after that, he's now able to solo kill his opponent in between turrets. You just dove this guy 3-on-1 twice, and this is still what he's able to do. It's incredibly impressive because that freed up the rest of the map, and then watch him wait for his flank very carefully with the Kennen. Nobody else has played Kennen thus far. This team has played 14 unique champions in a maximum of possibly 15. They're basically just picking whatever they want every single time, and no one seems to have an answer.
DeMonte, how do you even approach assessing a squad like this? I didn't even know that stat that Crumbs just cited, 14 unique champions out of a 15 possible across 3 games. You're looking at a player like Naguri, who we talked about earlier, has all of these different options from carry to supportive utility type champions, and he seems to have the same level of performance on all of them.
Yeah, that is a ridiculous stat. I didn't know that either. And I think this is just another reason to be scared of these top teams. I think DAMWON is showing it, and I think Top Esports is showing it. Or not DAMWON, sorry, Top Esports. And Top Esports and DAMWON are indeed showing it.
Yes.
Sorry. They're just showing that they have these massive champion pools, and that's something that you normally don't expect out of the top teams. You expect them to play, their exact style, and then you expect the bottom teams to be playing this crazy stuff, but it seems like it's backwards this time around.
Kobe, he got hard camped, and the man came away with 4 solo kills. What is going on?
The quickness with which they make their decisions. So you see, from the beginning of that replay, we saw bottom side, as soon as DAMWON saw support roam, bottom immediately went for the 2v1 kill. They get the kill there while they're getting camped on top side. Then Naguri as well, even after getting camped so hard and losing out on some of the CS, still able to, between the turrets, find solo kills for himself. And then the patience that he showed later for that dragon fight, I think that's the key, because people don't realize how hard it is to play Kennen into champions like Lulu and the ultimate from Kindred. Those things can nullify your ultimate in a single move by themselves if you're not patient and you don't find the right moment.
Yeah, so far, the player of the tournament for me has got to be Naguri. Again, to go from a Lulu performance just yesterday where he comes out on the winning side of it to then flip over to the Kennen against the Lulu this time around and still to come out on top. I mean, Crumbs, I can't get over it. I can't get over it.
It's because you think that playing top lane carries means you have to play Camille, Jax, Fiora. It's like, no. You can actually pop off with a Lulu. You can play the map. You can take advantages early and win the game that way. So he's already switching the script on top lane. And just for a little bit of history, this is the guy that was playing Klepto Vlad, that was playing Cole mages in the top lane. Like, this is what he had initially brought into the League of Legends scene, and now we're starting to see, as he developed further as a player, hey, turns out he's still really damn good.
Yeah, this guy is evolving into the whole package. He can play fast, but he can also play solo. He can play calculated, but he can also play aggressive as possible. It's just insane.
Yeah, one of the most exciting teams to watch here at the world stage so far. Also one of the best. 3-0, undefeated so far in the group stages. We got one more matchup to talk about. That's FlyQuest versus Unicorns of Love, where DAMWON, North America, picked up our very first win of the 2020 group stages.
Power of Evil is putting NA on its back, baby. Let's go. I'm not going to talk about solo. I think we just all choose to ignore that. Nothing happened up there. But Power of Evil, man, the performance he put on this game today was insane. I feel like the mid gap was just crazy. You see here, he solo kills No Man's, and throughout the whole game, he's playing really consistently, really strong, doing a ton of damage, and yeah, he picked up NA its first win.
Now, you play against PoE. Is this regular season PoE playoffs? Like, is it just another tier of his performance that we haven't seen yet?
This is buffed out, jacked PoE. This is insane. Yeah, he's playing out of his mind.
Look at that kill he gets on the jungler as the Infernal Dragon is going down, so close to giving over soul. He just saved so many of these critical moments, and this is where the tension is highest, where the pressure is highest. It was a really close game here for Unicorns with a big lead, constantly on soul point, constantly farming kills off of the top side of the map, killing solo, diving him, creating this amount of pressure on FlyQuest. And so that made the standout performance from Power of Evil that much more necessary and that much more impressive when he's able to pull this off. I will say that, Ignar and Wild Turtle as well, performed super well in that one, but the antics that Power of Evil was able to pull off in so many of these critical moments really have to give him a huge
perfect word, necessary.
Yeah, it was an exciting win, albeit definitely not an easy victory for FlyQuest. And again, I think that's where we got to go tip our caps to Unicorns of Love. While they are 0-2, I think this is a team that can make that Group D quite interesting. They have the opportunity to take a game off of a team like FlyQuest and maybe even DRX. I don't know about Top Esports so much, the expected 6-0 out of that group. But a win on the board for North America is huge, and I think the fact that it comes from FlyQuest, the team, #1 seed from the region, yes, but also one of the teams that we have talked about does have that never give up kind of attitude, even in games where they're down, even in games where Solo is taking his lickings in the top lane. This, I think, of all of the North American squads, is the team most willing to still get back in there off of an Ignar engage or something of the like and actually start a fight.
It's and they're planting trees and doing things for the environment too, so at the very least they're like, hey, we're getting something out of this.
I love it. Hey, look.
First win, come on.
we got to win. And we planted some trees. Damn right. All right, well, today's State Farm Assist of the Day goes to FlyQuest Power of Evil for lifting the morale of an entire region with his Syndra play. Kobe, coming back to you because it was all around that dragon.
Oh my goodness, there are so many high intensity moments here. Look at this. They lose out Wild Turtle really early on, so you already know that the huge burden to output damage is going to be on Power of Evil. He finds that stun just over the wall, barely taking out Gadget. Then when Solo goes down, it's actually only going to be the DPS from Power of Evil, and he's still able to get another Syndra ultimate off onto Ananasek, takes down the jungler. So once again, when these dragon fights, these smites for the critical soul come up, he focuses down the jungler, he gets the right target. He had amazing stats throughout the game. He was unfazed by what was going on around him.
Yeah, it's just another game where you see a player putting up almost 4-digit DPM numbers. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely wild. Massive carry performance out of him. Again, you love to see it, and hopefully that can be maybe the beginnings of some confidence for the North American squads moving forwards. Again, that's my bias and my hope showing through.
And they needed that one.
But we needed it. Exactly right. Exactly right. And we got it. Now, before we call it a day, I think we should jump into our honors for the day, where we give a Feels Good award to those that deserve it. So, Crumbs, coming to you first, and then we'll go down the line.
All right, well, you already hinted at who one of the most exciting players is, but I'm going to echo that sentiment. Nuguri, in the top laner from DAMWON Gaming, this guy is just on another level right now. Compared to other top laners, his champion pool is insane. He's actually performing on all of these champions, and we know he has even more. Like, he's getting a ton of bans aimed at him. We have yet to see his Vladimir. We have yet to see what he can do on picks like Jack. So I think that this guy is a must-watch. You just have to see every single time that DAMWON plays, something is going to happen around Nuguri.
Yeah, again, I'll reiterate. He's the guy who introduced the Lulu and then introduced how to beat the Lulu on the very next day. DeMonte, what about you? Where are you throwing your honors?
My honors are all going to Power Evil, baby. He put NA on his back. I think he played out of his mind. From minute one, he just was trading so well on No-Mans, and until the end of the game, he was just carrying well.
All right, Kobe, I know you've got a unique pick.
I was also going to go Power of Evil here. I mean, most North American viewers, I think, I have to give all these honors to Power of Evil. But you know what? You can't give multiple honors. Honestly, a lot of games, I find myself giving tilt proof to people for honors. That is also an honor, although a little bit dubious one. And we could give that one to Solo. You know, he got killed over and over and over in the top side of the map, but he still had an impact later in some of those fights, and most of it is about trying to create space for Power of Evil to do the carrying. But you know, tilt proof is also something you can give out for honors.
He had a really good flank. He was 1 and 6 and still is thinking about finding a flank to win the team fight instead of grouping with the team being really weak. So I think that is the embodiment of being tilt proof. Like, yeah, it might be feeding, but I can still be useful how I'm supposed to play my champion.
That was a soul-saving flank, yeah, to say the least. He still had plenty of impact on the game. Now, today's Was Asleep, Didn't Watch is going to DeMonte. So DeMonte is going to give us his 1-minute summary of what he loved from Groups Day 3. DeMonte, the time is yours.
The one thing that I loved today more than anything else was the top lane play. I think, in particular, I just loved watching how many carries there are in the top lane meta right now. I think the teams that are picking tanks and the teams that are not really giving resources to their top laners are kind of faltering at the moment. And on top of that, I just really love watching top lane carries. I think in the last game of the day, we got to see the Renekton-Quinn matchup. And in the last 3 games of the day, we got to see the Renekton. And, you know, it's a pick that is very, I would say, conflicted in the league community, but it's a pick that is definitely strong. And it's a pick that we're going to keep seeing. And I don't plan it to stop. I don't plan for it to stop at all.
I want to ask you a question since you're on the top laner point. Do you think that the eventual winner of Worlds will have to have a carry top laner, or can it be done? Let's say a player like Finn, who's been sticking more to tanks.
I think most definitely it's going to be a carry top laner that's going to hoist the Summoners Cup this year, and that's not to say you can't play Lulu and carry. So you might see some supports up there as well, but I just don't think tanks are that strong.
That's a good distinction. You can still carry even on a non-carry champion. Well, there you have it, my friends, the 1-minute wrap-up for the day. Let's take a look at what's in store for us tomorrow with our schedule. Day 4 of group stages. A couple of our groups are going to be finishing their first round robin, but Group A will kick off the day. You got G2 Esports up against Team Liquid, followed by Suning and Machi. So that's going to be a near last chance for North America to start getting some wins on the board there in Group A. Then over to Group D, DRX versus FlyQuest, Top versus Unicorns of Love, finishing it out with Group C, Fnatic versus Gen G, and TSM versus LGD. I will remind everyone that Lyric called out that 6th game of the day, TSM versus LGD, as his one to watch. But DeMonte, out of this slate of 6 games, which one excites you the most?
I got to go for game 1, G2 versus Team Liquid. I want to see NA absolutely stomp EU.
Yeah.
You know which one stands out for me, though? Because there is, to me, NA is synonymous with one name right now, Power of Evil. I want to see how Power of Evil stacks up against Chovy out of DRX.
All right, that's game 3. So a lot of focus, obviously, on the North American teams for us. Kobe, anything else jumping out to you on that schedule?
I was going to say Fnatic versus Gen G, because I think that group, to me, that group is incredibly volatile. And I'm excited to see, you know, who goes down to tiebreakers. I feel like either of those teams could definitely take that victory. I think that's going to be a really close and exciting matchup.
Yeah, candidly, Group A and Group C are the ones that are feeling like they really still have a lot of figuring out to do, and anyone could make it out. Whereas, you know, B, D feeling a little bit more decided just based on the dominance of the top team in each of those groups.
I like how you still have hope in Group A.
I didn't say, hey, I did not say I had hope for TL. I just don't think that it's decided that maybe Machi sneaks into top 3 is all I'm saying over there. Anyway, that's going to do it for us here on Worlds Cooldown. DAMWON, I want to thank you so much for lending us your time and joining us today. But on behalf of myself, the casters, and all of the remote broadcast crews from all around the world, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Worlds.